Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else.
Yep. Salute. Salute everybody in the building. I know we creeping in. Clap it up. Let's get the building. Salute to everybody in the slow motion this morning. It is slow motion this morning, man. So much going on, man, in boxing, man. Man, look, man, all these fighters is doing interviews now. Terrence is doing an interview. Gervonta's doing an interview. I think Teofimo just dropped an interview as well. I didn't really get an opportunity. Really, I saw some of it. I think I feel like I saw some of it, but I definitely didn't catch the whole thing. So, but we'll talk about that as well. You know what I mean? Definitely, this is fight week. This is fight week. Oh man, this is the week everybody been waiting on. This is definitely the week that everybody's been waiting on, right? We got a lot of fights to talk about. I don't think we're gonna be able to break it down all on this show. Probably gonna be separating it throughout the week, right? I definitely want to talk about Keyshawn Davis's interview as well. It's Tuesday News Day. We catch up to everything going on in boxing. So much happens in between the Thursday and the actual Tuesday when I get back on here. So it is a lot to talk about. I know the boxing space is buzzing over this Gervonta Tank Davis interview as well. And they're buzzing over all the interviews. And it's good to kind of see Tank out here on this campaign, being transparent, finding a platform where he can be a little bit more transparent about his thoughts on his career, his thoughts on the boxing space in the present way. And just giving us some real insight on what he's thinking about. I always talk about Tank don't do that, right? Tank is a real introvert type of person. He might say something on a Twitter space right quick. He might speak real briefly right quick, but ultimately he doesn't leave you with a lot to work with. And a lot of the content creating platforms out here that focus all their energy on Tank, they have nothing to really go on, right? So I think they focus more on his potential opponents or fighting against fans of other fighters or speaking for Tank. I don't know. It gets kind of weird out here in these YouTube streets, but now that you see Tank out there finding these platforms where he's comfortable to speak and be himself, he doesn't have to worry about the way he's talking. He feels heard. He feels understood, and he gives perspective, a lot of perspective. So we're definitely going to talk about that interview, where I'm at right now as well on this whole entire Tank Davis information campaign that he's on right now. This obviously is not a coincidence that he has a fight coming up, right? He has a fight coming up March 1st. So clearly, this is his version of kind of his little press run. And he speaks about that as well. We'll talk about all that, right? He speaks about, just ultimately the way he kind of feels like the boxing game has treated him, where he puts himself in his career, how he sees himself, and how he feels like the game sees him in an incorrect way. Man, he talks about a lot, right? Then obviously Terrence Crawford also had his moment in time. Shout out to Najee with Cigar Talk. Always great. Another person who's not out there in the media space. He does better than Tank, but regardless, not always in the media space. When he chooses to come out and speak, it's always good because there's always a lot of information. Shout out to Blaze Pound for Pound in the building as well. I know we're all creeping slowly. It's prime time. It's definitely prime time boxing right now. A lot of channels buzzing right now. So I appreciate everybody who's here right now. I'm sure we'll kick up as the time goes by. Shout out to Ray Davis in the background. Finally pulled up.
Oh, it's so dusty. Look at that. Oh, we got a dusty hat on today, Clay. I found this in the cut.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, it works, right? It's
we got to switch it up, but we good. We'll get it later.
That's a real life.
This is the one I played in. This is the one I played in when I played with Pirates.
Oh, okay. That's the one it is.
Yeah, so I grabbed it off the dresser. I thought it was the other one. I got two of these. It's what it is, man.
Salute Seth Brown, be well. Cameron, salute the chat family, man. Salute Seth, salute Mike. Yeah, man. A lot going on in this space, man. Just really a lot, right? And it's always like this on Tuesday, right? Ray? On Tuesday, it's always like this because we're not online for a few days, and the work, they don't stop for us, right? They don't stop making news for us, right? They don't care what we got going on. So we pop up on Tuesday. A whole lot to catch up on. Great fights over the weekend, obviously. I mean, I went live on Friday. I did the prelim here, and then we did main event over there at Blue Blood, and I did a premiere on Saturday. So, by the way, shout me out. I've been more consistent with the content. I've gotten, I'm listening to the people on the channel who are saying, all right, come on, man. We like the content, but we need you to be a little more consistent. So I'm definitely trying to do that. But so much going on, right? There's so much going on in between time, which makes Tuesday one of, I say it all the time, Tuesday is my favorite day to come on, because I'm just catching up so much and so much to talk about, you know what I mean? It is what it is, you know what I mean? Definitely want to tackle some of these fights, obviously, on February 22nd. It's every fight on that card deserves the proper attention. There's no dead fights on that card.
No.
So, like today, we're going to cover Shakur Stevenson and Floyd Schofield, and we'll cover Beterbiev and Bivol. And then I think we're just going to save, the rest of the card for tomorrow, get into the undercard tomorrow, or we'll be here all day. You know what I mean? On top of talking about what's going on, on top of what's going on, currently, with Gervonta, shaking the algorithm with his interview and the way he looks at boxing, what he plans on doing, and the same with Terrence Crawford coming out. Keyshawn Davis just had a very powerful interview. Keyshawn Davis' interview with Ariel Helwani was extra powerful, bro. Like, that was a groundbreaking interview, you know what I mean? And shout out to Ariel Helwani. He's going to be the kind of journalist and podcaster that's going to be able to pull that kind of information out of a fighter and dive a little bit deeper into certain topics that, we've heard Keyshawn speak of on a very surface level, just to kind of give people a heads up that he's dealing with certain things and that he's persevering, you know what I'm saying? That he's adapting and overcoming and being successful in spite of a lot of things that could have held him back. It was a really good interview with Keyshawn Davis. In my opinion, might have been the best interview out of all the interviews. I know, a lot of people are going to want to see that Tank interview. It was a decent interview.
Man. Yeah.
The Keyshawn Davis interview was epic, man. Okay, I'm ready. I know it's coming. LOL. 100. Bub boxing in the building. In due time, my brother. In due time.
Yeah.
Bub, you hang out right there, Bub. We in due time, brother. In due time. Before this is all said and done. You heard? Shout out to Mike S. Shout out to Sonny Augustine in the building. Terry Nelson, what's good with you, brother? What's good with you? Everything is good over here, Tori. Terry, everything is good over here, man. I hope and I pray, and I'm going to assume everything is going great for you over there as well, man. Thank you for being here today. Shout out to my brother Nine Fingers in the building.
Oh,
Nine Fingers. Yeah. What's up, player? Let's go.
Player. Him and Bub should do a channel together, bro.
Oh, man.
The conspiracy theory.
Yeah. No doubt. Mike S. Salute. Oh, Mike said Blue Blood, no good. We got a detractor in here. Shout out to Blue Blood Sports, man.
He maybe, you know what I mean? He entitled to his thoughts, Clay. All good.
And everybody's entitled to their thoughts. And at the end of the day, it's all for boxing. It's all perspective. You know what I mean? I got my mad love for Blue, man. That's my
But
guy.
Blue's a good dude. My opinion.
Blue, of course. Blue's
Great
that guy, bro. He's been proven right a lot though, as of late, especially. And I think that's interesting, you know, how the boxing space is always there to kind of confront him on what they feel like he's lying about or making stuff up about. But, you know, they're very reluctant to acknowledge
give me the respect, right?
Yeah, they're very reluctant to acknowledge, you know, when things come to fruition. You know what I mean? When he speaks on Tank and Calvin not being on the same page for this fight, that Calvin's not going to be in the corner, or you know what I mean, when he speaks on the state of the PBC, or when he speaks on, you know, reasons behind why certain things aren't going on in the space. You know, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Look, you see, you know, you said, y'all know, he don't. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen Blue Blood live. You know what I mean? Can he get something wrong? I mean, like he says, things can change. Things can be wrong at times, but lies, I've never seen it happen yet.
Right. And for the most part, he always tells you what he's being told. He's always explaining that his sources. He's always explaining that it's not him saying it. He's only reporting. The media reports things. And I mean, they report the weather, they report crime, they report all types of things out there in the world of media. Do they always get it right? No. They reported that the Chiefs was going to win the Super Bowl. Did they get it right? No. So guess what? Did you call them liars? No. At the same time, pay that man some respect for trying to give you the best information he can get. He has some good influencers and some good people that stick behind him. And that is what it is. Come on, man. It's cool. I'll stop it when you put the stop sign up. But other than that, we good, bro. Roll.
No, listen, I say never. It's good to follow up the accusations with what you're accusing him of, and because he's always made himself available. He's challenged people to show him how he's lying. He's offered them money. You know what I'm saying, to do it. For somebody who's always lying, there's a lot of money on the floor. That's all I got to say. There's a lot of money just left on the floor. Always a lot of money left on the floor. I haven't seen nobody get none of that money yet.
Yo,
it is what it is.
Yo, I'm about to lift here for boxing real quick and flatten his tires.
Yeah. It is what it is, man.
Do you see what he said?
What'd he say? Hold on. They looking like Chico DeBarge. Oh, yay, bro. Hey, bro.
Yo, come on, man. Don't be comparing me to RBC.
I told you sent that picture, bro. That's the picture that he sent, man. So look, man, where do we start off at? I mean, so much to talk about. Good morning, Mr. Big Play Bray. So much to talk about. I'm gonna start off with the Keyshawn media tour. You know what I mean? That he's on. He's been doing interviews. He went on the Boxing Voice. He's been doing his own thing on his own channel. Keyshawn Davis has a YouTube channel if you guys aren't aware of it. And then, you know, recently I've just seen him stop off at Ariel Helwani. Listen, man, Keyshawn's life is changing right now, right? Friday was a huge accomplishment for Keyshawn. It really is the beginning. And like he said before, it's so much more coming, you know, so much more to be excited about what's coming in comparison to what he just did, right? But this move on Friday was a huge move. It was, without what happened on Friday, then, you know, we're not talking about what can happen for him in the future. A lot of information has come out from Keyshawn Davis as far as what he plans on doing. And obviously he spoke on Tank. He spoke on future fights, even moving up in weight classes, things of that nature, and really just let the boxing game know that he has a whole game plan and strategy on how him and Top Rank plan on rolling out the rest of this year and the rest of his career. I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited for what I see coming, what I see happening. Where are you at today, Tuesday morning, after Keyshawn's performance on Friday with Keyshawn Davis's career? Where you at with it, Ray?
Listen, I didn't even get to finish my type. Salute to the Queen, Miss Rain in the building. That's where I'm at right now. Now that I could finish that in words. With Keyshawn, I just want to say, like, listen, man, he's where he's supposed to be. I'm laughing, right, Clay? Listen, I don't know if it was your show or I was on another show and somebody was trying to kick his back in, being a champion, getting an opportunity at 14 fights. And I was like, for real? Like, y'all do know Tank got his opportunity 2 fights later at 16. literally threw that information out there, and it was like, yeah, but what? Okay, yeah, but what? Okay, so what's the difference between two more fights? You saying he needed to wait the opportunity? You guys are also saying that Schofield is too young prospect, with almost 20 fights to get a championship fight. At the same time, what I'm saying is what Keyshawn did is muscle his way into the right position. Me and Clay had this conversation, I'll say about 2 years ago, and we were talking about Keyshawn, and I was like, look, man, I don't like his energy. I think he's a great boxer. I think he needs to settle down. I think he has a lot of growth to do, right? And he needs to get a little bit more mature. Clay will tell you, once he got popped with that little thing in Texas, that man, I was like, yo, I'm gonna keep my eyes on him. First fight, second fight, third fight, nothing but impressive. Turned me into a believer. You know what I mean? Let me know that this guy is really a good fighter. Let me know that he has that energy. He's going to be a good champion, and he can do the things he accomplishes. He has a great spirit about him. You know what I mean? He puts God first. He puts his family first. He puts his, he's a new dad. He does everything he's supposed to do in the sense of a boxer, and he's challenging. You know what I mean? I was somewhere else when someone said he ain't calling out Tank, this, and that. And I'm like, well, why is he calling out Tank? Does he need to call out Tank? Let's ask the question. Because when he did, you guys were all against him calling out Tank. He's this and that, right? Now I move forward, Clay, with that, and I'm going to land the plane here. I said, well, here's the thing. If he doesn't call him out, maybe there's something in play. Maybe he's fighting Shakur. Why is he going to get in the way of another fight that's potential right now if he's calling him out? Maybe he doesn't need to. He may have something lined up already. He doesn't need to. You guys are so busy on trying to create news and media bad against these guys sometimes. Give that guy his moment. Like, you got another fight this week, so his moment's going to be short-lived. You know what I mean? You got a big event this week, and then you got another event the following week. Let this guy have his moment, because this is a great opportunity to salute this guy for what he did and what he went through, and praise. I ain't gonna give him praise, but salute to the brother Keyshawn for doing his thing, man. Good luck to you, man, and I hope you make your new championship earn and defenses well deserved. Salute.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I agree with you, man. I can only add to that, right? Nothing to take away from what you said. It's been a journey for Keyshawn, and we've witnessed it. But these interviews that he put out there. Let me shout out to Here for Boxing. Shout out to Here for Boxing for the support, man. The $5 holla says the Philadelphia Eagles, and I told you guys, on a daily basis, Here for Boxing will periodically come through and remind everybody, this month right here is a special month for anybody who's from Philadelphia. Shout out to the Philadelphia Eagles winning another Super Bowl, shining, this Super Bowl in particular. And Here for Boxing says the Philadelphia Eagles are the Super Bowl. I don't know what number that is.
59.
Is it 59? 59 champions, and Tank Davis is a duck. He got to add that in. He definitely had to add that in. We'll talk about all that, man. I definitely have some perspective on that. I'm getting to the place where I am becoming very impatient with as Tank Davis does his interviews and as he speaks more and more and more, the impatience starting, and we'll talk about it, right? But right now, like you said, Ray, let's focus on the matter at hand, which is Keyshawn Davis, who's doing what I believe boxing wants fighters to do. He's being that, right? And he's on this media tour now. He had this victory on Friday, and he's following up the victory, and he's taking advantage of the momentum. Salute SOB, salute. He's following He's following the momentum that he's built, and he's building off that momentum. So he goes on this media tour, and specific, with Ariel Helwani as well, and he speaks on all those things. He even speaks on Tank Davis and how, he's not going to continue to just keep calling this man's name out. And I agree with you 100%, Ray. Like, it's like people are trying to hold his feet to the fire because he didn't say Tank's name at his own event. It's interesting, you know what I mean? And the reason that it's interesting to watch people take that perspective, right? They choose to take that perspective on somebody who's been calling Tank's name out since God knows how long. When you guys were saying that it was clout chasing, that he shouldn't even be calling his name out. And now he's a champion on his night. Instead of him celebrating his championship, Instead of him celebrating what he's earned, he should commit time to making it all about Tank again. Somebody who said that he hasn't done nothing to earn an opportunity to fight him. I think it's interesting, but I think diving deeper into Keyshawn Davis's whole entire interview that I saw on Ari Helwani, one of the biggest things I was able to walk away with was the perspective, that Keyshawn kind of started sharing about his mental health and his battle with mental health and the things that he's been through. And the interview was so powerful because as Keyshawn was speaking, I started to roll down my mind all these other fighters that I've known, that we've all should know in the industry that have dealt with mental health. Getting punched in the head isn't a natural thing, right? Like, this is not what we're supposed to be doing, right? God didn't make us sitting here getting punched on our head. But on top of that, when you see how Jared Anderson is dealing with mental health, clearly, right? His lack of enchantment, he's disenchanted with the sport. Even with Gervonta Tank Davis, when he's in his interview speaking about how he's dealing with things he grew up with that he feels like has held him back as far as growing as a man, but are imperative for who he is in the ring. And he's conflicted, right? He's conflicted with how he's going to deal with those things because he feels like once he confronts these things in a professional space, that this can alter who he is in the ring. I thought that was interesting. Keyshawn put a lot of perspective on how fighters are dealing with it. But the difference, in my opinion, with Keyshawn and Tank, well, it's not my opinion, it's a fact, right? Is that Keyshawn's actually dealt with it. He's dealing with it. He's got the professional help. He's been on medication. He has this history, and it's actually ultimately made him a stronger person. And one might say or argue he couldn't even be who he is right now without facing those demons, right? Whereas Tank seems to have an idea of facing things like afterwards, right? Like, I'm not going to face none of these things. I'm going to internalize all of this until I'm actually done with boxing. In fact, this might be motivating me to retire from boxing earlier than what people might think I should be doing, because I'm choosing to confront these things, and I'm fearful of what that's going to look like in the ring, the version of me that's going to come out on the hindsight, on the back end of that in the ring. What do you think about that?
100%. I couldn't agree more. And I do think that he was out there trying to give that information out, that he's putting everything out in the forefront to do everything he needs to do. The way I think is brilliant for the sport. It's brilliant with what the young man is doing and how he's presenting it. He's definitely talking about his mental health and how it helped him grow. You know what I mean? And I like the fact that he's owning it. He's talking about his medication. He talked about it at a young age and how boxing saved him. These things are all important, Clay, and this is something that kids today need to listen to, or even the general public. Us ourselves. We all deal with things mentally, and sometimes can be overstressful. Hearing it from an athlete or a star only makes it surreal and more able to touch. You know what I mean? Pause. But those things like that are helpful. And it's not just him, like you said, you mentioned Tank Davis. We see Jared Anderson. It definitely looks like he's struggling with it. He doesn't want to own it. We've seen it with other fighters. Mike Tyson, deal with it, and how he says he wants to not be this guy anymore. He wants to give his kids this. Those things are all capturable moments. And these are things that we need to hold on to as we move forward in life as a people and as friends and fellow human beings to get to things straight. And I like what Keyshawn and the other fighters are doing, for real. That's a good move. I like it. Bring it up. Talk about it.
Yeah, man. I thought it was good, and it kind of speaks towards the way Keyshawn's been able to deal with, I don't want to say adversity. I mean, adversity is a good word to describe what he's dealt with in his life. But when you look at the big show against Gustavo Lemos that night, just dealing with that whole entire week, especially Gustavo Lemos coming in overweight, having his first home game, right? In Norfolk, a packed out stadium, all the lights. I mean, just what people would look at as pressure. And some people were worrying about that for him, right? Like, damn, man, this moment might overwhelm him, like especially fighting Gustavo Lemos coming in like 7 pounds overweight. How was he going to deal with all these things? Or even dealing with the recent antics as far as the watermelon and the bananas getting sent to him and, not being distracted. And I spoke about this specifically last week saying, man, I wonder if he's distracted, if he's not focused on what's in front of him, because that's probably the most important thing he needs to focus on. And when they tint the watermelon and the bananas, he's either going to bite into that, right? He's either going to drink that Kool-Aid and become like completely distracted by what's in front of him, or he was going to do what he ended up doing, which was he used it as motivation. It actually dialed him in my opinion. Dialed him right in onto Dennis Baranchek and dialed him into the moment about how important it was just to know that there were people out there that were going to try to derail his thought process and break up things, and how important it was and how much of a game changer he was getting ready to do if he was able to pull this off. You look at how he dealt with his mental health back in the day, and it lets you know why he is who he is today. And it makes me even have more faith in his future, because the big shows are ahead of Keyshawn, not behind Keyshawn. And Keyshawn is such a talented fighter. The only thing that probably will stop Keyshawn from getting to where he needs to get to will probably be what's going on between his ears, right? What's going on in his head, his ability to deal with that. And he's tapped in. He's shown that he's going to be able to deal with it. He's proven it. That's what got him through Gustavo Lemos. That's what got him through Miguel Medueno, what he calls his most difficult fight, the most competitive fight that he's had. And I got to agree. I believe that fight was the most physically demanding fight that he's ever been in. And he showed and proved that he's going to stand in the fire, and he's going to deal with his issues head on. He's not going to run from his issues. And we'll talk about the opposite side of that conversation a little bit later, obviously, right? But look, Keyshawn also shared his final thoughts on this whole Tank fight. He talked to the boxing space. He talked to Ariel Helwani. He talked to the Boxing Voice and said, listen, man, and you spoke on it a little bit earlier. He's done with chasing Tank around. He's not going to continue to sit here and campaign, running around asking for a fight, asking for a fight that he has no power to put together. What do you think about his whole entire perspective on that?
I actually thought that was a good remark, and I thought that's mature of him to say, like, look, I don't have to hold, the kettle to the fire, right? I don't. I got enough heat on my own. I can do it. I don't need to make people see that I'm chasing something and be cloudy, right? Because that's what I'm going to get called, a cloud chaser, and I don't need to get that energy. Right now, I think, as you just said, right, he's got the big shows coming, right? But he just lived his biggest moments, Clay. By living those moments, he dialed in and said, look, this is who I am. This is what I got. I'm a champion now too, so I share the ballroom with a Gervonta Davis. No, I may not be as big as him, as we say, fan-wise or in the ballroom. I may not have the biggest car that he has, but I'm also at that party, so I've been invited. So him thinking that is now I don't have to do the things and call-outs and things of that nature to put himself in position to allow himself to be considerably a clout chaser or somebody that needs to call out names that he don't need to call out, when he can move different directions and make a pathway himself and make his own career without being on the back of Gervonta Davis.
Yeah, listen, man, there comes a point in your career, in your life, where you start to become, bro, I'm not old, I guess, but I'm a grown man. I've seen a lot of things in my life, bro. I've raised children. I'm raising children. Listen, man, there's an old saying. I think it's the Alcohol Anonymous thing. I can't remember word for word, but God give me the strength to fix the things that I can, and leave everything else in his hand, basically, right? This is say that from Keyshawn's point of view, I completely felt where he's coming from. I'm not going to continue to do this. I'm not going to continue to chase this guy around and try to get a fight with this guy, and this guy gets to sit back and don't have to say nothing, and I start looking like I'm clout chasing. I'm not going to continue to do this, right? And I think a lot of those fighters are doing that. You see Shakur doing that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fighters. You see David Benavidez doing that with Canelo Alvarez. You see David Benavidez right now threatening to do that with the Beterbiev situation, just threatening or letting everybody knows that I'm not going to stay still on the back or on the idea of one fighter fighting me. If Beterbiev and Bivol is not available, I'm going to go to cruiserweight and fight Zurdo, right? Zurdo Ramirez. I did that with Canelo. That didn't benefit me. I stayed around maybe longer than I should have stayed around. It didn't benefit me. So I'm going to move on one way or the other. So with or without Canelo, I'm going to have a legacy. And I think Keyshawn is embracing that, right? He's embracing the idea that I'm going to be who I'm going to be, whether I fight Tank or not. Fighting Tank is a great thing. It's a payday. There's legacy in it. Tank is a face of boxing, face of 135 right now. It would benefit me greatly to get a fight with him. I've made it clear enough, though, at this point, through many other interviews, how I'm willing to fight Gervonta Tank Davis. He doesn't seem to think that I've earned the right to do it. You guys don't pressure him. You guys don't say, when you see him, you don't go, what about Keyshawn? He doesn't have to answer these questions. I'm not going to continue to answer those questions. If you didn't know and you're hiding under a rock, I'm very interested in fighting Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? I've communicated that every single way that I can communicate it on every platform that I've been on, to the point where people told me I was out of pocket. There's no secret about where I stand. But at this point, I'm looking past Tank. I'm looking at bigger fights, better things. I'm a big 135 pounder. I've got a future at 140. I got huge fights to make up there. I can unify, become a champion up there. The fans are building up around me, not based off of me fighting Tank. They're building around me based on how exciting my fights are. I haven't even fought Tank, and I'm getting the following I'm getting. I packed out the arena in my hometown. This is not about Tank. This is about Keyshawn, and we're not going to make this about Tank, because all that gets you is a lot of pushback from the fans and from the boxing space who say that you're trying to make a name off this man's back. So I think it makes complete sense the way he's carrying it. It makes complete sense, and I'm in total agreement with it. I'll be honest with you, I'm in total agreement with the whole boxing space, because Tank Davis is in a position to where they're giving him the name face of boxing. He's the A side to every single fight, big fight that there is out there to be made. He's a legitimate A side to every conversation. But this man refuses to even call out a fighter, right? He said in the interview, and we're going to talk on the interview and get deeper into his interview in particular, but just to say that he's made it very clear that he's not calling nobody out. He's not putting anything together. He's not he's never asked for a fight. And this goes into the conversation of, as far as people trying to push this narrative that he's sending offer to Shakur Stevenson. Well, how's he sending offers to Shakur Stevenson when he's letting you know that he's not sending offers to nobody, that he's not asking fights with anybody? So anybody who's in the conversation of fighting with Tank Davis, calling Tank Davis out has never shown or proven to be an effective way to get a fight with Tank. It just hasn't happened yet. Calling him out, constantly pushing the buttons, harassing him, calling for fights, going on platforms, doing interviews, talking about how you want to fight him, calling him scared, doing what, it doesn't matter what way you approach it, it has not manifested into a fight yet. So what's the point in doing it? I'm in total, like I'm on the same exact page with these guys. No, bro. When Tank wants to fight me, he'll send me the offer. He'll have his people reach out to my people and a fight to get coordinated. But until then, I'm not planning on fighting Tank. I got to plan on doing other fights that are going to make my career. I got to plan on doing other things. When he calls me, we'll deal with it at that point. You know what I'm saying? We'll deal with it at that point. And I completely agree with Keyshawn, because why? You're going to end up being completely drowned and caught up, and you're going to get completely, what's the word I'm looking for? Obsessed with fighting somebody who's not calling you out, and it's just going to get in your way of what you want to do in your career. So we got to sit back. Tank has to fight on March 1st coming. After the fight, he says he's going to make an announcement who he's fighting next, and that's when we'll know. And that person who he calls out will then jump on a campaign of going ahead to build a fight with Tank Davis. But until then, what sense does it make? What sense does it make? Just continue to do your career and move forward.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Like, I mean, you nailed it. And, you know, and let's just not forget, like what Tank said, he don't have to call them out. He lets the promoters work their magic, and he just gets in there and fights. I mean, out of his own mouth, right? That's what he said. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, with all due respect to both fighters, hey, man, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it is what it is. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, and I don't think they will either.
Right. It is. It definitely is what it is. I see Hoodred says, "Not. Do anybody want to bet that he call?" I'm sure he will, but until he does, I mean, it's just at that point with Tank, right? It's just wait for the call out. But people trying to jump on Keyshawn or Shakur and be like, "Oh, you ain't calling out Tank. Oh, you don't really, man. What are y'all talking about, bro? It doesn't work." Matter of fact, not only does it not get him a fight, Tank literally in that interview was basically saying that he ain't fighting some people because they're not calling him out right. So if you don't know the proper technique or the code or the proper knock at the door, or I don't know if he wants you to take a knee and you know what I'm saying, like, and ask you humbly, like, hey, I don't know if you gotta, like, I don't get the way you're supposed to ask him, but I'm on the same page as them. It's just too volatile. I'm going out the way. I'm gonna stay clean.
Yeah, I did get that energy. Like, yeah, you supposed to knock on my door, ring my doorbell, right? You ain't supposed to throw rock through my window or brick through my window and with a note talking about come outside. You're supposed to come up here and push me, you know what I mean, while I'm walking up the steps to my house. You're supposed to wait there and be nice about it. And then I'll come out and fight you. I gotta get my good shoes off, put my bad shoes on. You ain't give me a chance. Like, I'm not saying that's what he said, but that's kind of how it came out in the interview. But I hear you.
Canelo's done the same thing with David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? And they both leverage their value. And like Tank said, you know, I'm giving these guys a payday. I mean, it got deep, right? But what do you expect these fighters to do at the end of the day? Shout out to throwing some love up in the building, man. Salute, man.
Oh, shout out Swift in the building.
Yeah. And shout out to Swift, 3 month member, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Says, put that $20 holler in the building. Said, hate to say it, but Tank has no ambition besides not fighting the top guys in the lightweight division. The bag is bigger against the top guys. The legacy is bigger versus top guys. The spotlight is bigger versus top guys. The cojones are bigger. I agree with you 100%.
And I don't want to tap on Javante. We'll get there, but. Yeah, I like what he said. That's 100%, man. Truth in the building. What's up, Jose, man? Thank you for your responses and stuff in the text, man. I appreciate that, man, for the family. For real.
It is, man. Shout out to Everything Boxing. Keon, what's good, family? Keon said, Clay, I told you Key was going to destroy Barichek. You definitely did, fam. Man, I thought the fight was going to be a more competitive fight. I thought that Dennis would have handled the adversity better. But I'll be honest with you, man. Shout out to Showbiz as well. I think he hit it right on the nail, man. I think Dennis went into this fight scared. I think Keyshawn got in his head very early. I think those face-offs in the trade towers, wherever it was at, or wherever it was at, because the trade towers are down, so I don't know what tower he was in.
Yeah, Freedom Tower.
The Freedom Tower, okay, the new trade tower, right? I think that face-off kind of got into his head and his team's head. I think the weigh-in was diabolical for him. I think he had a hard time dealing with that. Even Keyshawn chasing him around a little bit at the weigh-in after he pushed Keyshawn off the stage, he kind of like ran to a degree. You know what I'm saying, from Keyshawn? I think he just...
Yeah, I don't know. That's what Keyshawn said. They pushed him in the back. They grabbed him right away, just security, and pulled him back into the net, and they dragged him out. If you watch it, they pulled Barichek. When he pushed him, they immediately grabbed him. The security people grabbed him and threw him to the back of the podium. Keyshawn was trying to get back there, and then one of the security guys like opened the curtain, and then they threw Barichek in the back. And I don't know, and that's when Keyshawn ran around. But I mean, I don't know what happened behind that curtain. I got to take Keyshawn's word for it because he said he went back there, he ran. So I don't know, but I see what happened in front of the curtain. And it was still crazy. I mean, trying to build a fight. Listen, did it work? Yes. I did think it was going to be a fourth round ending. I thought it would end early. I didn't see it going past 4. I just thought it was going to be a tad bit more competitive. I think he did enough to confuse Keyshawn a little bit early, but Keyshawn adapted well. And I love him. I don't love him. I love the fact that he listened.
Peace, frequent. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the support, man. Definitely. For the $5 holler, man.
Yeah. But go ahead, real quick.
I think it just all built up. You know what I mean? Just bottom line is whatever it was, by the time the fight started, you saw the physical language spoke for itself in the ring. Dennis did not want to deal with any of the smoke Keyshawn had going on. He looked like he was trying to ride the wave maybe for the first couple of rounds. Maybe he was just with this irky-jerky Israel Madrimov kind of approach. Keyshawn showed the poise. He did everything I wanted him to do. And that's why I got a lot of faith in what Keyshawn is doing right now, because every fight he gets better and he shows a different piece of the whole picture of what makes him a complete fighter. In this fight, it was all about the poise and the patience. It was waiting this dude out a little bit, picking his shots, and dealing with this dude who's jumping around the ring and ultimately trying to, bait him into something he didn't want to get involved in. He passed with flying colors, man. He did the job. He did the job. I mean,
he did.
Shout out, Keon, you definitely hit on nail. You said it was going to be a one-sided affair, bro. I knew Keyshawn was coming. I picked Keyshawn to win, but yeah, it was definitely a one-sided.
I don't know, man. I thought like did he win any rounds? No, but do I think he had his moments? Yeah.
What moment did Dennis Berinchyk have?
He was definitely catching Keyshawn. He confused him a little bit with the herky-jerky movement, man. He definitely did. Keyshawn said it himself. He said, "Yo, I didn't expect me to be this fast." And the herky-jerky movement confused me a little bit. He said it. I mean, regardless, it is what it is, bro.
Does it put him in the fight? If I come into the ring, right, and I do 3 cartwheels, and I go go, and I make you
laugh. First of all, I'll probably quit. I'll be like, "Yo, you won."
What I'm saying is, does that put me in the fight? Does that be like, yo, Clay was in the fight? So, yo, I ain't gonna lie, he was confusing the living daylights out of him for that 30 seconds, man. That was working. And the cartwheels, yo, bro, he kind of had something going on. If he could have maybe kept that going on,
but look,
no moments, bro. It was a one splash out, bro.
All right. So then Keyshawn said what Keyshawn said at the end in the post-fight interview in the ring was different than what I'm saying.
I don't care what he said. We watched.
Okay, so you don't care what the man says out of his own mouth. Okay.
What he said. What did you see?
I seen the same thing that he said.
Oh man.
Maybe I'm looking at it differently because I'm watching one fighters. I'm not watching one fighter. I don't know what. I don't know. I don't understand. Like,
look, had not one moment in the fight. He was leaking by the beginning of round 2. He was clipped and he was running for his life. Got knocked down. He got knocked down, and it wasn't considered a knockdown, right? But he got hurt to the body.
Yeah, it was a little. I don't know what that was. Yeah.
The writing was on the wall. Like, you saw it. He's about to go. I've never seen Dennis Berinchyk not one moment in that fight, ever.
I didn't say he was in the fight. I said he had a moment. Having a moment doesn't mean you're in the fight. That means that you made some good connections. That means you made yourself known in the ring. The fighter had to adjust to you. Yes, that did happen. He did have to make an adjustment. He did get licked a little bit. Keyshawn got licked a little bit. He said it. He was faster than I thought he was. He got a couple good shots in.
My mom would say right now, I'm loving him.
Okay, yeah.
Wash my hands. You got it, bro. We all seen things. We all seen things differently.
Look. I'm Ray Charles now.
Yeah. I don't know. That fight was a complete one-sided flash out. But it is it is what it is. But yeah, man. Keyshawn's final thoughts on Tank Davis, man. You can't fault the man. What I was in complete agreement with him, bro. And you know, Tank is either going to bring his career. These next few fights that Tank has is either going to bring this whole entire crazy ride full circle, or it's really going to one way or another is going to bring this crazy ride full circle. It's coming to the end. You know, Tank fans for a long time have communicated and pushed back at the idea and saying, be patient. He's going to fight all these people. He's going to make these fights. We've all been patient. I've been exceptionally patient with Tank Davis, with his journey coming from where he's coming from. And you know, shout out to that interviewer who was interviewing him the other day. I can't remember his name. Oh my God, something Allen. Something. Yeah. I want to shout him out because he really did a great job. The people who Tank has chosen to sit in front of and do these interviews. I know the first one. Was Yachty, but the second one was I gotta give this guy his props, man. Let me not play with his face, bro. Hold on. Pull him up right now.
Jay Hill.
Jay Hill? Yeah, Jay Hill. Shout out to Jay Hill. Great job dealing with that interview. And you know, clearly, I don't want to say he's a Tank fan. He's definitely respects Tank on a high level. He comes from the same city, Baltimore, you know what I'm saying? And he is a fan of Tank, but I don't want to make him sound like that because that kind of dismisses his credibility in having the kind of interview that he did have, which is he confronted Tank on the issues. He spoke to him. He spoke directly to the issues. He didn't let Tank get away with certain answers. He doubled down when he didn't get the answer that he felt like the people wanted. He represented the people in that interview in a real good way, man. He did a real great job on that interview. But, you know, even giving Tank the respect of how he feels about where he's come from to be where he's at, that in his own right, he's a success and nobody can't take that from him. And I'm okay with that, right? in Tank's personal life, coming from the neighborhood he came from, coming from the background that he came from, his journey, most people from his area's journey didn't end up like Tank, right? Tank ended up on a brighter side of things. You know what I mean? He's wealthy. He's not living in that neighborhood. He's been able to change his family's life. I can respect that. You know, I genuinely can. But I think it's important to understand for the Tank fans that I'm only really interested in boxing when it comes to the topic of Tank Davis, right? Like, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the boxing, right? And that's very important to understand, because when it comes to the actual boxing, Tank hasn't checked certain boxes for me. And I don't want my opinion on how much I need from him in boxing for me to give him the accolades that everybody wants to give him, to dismiss the victory he's had in his personal life and where he's at today. I can respect that, but at the same time, when it comes to the boxing, the conversation of boxing, I'm not taking into consideration, you know, the journey as far as where he could have been dead or in jail or violent, or, you know, all the different things that can happen from the hood taking over, right, swallowing you up and you not making it out. I can give him that credit, but when we're talking about boxing, no, I'm not there yet. I'm not, and that interview did not help me. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that as time goes by. We'll dive a little bit deeper into that. But right now, focusing on Keyshawn, those are his final thoughts on Tank. I thought that was significant. I thought he answered the questions well, and I thought he gave the right answers, because that focus that I'm talking about, that ability to dial in, that's Keyshawn showing you, I'm not going to let this guy trick me out of everything else I got going for me in boxing. Everything I got going for boxing is not going to revolve around you, brother. So when you send the offer, we'll deal with it at that point. As a matter of fact, when asked what future plans he had, he spoke about potentially linking up with this fighter right here, Isak Pitbull Cruz, in the coming months, right? He said, listen, man, I can see this fight being a big fight. I think a lot of people would love to see it. Action-packed fight. I think the big thing with Isak Cruz and Keyshawn Davis would be, where would the fight happen at? Keyshawn talking about going to 140, and I think that would be, you know, probably the topic at hand. He also spoke about Andy Cruz a little bit, right? He spoke about Andy Cruz and fighting Andy Cruz before he leaves 135 pounds. I'm sure a lot of fans of boxing were relieved to hear that he planned on dealing with Andy Cruz before he left 135. So that fight is a legitimate fight, probably the Andy Cruz fight, the winner of Raymond Moratala and Abdulev, Zauro Abdulev, or you know, Vasily Lomachenko if he returns. And then Isak Cruz might be the introduction to Keyshawn Davis to 140 pounds. What do you think?
Well, Andy Cruz might get a title shot before Raymond Moratala if it's up to the sanctions. If it's not up to the sanctions, it may be Raymond Moratala, being that the IBF is Vasily Lomachenko's. Andy Cruz skipped Raymond Moratala in the lineup, so they might be trying to pursue this fight for a unification fight later this year. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll see if Loma's going to hold on to the title, make a defense, drop and retire. All that makes a lot of sense. As far as him dealing with the boxers that come in front of him, that's what you're supposed to do. I mean, that's no different than what, again, Gervonta said the other day, right? Whoever they put in front of him, I'm going to fight him. I mean, it's cool. Same thing with any other fighter that says this. Keyshawn is showing, like I said, he's showing a lot of heart and a lot of promise as a young fighter. The Andy Cruz thing would be big. I just hope it's some type of unification or some type of really big bout at the end of the year. I think Andy Cruz definitely need to get a fight or two more in before the end of the year. Maybe December to get it on and see some fireworks happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. Andy Cruz, he's right there though. Andy Cruz is right there. He needs to stay busy. He's right there. I think he's on the verge of getting a title shot. You know, I could see Andy Cruz getting a shot at least at an interim title before the end of the year, if not an actual title.
He got an interim now.
He has an interim title where?
Yeah, I think he got like one of those, like, you know, they don't call them interims. They call it the third title, I would say, but
like a silver belt or something.
Got the highest belt before the interim is introduced into the arena.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah, I am aware of that. So we'll see what he ends up doing. How long do you think Keyshawn stays at 135 though?
Oh, next year.
So like in the next year,
he's making weight easy. He's definitely making weight easy. A lot of people see him as this big fighter. I don't see him as big as other people see him in the ring. Pause. So I think he's definitely can give it another year before he really has to move to 140. Not even have to move. Wants to move to 140 because there's nothing else there for him to accomplish or for him to take on. It depends because I think Keyshawn is the much heavier fighter, believe it or not. Just Keyshawn, I just think he's just a taller fighter, so he looks bigger than he actually is. I mean, if you look at him with the Maduerno, how small did he look in with Maduerno? And then you look at Maduerno when he fought Duarte, and Maduerno looked like Keyshawn did with him in the ring. You know what I mean? So you can see the difference. You know what I mean? Keyshawn's not as super Saiyan or whatever you want to call it, guy that he said that they think he is. He's reasonable, but he's definitely in the division of 135 right now. I don't see him jumping up anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. We can segue into I mean, future wise, it looks like he might go back and forth a little bit. He's looking for the bigger fights that could be made. He's looking to fight Isak. He said in April. He thought that'd be a great time. I don't know how much legitimacy. That's just him speaking as to what he would like to do, not what he's going to do. I don't know if that means Isak Cruz would be a 140-pound fight for him, or if you would be talking about bringing Isak back to 135 to fight him. I don't know if that's what he was talking about. I thought that'd have been interesting if Ariel or whoever was interviewing to ask him about where he would want to fight Isak at. You know what I mean? Like, where would that fight happen at? Especially now that you're the WBO champion. But Keyshawn's looking to make big fights, right? Exciting fights, and he's made it clear, in my opinion, that his campaign at 135 is going to be a limited one. He doesn't plan on hanging there forever. His move will be 140. It looks like the questions are getting answered as far as how him and Shakur were going to deal with their 135-pound issue, that the little love triangle going on at 135. It looks like Keyshawn's going to be the one to move on, right? Would you say that at this point?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I said. I think next year. I think he got another year. I think probably mid-26 he make his debut. As far as him fighting, maybe he does it now. Maybe he's like, yo, listen, I already got a title here. No need for me to stay here. I can move up, go challenge up there. I mean, he can make 140 easy. You know what I mean? I don't see that. And I don't see him dragging Pitbull down. I think Pitbull wants to come back down. He's accustomed to 140. He's been up there for 3 or 4 fights. Why would he come back down? That doesn't make any sense, in my opinion, for Pitbull to come back down. But, I mean, it is what it is.
Right. No doubt. We got some more people in the building. Let me highlight them, man. They all coming in.
Gentle one, yo. I'm getting all these nicknames today. What's
everybody?
Gentile or gentle? Which? Okay, after Gentile. Okay, got it. Right. No,
I'm trying. Yeah,
salute. We got Big Dre in the building. Rick Timms. You know what I mean? A couple shout outs. Mike S. We already shouted him. L Dub in the building. You know what I mean? Scared all these guys to shout outs. Ralpha 32 in the building. Dragonfly Jones in the building. You know what I mean? Ross Clock, of course, in the building because he told me I look like Ray Charles. It's just a pun on Sugar Ray Leonard. But we got it. You know what I mean? I got you.
Right. Let me see. We got RC in the building as well. Thomas Hill in the building as well. Shout out to Thomas Hill in the building. Hunter Young in the building for show.
It's funny.
Yeah, Rick Timms in the building. Okay. Over everybody, 140 and under, metal yellow, first red, I guess. Shout out to Big Dre in the building, man. JBT in the building today, man. Shout out to the JBT in the building, period, bro. Right? My brother Fly Frequency in the building. Going down to, Beth Anyala in the building, Mike S in the building. I think I already called you out, Mike, right? Slick Talk Richie in the building. Salute, King. L-Dub Boxing, of course. In the building. Says, I think, what does he say here? I think people will fight the winner of Alberto Puello and Sandro Martin winner. Yep. Really? Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Dragonfly Jones in the building. I'm trying to get through everybody I've seen here, man. If I haven't said your name, man, salute to you, man. Or you can say something again in the chat. but we did get a little behind on shouting out everybody who was in the building. Salute to Detroit PC in the building.
Dr. Young, peace.
But let's keep on moving on through these topics, and everybody's talking about it, but I'm gonna hold off on talking on Tank for a second. Shout out to Tank, of course, you know what I mean. But also in the news, shout out to Najee from Cigar Talk. Did bring Terrence Crawford in and have an interview with Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford, an introvert by nature as well. You know, he always out there supporting his bros, right? His younger brothers, you would say, as far as Shakur is concerned, as far as Keyshawn is concerned, right? Steve Nelson, if you see those guys fighting, Terrence is going to be in the building. And of course, he was in the building Friday night. And Najee, you know, from New York, wasn't going to allow Terrence to be in his city, not getting an opportunity to sit down with the champ and talk to him. And he had a great conversation, talked about a bunch of things, right? Talked about specifically legacy and money, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, right? And he talked about Tank Davis, talked about his, you know, funny little stories of him and Trey Songz kind of getting into it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Did you get a chance to see that interview?
Still didn't catch it, Clay. I ended up getting a conversation with my wife about something, so didn't get to tap in. You know, I was trying to watch it all morning. I've been talking about it. Right. I will say it's pretty interesting, though. I didn't even get to catch a clip, but I do know that there was a report on Twitter that I got during my situation yesterday. You know what I mean? And I seen, like, F this dude, raccoon eyes, doing this. I'm like, what? What's going on? And here for boxing that they put me on this morning to really what happened. So, I mean, yeah, it was based on that interview with Bud. So definitely got to hear what's going on.
Yeah, right. Shout out to Swift 718 with the $2 in the building. Said, would Oscar cash in with Zepeda's title shot versus Key? That's a good question because I wonder where William Zepeda sits right now as far as when I look on I gotta look, but where did he's still not, he's not, right?
He's still interim, so he can't. He has a title. He's not. He can't. Yeah, he can't even drop the belt because he's not ranked anymore.
Exactly. That's what I figured, man. I don't think he can do that. Swift. I don't think he's available. He has those options in front of him. Good question though. Shout out to Band Up. What's good, family? Yeah, man. I don't think that's possible right now. But yeah, Crawford's interview was a good interview, man.
He can't get sent an offer though, Clay. He can still get sent an offer because he's a champion. You know what I mean?
Right.
So okay. He can get sent an offer for the fight, and it will trump. You wrote it down when I said Key beats Denise. I wanted to see Tank fight. Now I wanted to see Tank fight. Hopefully, Key wasn't lying about Tank team reaching out to him. Who said that?
I don't know. But the interview with Terrence was a good interview. You know what I'm saying? Terrence, you know, getting asked a lot of questions based on the way he saw this fight with him and Canelo and the reason behind the fight with Canelo and the things that were driving him to do it. And of course, I'm a Terrence Crawford fan. The kind of fighter you want other fighters to be like, you know what I mean? He really does carry it the way I think boxers should be carrying it, which is always trying to find the biggest challenge. You know what I mean? You know, trying to get the accolade, trying to fight for the belts. Came in with the ingredients, or I'll say better yet, came in with the idea of what being a great boxer was going to be and followed through with it all the way to this point in his career where he's looking at getting in the ring with Canelo Alvarez and what was driving him. Just for the challenge, the purpose of challenge, and obviously the money is definitely there. It's the biggest fight to be made, not only for the money, because I think if Terrence Crawford was exclusively trying to just make the money, he could have taken that fight with Conor McGregor. He could have gotten involved in a lot of antics in boxing and made money. I think it was deeper than money for him. I think for him, it's not only the money, the legacy has to be there. Canelo Alvarez is not the face of boxing because of how much money only he brings to the table, but also because of the legacy that he's made for himself, being a multiple division champion and undisputed champion at 168. And like he said, his ability to go to 168 and beat Canelo Alvarez and become an undisputed champion at 168, it would immortalize him. It would immortalize him in a boxing space. What do you think, Ray, at the end of the day, as far as Terrence accomplishing that? What does that bring to Terrence Crawford's legacy?
A lot. I think being that you take on the road work, as you say, and collect your checks, I think it means a lot more than, what I mean, as you're getting your rewards, employees of the month, or whatever the case may be. There's a higher and more honorable way of saying, look, man, my legacy is here. My legacy is building myself up from the bottom up, as opposed to going in there and looking for the biggest payday because I went to school and had to work for it, and you're just gonna give me this cash. I earned the cash now. I earned this. I mean, I didn't put that first. I put legacy first. I put my career first, my skills first. I wanted the world to see who I was, and I think him saying things like that gives a real idea of who Bud is. I mean, he's not a glamour hog. He's not a guy that wants to be in the spotlight. He doesn't need all the attention. He just wants what's in front of him, which is wins, being the best, the drive, and ultimately a championship and whatever comes with it. And I respect that.
Right. Yeah, I think Terrence's perspective was pretty clear on that, man. Appreciated that perspective, and obviously he spoke on Tank. Expressed his indifference with Tank. Said that he just kept it 100. Say he don't like Tank, right? He just said on a personal level, just his interactions with him haven't been the best interactions, but he respects him as a fighter. You know what I mean? And the skill set that he does have and that he brings to the table, and I think a lot of people have a hard time dealing with being able to respect a fighter for what he can do in the ring, but at the same time not be in agreement with personal choices he might be making, you know what I mean, and separating those things from each other. Him and Tank clearly bumped their heads a little bit in the past few months, you know what I'm saying, just between Twitter and who knows what kind of interactions they've had outside of Twitter. I remember when he won against Errol Spence and kind of like throwing shots a little bit at Terrence, and Terrence kind of inviting him to well, let's do something at 147. Let's make it happen. I'll hang back for you. You know what I mean? I'll hang back and we can see if I'm really like, legitimately food or whatever have you, how you would describe what you think you can do to me.
Mm-hmm.
He also spoke on Tank as far as Tank's willingness to move out of his weight class. I thought that was an interesting part of the conversation as well. He referred directly back to Tank and just kind of was like, yeah, when I'm doing Tank, I'll never go up to 154. He says, you know what I mean? They asked him about 147. He's like, I don't know about 147. But I think he wanted to say that as well, that Tank wouldn't do that. Just separating himself as far as the conversation of boxing legacy. What do you think about that? Well, you didn't hear him say that, but what do you think about him going up to 168 and Tank's, maybe not even willing to go to a 147 to do something great?
I think it's hilarious because whether Tank does that or not, right? He just said that he'll fight somebody at 190 last night. I mean, even though he's not a real boxer, but he's a boxer because he's in the gym. I think it's funny in the sense of challenging yourself and putting yourself first and pushing yourself to the limit is great. Gervonta has done some things that was incredible, right? He called out Conor Benn, who was a 147-pounder fighter, because he wanted to get in the way of the situation that Bill walked into the dressing room and had a conversation with the team. He's been on record of saying that he beat up Sean Porter, who was definitely bigger than 147 when he sparred him, but he beat him up in sparring. So he's on record for saying that he beat up guys that were 147 or above. Tank even walked around at 170 at one point, if I'm not mistaken, before he really went on his hell kick and was walking and got back into shape. So what Bud is saying is he hasn't challenged himself, right? He went to 140 once, and I can give him the respect and honor of going to 140 and making that fight. But Tank was quick to also give feedback saying that he don't like it up there. It's not something that he would like to do often. Not saying that he wouldn't do it again because he obviously called out fighters. But I respect that. I mean, he knows his limits, right? Bud doesn't seem to have a limit. Bud wants to be dare to be great. And then again, on his side of the street, there's nothing wrong with that. I just think they're two different elements. And of course, they're just going to conversate. The best person to ask this question is Rick Timms, who's a fan of both, like literally a fan of both. You know what I mean? This is a conflict in himself right now. So he would be the one to answer that question really good. You know what I mean? So it's interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I thought the interview was good, man. It's good to kind of get an idea what these fighters are thinking, and Bud was communicating how he thought. I think that at the end of the day, when it comes to the topic of Terrence Bud Crawford, in and outside the ring, the man is I'm always willing to celebrate him in and out the ring. The way he's a father to his kids, the way he's a husband to his wife, and the way he's a champion in the sport, and what he tries to bring to boxing space. It's been an uphill battle to say the least with him. And he spoke about the relationship that the PBC had with, the reason why the bigger fights weren't made, the reason why he didn't fight a Danny Garcia or a Keith Thurman, right? The reason why it took so long for an Errol Spence fight to happen, that they were locking down, especially 147 pounds, had that division on lock. And, they basically made it impossible to get a big fight unless you signed to them, right? Unless you worked with them exclusively, they weren't going to make these fights available. But still being able to make things happen on his own accord and be where he's at today, dealing with his money and the way he's invested, the way he's been invested, the way he's always been making money. And even Bob Arum spoke on it, right? That he's been paying Bud, extremely high bags of money and not, seeing the returns on the money. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. What else did Bud talk about, man? Oh, of course he spoke on Shakur Stevenson. You know how he feels about Shakur at the end of the day. He feels like he's the best fighter in the damn planet. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, with the whole Shakur Stevenson situation, we're going to talk about that a little bit later too, because listen, he's shown all the signs of being somebody who's confident about what he's going to do in that ring, but I am still nervous about what we're going to see from him. I'm still very confident he wins that fight, but I'm nervous about the performance. And that's going to end up looking like, you know what I'm saying? Let me see here. Let's see here. Swift 718 in the building, drops another $5 holla in the building. Salute, Swift. Supporting the channel, you know what I mean? Putting color in the chat. I appreciate you. Guys, don't be scared to support the channel. You know what I mean? Put a little color in there. It always makes it look better. Always helps the channel to move on and get better and do other things. So I appreciate the support whenever it comes in. Swift 718 says, many props for having the best morning time quality interactive boxing program with intelligent discourse and interesting topics. Keep killing it. Man, thanks, Swift. It means a lot, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. But let's creep into the Gervonta Tank Davis interview, man. I'm sure everybody's dying to hear our opinions on what we saw in that interview. It's right. There it is right there.
Yeah.
Band up. There it is right there. You know what I mean? You see it? Matter of fact, boom. There it is right there at the bottom. So I can pull it down and do this. Boom. Hold on a second. Do this, do this, do this. There, right there at the bottom, man. I'm going to hit you with summer when I get it. Oh, yeah, no doubt, band up. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. But yeah, man, Gervonta Davis speaks on everything. We talked about it a little bit already, but obviously this is Tank's moment right now. We're gonna focus our energy on the Tank Davis interview right now. I'm sure Hood Rich is in the building. And shout out to Hood Rich who gave us a heads up that Tank had a couple of interviews that was getting ready to come out. I think this is the one though he was talking about, in my opinion, that was getting ready to come out.
Yeah.
That's why he said it was going to be a couple of days. And the other one, I don't think he knew was getting ready to come out. But
yeah, he didn't expect that. Which I think I may even mentioned. I said it seemed like this one, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think I talked to you. I said I think this interview was the first interview. The other one was made after, but it just got released before this one. But hey, and it seems to be that way. Like time sense wise, it just seems to be like that's the order it was. It just came out backwards. Yeah.
Well, I'll just ask you straight up. What'd you think of the damn interview?
I thought it was, I was on Key Channel. I'm going to start there. Last night I was on ETB and I told him, I said, I think it was honesty, right? I think it wasn't as transparent as I wanted it to be, but it was honest.
Mm-hmm.
It stuck to telling how he feels, giving to you what he's thinking, answered all the questions to a point. You know what I mean? That's where the transparency came in. But he was able to deliver some sense of where he's going and how he wants to end up, right? He's unsure about retirement. He wants to retire. He thinks he's going to do it, but you never know. We'll get into that. But there was just a lot of, I think it was pretty decent. I think the guy did a great job pointing the questions out and forcing some of the answers out of Gervonta.
Yeah, Devontae definitely had moments where you saw he was being real secretive. Things that you saw that he didn't want to comment on. And like I said, shout out to, you said Jay something,
Jay Hill.
Jay Hill. Shout out to Jay Hill. He kind of, stayed consistent with trying to get the information. He put the fans on the table as well, as far as like, I know people want to know these answers. So I'll push back a little bit harder to make these get these answers as close to these answers that we can get. And I agree with you. I think Tank was being very honest. And I think his fans, as I was watching the interview, I was saying to myself, I hope his fans are listening with an honest ear as well. And the reason I say that is because the growth of boxing as a boxing fan is the most important thing to me when it comes to boxing, making it better, making it bigger than it is. Pause. If I need to put a pause there for the people in the building who need to hear it. And to me, as I'm watching the interview, I was asking myself as he was asking the questions, answering the questions, how is any of this helping boxing become bigger and better? Like what parts of this interview are telling me or giving me the tells on Tank Davis saying, this is my idea of how boxing gets better, or what I want to do for boxing, or you know what I mean? Just at what point in the conversation was that going to happen? And I really didn't see it coming full circle when it came to that conversation. I really heard a lot of what he's well within his right to do. Me. Right? And I feel like boxing has been pretty good to Tank. I don't know how everybody else feels. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure people will say that boxing has been mean to Tank, that people have, quote unquote, been hating on Tank. I think Tank spoke in the interview about people wanting him to lose. And I'm sure those things are legit. I'm sure all these fighters, have haters. Fans want to see their fighters win. And if you could potentially fight against their fighters, they're going to want to see you lose. So he was right to a degree. But I think for the most part, if Tank looks back at boxing and looks at his lifestyle and how well he's doing in his life, the money he's made, the idea that he's the face of boxing is based off of boxing loving him, right? Without the belts, without the accolades, without the all the things that other fighters have had to do to get that recognition. Boxing's allowed him to be one of the highest paid fighters in the game, highly sought after, highly viewed, packed out seats, like his fans will tell you all the time, putting asses in seats. I think boxing has done right by Tank. And I asked myself after I watched that interview, what has Tank done right by boxing? You know what I mean? I had to ask myself that in all honesty. And hating him as well. I mean, I hear you, Thomas Hill, but like I said, after I finished watching that whole interview, just being very honest, he gets a lot of love. And the idea that there's a campaign to derail that being bigger than the reality, which is boxing has embraced Tank since Tank was introduced to us by Floyd Mayweather, right? But since that's happened, since that day, Tank has been one of the most sought after fighters in the game. If Tank is truly going to, and I'm going to move the needle to go into the final thoughts, my final thoughts on Gervonta Tank Davis. And this is legitimately my final thoughts on him, right? If Tank Davis is done with boxing, if he's done this year, no matter what, these next couple of fights are going to speak volumes about what his career has culminated to. Because I know a lot of people want to put a lot of emphasis on the Jose Pedraza fight, on his Leo Santa Cruz fight, on his fight with Ryan Garcia, Mario Barrios. These are the biggest fights, right? When Tank was asked what was his biggest fight he's ever had, the most significant fight he's ever had, he said Ryan Garcia. the next couple of fights are going to make all of that make sense and culminate to something, or it's truly going to be. And I know people, you guys have your own personal opinions, right? But this is what I believe boxing will turn its back on Tank. I think boxing in general will say that was a career that could have been way better than it was. That we gave him everything. We made him high. We paid him the highest bags. We got him to the point to where other fighters had to become champions. They had to unify. They had to challenge themselves in great ways. We gave him the benefit of the doubt and said, man, off the eye test, this man is one of the best to ever do it. We know he hasn't fought the fights we want him to fight, but we're counting on the fact that he will. And I think boxing will look back at him if he doesn't make these fights happen, at least some of them happen, and they're going to say when he could have, he didn't. When it was on, when he had the ball, this is what he did with it. When it was no Floyd, when it was no Leonard, when it was time to him to make the decision as to what was going to happen and the options were there, he freely chose not to instead of doing it. And I think they're gonna put shade on his career.
100%.
Even with the way he dealt with when he was asked the questions about fighters calling his name out when they got fights. Brother, you're the ASAP. You put an offer out there, Shakur's not fighting Joe Cordina. And Shakur's not saying, I would fight you, but I got to fight with Joe Cordina.
Or is it paid?
And you got to show me him doing that. I don't want to hear the make-believe stories about how he can't make a fight because these guys have 2-3 fight deals already in place. Bro, that's all BS, bro. Anybody, if that's the narrative you guys want to push, I'm okay with it. That's the way you see it, right? But I don't see it that way. I believe if Tank calls up Shakur to make a fight, that's going to be the next fight Shakur has. I don't care that Shakur said that he's going to fight Williams Zepeda next, and then he's going to do. I don't care if he calls and if he sends an actual offer. If he has Al Heyman or whoever represents his interest at PBC or TGB Promotions to formally send a official offer, we have interest on making this next fight with you. I believe the negotiations will begin, and I believe everything that Shakur Stevenson has told the boxing space he has planned for his future will be on hold, and that fight will become Shakur Stevenson's priority. I believe the same thing with Keyshawn. I believe the same thing with Teofimo. I believe the same thing with all the big fights that boxing want to see with Tank. The idea that I'm not going to even try because I'm already knowing what the result's going to be is disingenuous. It's not even palatable on a, I see how he could think that. It's absolute nonsense. Look it up, the definition, if you don't know what that means. That's what that actually is in real time. For somebody who just has a mind who's capable of using their critical thinking skills, who's not lying to themselves, know that those aren't legitimate excuses, what he was saying on that show yesterday. They just weren't. They're not legitimate excuses. Following that up with, I don't go to make fights. I don't ask for fights. It's getting to a point, and you start to understand and realize why he's been so quiet and why Floyd and Leonard and all of them were carrying it the way they were carrying it with him, as far as limiting his speaking opportunities, because he God bless him, because he is honest. He's so transparent, but he may be being transparent to a fault. It may be hurting him speaking so frankly about the way he feels about boxing and the way he feels about what he's done and the way he feels about making these fights. It could actually be hurting. But I'll tell you what, though, the decisions he makes in the future are going to be what's telling. What happens on March 1st on his call out, what happens for the rest of this career that he has until he actually retires from the sport that he says he plans on retiring, and this is his last year, which he's doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on. I hear a lot of the fanatics talking about they don't expect him to retire. He's just doing this. He's done everything that he can to communicate that he's retiring. Everything in his power, every bit of his voice that he has when he's asked, y'all, that's happening. Even if it's going to be a break, right? Even if it's going to be a retirement for a temporary amount of time, like how T.O. did it, like how Floyd has done it. Maybe he's going to do that, right? Maybe he'll retire for a year. He'll wait for things to kind of build up and kind of jump it back in the game. That's very realistic. But right now, dealing with what we're looking at in front of us, his next few choices are going to be, they're going to speak volumes, bro. In my personal opinion, Tank owes boxing more than what I saw in that interview. And the idea that the picture is going to be painted that he's done enough. Yeah, you did enough for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And I can respect that. You did enough for yourself. But for boxing, I'm sorry. I got to push back at that.
Mm-hmm.
I got to push back at that. And I see you, Mike, saying Tank don't owe boxing nothing. That's okay.
That's fair.
That's okay.
But he doesn't know his fans nothing either. He said that as well. He literally said he did it for him. Nobody else.
But he will be judged accordingly. He doesn't owe no, but he will be judged accordingly, bro. And that's what people are going to have to understand. That's also part of it. He doesn't have to do nothing. But boxing historically will look back at Tank Davis. If he chooses to carry that energy, they'll say that man had a lot of talent, but he did nothing for the sport.
Mm-hmm.
I may be wrong. We'll see what happens.
Right.
I hope that the call outs he makes on March 1st and the fights that he makes on this year brings this full circle to something more positive. But I wasn't very impressed, and I wasn't very hopeful on the end of that interview. It didn't bring a lot of hope to me about what we can expect from him for the rest of this year.
Correct.
You know what I mean? It is what it is. 2 cents, you're right, bro. You're right, bro. You're right. You're right. We got to stop doing it. And listen, like, shout out to Showbiz again. And shout out to other content creators who spoke frankly on this. I'm not on the hate train for Tank, but we do need to stop talking about that man like that. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop speaking about him like that. We need to acknowledge the ceiling that he's made for himself and hold him where he wants to be held at. Because you're right, 2 cents. We are putting him on a pedestal. We're doing it. You're right.
Right.
We do it to our own fault. To our own fault. To our own fault. We do that. And we need to stop doing that. It is
with the hate or not. I mean, it's going to come with hate, right? Because you just say that, but it's 100%. This whole interaction was informative, is the word I'm going to use. It was very informative.
One time with Hunter Young, right? This statement right here, right? This is what I'm talking about. He said it. He typed it, right? No, look.
Screenshot.
Shout out to Hunter Young, right? Like, I've talked to you on this channel. I've seen your face. I know you're a mature, grown man. I see you doing grown things. I know you're not the regular Tank fan, right? But look what he just wrote here. Right? He says his fans want to see him KO fighters. They don't care who. Y'all talk boxing every day, but can't see the difference between a superstar and a regular star.
Word.
You know who's a superstar in boxing? Jake Paul.
Jake Paul.
Based on what you just said right here, based on what you just said right here, Jake Paul is a superstar.
Yep.
Because you did not 100%. Say, because you didn't sit here and say Tank fans want to see Tank being competitive fights, or they want to see. You didn't say that. You said his fans want to see him KO fighters, and then you added they don't care who. And that, my friend, respectfully, that is the problem with the Tank fans today. And I'm gonna be honest with you. hardcore boxing fans, statements like that make hardcore boxing fans look forward to his retirement.
Wow.
They can't wait. They can't wait for him to move on so that we can get back to competitive boxing. Because if the fans of Tank only want to see him KO fighters and they don't care who, then what Paulie Malignaggi said was true. You guys want to see the python eat the chicken. You don't care about the fight. It don't got to be competitive. You guys are the same people who will go out, tie a deer to a tree, go back 50 yards, pull your rifle off, shoot that deer right in his head, and call yourself a hunter. Well, call yourself a hunter. Deer never had a damn chance. And that's the problem right now. Right there with what you said. I hold indifference with what you said right there. And I think, and once again, just like Tank Davis has been very honest in his interviews and transparent, Tank fans have no problem being transparent. But just like I said for Tank, you might be being transparent to a fault because boxing ain't about that. Boxing ain't about that. Under those rules, Jake Paul is a superstar in boxing.
The best boxer in the world.
It is what it is. I didn't say it. But I thought it was significant that you would put that up there and that you would say that because how significant and honest and transparent of you for you to communicate what it is. And then when you add it at the end, y'all talking boxing every day, but can't see the difference between a superstar and a regular star. That was prolific as well, because what you're letting me know in that statement is Tank is not a boxer. He's a entertainer. He's a Jake Paul. He's a personality in boxing. He's a symbol in boxing. He's not really there. We shouldn't be holding him to the same standards that we hold Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns, Marvis Marvin Hagler, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, Evander Holyfield, Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather. We're not supposed to hold him to because nobody watched Floyd Mayweather just to see him KO the people who he fought, and we definitely cared who he fought. We definitely cared who Evander fought. We cared who Riddick Bowe fought. We cared. We cared.
Tommy Morrison.
We cared about what all these fighters fought, bro. It is what it is. That was a statement. My bad for cutting you off, Ray.
No, that's cool.
I like that because that was really that was very interesting of him to put that down there.
It's so hard, Clay. Pause. It's so hard that these, man, I feel I need to do that today, but to not look at these interviews and take these things away from it. Both interviews were very informative to what he wants and as a fighter. This is something that I've been saying, you've been saying, and the fact that we've been defending these points as boxing fans, not as haters, not as detractors, not as people that have been trying to push some type of narrative to make this guy look like he's the worst person in boxing. Clearly his background. I think we actually got 2 super chats. Go ahead, go with the super chat real quick.
Swift 718 with the $10 holla. Salute. Said Tanks owes boxing with capital letters nothing, but he owes the paying consumer. The marketplace demands a certain product, and Tank is selling everything but capital letters that product at a high premium at that. I agree with you 100%, man. I agree with you 100%. But I'll tell you what, Swift, the boxing consumer that's paying for it is getting what they want clearly. And that's what needs to change in boxing to a large, like I said, hardcore boxing fans, a lot of us, it's up to us, because I'm definitely including myself, are very okay and ready to see Tank retire. It's not a problem. I hope he has a great 2025, but with that mentality, that hurts boxing. That hurts boxing. In the next generation, I pray they don't carry that same energy. I pray that us paying fans matter in the big picture of the fights that are made. The competitive nature of the sport matters. Shout out to Keyshawn. Shout out to Abdullah Mason. Shout out to Terrence Crawford. Shout out to David Benavidez. Shout out to the guys out there who are going out their way to make the biggest fights possible out their way. Shout out David Benavidez for going out his not Jesse Hart. No, David Morrell. No, Beterbiev Bivol. Oh, I can fight. No, Zurdo. You know what I mean? Errol Spence. I hear you. Terrence. Shout out to those fighters, because those fighters should be celebrated too as well, because they're definitely doing things that some fighters aren't doing. Shout out to Swift 718 saying Tank can cater to his fans and give them what they want. Just give up the belts and be true. That too. I mean, but Tank has never really been somebody who, like Tank says, he's not into the belts. So, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Boxing Hacker says Tank fans take any Tank criticism as child abuse. It is what it is.
That's crazy.
Shout out to
listen. So back to what I was saying is, you know what I mean? His background and his story says a lot. You know what I mean? Tank never got into this for the jewelry. He never got into it, which is weird, because I remember a while ago him doing an interview on him saying that he got into it because he wanted to be world champ. He was in the gym, and I don't know if it was him or Calvin, but one of them said when he was there, he got to hold the belt. Somebody came there, he got to hold the belt and said that he wanted to be world champ. He became a champion multiple times. But what do you do from there? He was not interested in unifying, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. He's not interested in nothing but financial freedom, which is okay. I have no problem with that. But to the point of Hunter Young, if he's into financial freedom, go become a YouTube boxer, go make your money, do it that way, get out the profession in that case. Because to me, these guys are all challenging themselves to be the best, to be champions, to host that title, to be king of the division, to claim money as it comes with that. I don't think anyone is I think a lot of people do, like he just said, they realize the business, they put the business first, right? They put business first, and it caused a little drama. And I don't blame Tank for this, Clay. I still stick to my guns with the building of the next Floyd Mayweather, the building of the next superstar, the building of the guy that we're going to have run the table, get all these wins, hold on to the title, do all these things that he could drop him at any time, because we had a Deontay Wilder who had decided that he wanted to fight whoever you put in front of him, didn't want to wait for the AJ fight, decided to take on Tyson Fury. And ETB also spoke on this last night and got dropped, right? PBC said, oh, man, we can't do that again. Oh, Adrian Broner, same parallel. Guy can fight anybody. He's hot. Ain't nobody going to get him. He wants what he wants. He wants to fight the best. He wants to move to 147. He got a title, and then he decides to fight McDonough and lost. Again, step 2, right? So now we got 2 guys that failed the mission. What's the next mission? Tank Davis. We're going to put him in the ring. We're going to make him a champion. We're going to hold on to him. Don't touch that. It's hot. Nope, stay here. He got accustomed to it. Regardless of how y'all look at it, he got accustomed to winning easy fights. He got accustomed to winning titles. He's got accustomed to holding on to the title secondary. The guy had the secondary belt for 5 years and never challenged the super champion. Never. Didn't matter who held it. 3 people held that title at that time. He never challenged the super champion in 5 years. That says a lot when you're looking at a guy who wants to be the best, because he did include that he wanted to be the best, if I'm not mistaken, in that interview, right? He did say he wanted to take the money that came along with it. Cool. But when we look at what he's representing him getting away from the slums. That's what his whole statement was. A lot of y'all might even miss that. So he don't even want to be with y'all guys that Clay be posting a picture of that stand like this and look like this. He might not want that anymore. He's looking to go somewhere else. He wants to retire. There they go. He don't want to be with y'all. He seen y'all. He want to get away from y'all. He said it. He got enough money to move his mama out. You know what I mean? He's happy. He's content. He wanted to be on the island in the other interview, right? He don't want to be around nobody. He just want to raise his kids. I don't fault him for that. He's a breadwinner. But at the same time, if you're going to be in this game and then you call the fans that say that they want to see you fight Shakur, fight Devin, fight Keyshawn, or fight the next best guy in your division, De Los Santos or Arroyo, at the time when you had the opportunity to fight these guys, and you sit there and say those are casual fans, when those are only the boxing fans that want to see you fight the top of the top, the cream of the top, you know what I mean? They want to see cream of the crop, excuse me. They wanted to see you rematch Pitbull because you beat him with one hand. They thought it was a tough fight. It could have went either way, and that never happened. And then your team wants to do that fight because it only brings money. And as far as Shakur, we sent Shakur off. You never sent Shakur an offer. I'm tired of hearing that. There's no offer. Speculating an offer is not an offer. He did not say that. There's no way, shape, or form there was an offer sent. So I'm tired of hearing that conversation. The offer was sent to Loma. Steven Espinoza said 2 fighters turned down the fight. He said Lamont Roach was a third option. Listen to the comment, because y'all can take that offer part, but y'all missed that third option part. So tell me where the other offers were. Please. Let me know. I'm just saying that, you know what I mean? Whatever Tank does, and I'm going to land a plane, Clay, because I don't really like bashing Tank. I think Tank's an amazing fighter. I think he could beat everybody that we put in front of him. I'm being clearly honest. I think he beats Devin. That was a hard thing for me to say because I thought Devin would wash him. I think he beats Devin. I think he beats Shakur. I think he beats Keyshawn. I think he beats whoever else you put in front of him in that division or in the round. Definitely get Abdullah Mason out of there while you can, because he's young, he's hot, he's on fire right now. So I see that happening, right? But the fights are never going to be made because they don't want it to be made. Right? According to him, his promoters and the other promoters talking, and then he just fights whoever they put there. It's like putting the quarter in a gumball machine, whatever color comes out, that's what you get, hoping to get great, right? It is what it is. But on that note, Clay, I'm going to land the plane, man. You guys can have it, for real.
Shout out to Hunter Young with the $10 holla. Appreciate the call in the chat, brother. He says, let's talk facts and not what fighters are saying. That's interesting. That part, not what fighters are saying. Okay. And the facts. Because I think the facts and what the fighters are saying are kind of intertwined to a degree, but we'll talk about that, right? Facts. Loma was in negotiations and it fell through. I'll rock with that. The reasoning behind the negotiations falling through, I don't think any of us know why. Tank resonated with Loma not wanting to be in boxing, getting to the end of his career. We saw Loma speak after the Kambosos fight on how he was embracing retirement soon. He's at the end of his journey. But I agree with you. The negotiations fell through. We don't know why, but they fell through. Facts. They called Shakur to make a fight and it didn't happen. That's not a fact. They didn't call to make a fight. They called to check his availability. Now, naturally, if you choose to go ahead and add on to it and turn it into that was the intentions on the call was to make a fight, you can feel that way. I mean, logically, I would think the same way, except for the fact that a follow-up was never made with an actual offer to lock in a fight. So one might say that the reason they called him wasn't to make a fight. All we can truly say is that the reason they called him was to check his availability. I think another fact that we can add to that is that Shakur confirmed that an offer was never made to him and that he was waiting on them. That Shakur was also in an interview with Najee where he said that he waited even longer because the opportunity had been on the table to go to Matchroom, to sign up with Matchroom and fight Joe Gordina, and that he held out as long as he could, and that he never got a response like he was told he was going to get in order to make the fight happen. See, these things, pieces of them, we can always put our finger on the pulse of the pieces of these things that are true, but we have to also be willing to come full circle with what it all adds up to, which in this case, respectfully, is a big nothing burger. It adds up to nothing. Shakur confirming, and the only reason you know that they've reached out to Shakur to make a fight happens because Shakur told you guys. But in the beginning of this thing, you'll say, let's talk facts and not what the fighters are saying. The only fact that you're sharing here is based off of what a fighter said. right? That's the only fact that you have is based off what a fighter says. Oh, and maybe you might be trying to go ahead and use what Steven Espinosa said as well, right? We can dive into that as well, because what he said was Shakur wasn't interested in a single fight deal. He was looking for a multiple fight deal. Well, the boxing space kind of understood that, right? That's why he got into a 3-fight deal with Eddie Hearn, but he didn't say that we made an offer for the fight to happen and he passed on the offer, right? So it is what it is. It is what it is. I appreciate the $10. It looks like he sent, we got some more color in the chat from Hunter Young. I appreciate the support today, by the way, Hunter Young. I really, truly appreciate it. Thank you, King. Thank you. You know what I mean? Outside of me disagreeing with what you're saying, genuinely, I thank you, man. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you for always being here. And thank you for the pushback, too. 100 said, I clearly stated not what fighters are saying, and you went straight to what fighter. What? Okay. Let's dissect this, right? You said they called Shakur to make a fight and it didn't happen. How did you find out about that, Hunter Young? How do you know that they reached out to Shakur? As far as I understood, so Steven Espinosa co-signed what? What did he co-sign? What did he co-sign? And who did he co-sign? So Steve, I'm trying to understand what did he co-sign? He co-signed what Shakur said, or did he because Shakur said an offer wasn't sent to him, that a fight wasn't made. So what did he co-sign? Did he co-sign Shakur, or was it somebody else who was saying that an offer was sent outside of Shakur? I mean, was somebody else saying that contact was made in reference to his availability outside of Shakur? Did somebody else say an offer was sent and he co-signed that? Who did he co-sign? Who did Espinosa co-sign? I'm not trying to quote fighters, but you're literally using the information you got from what a fighter said, and then you're telling me not to use what fighters are saying. And I guess saying that fighters are liars, right? That we shouldn't be listening to them. So the person who's hands down has their hands on, they're right there, and they're the ones who knows what's going on. Yes, he co-signed Shakur. I never said an offer was sent. He co-signed the initial talks. Okay. All right, so now let's go back. So let's go back. Hold on. Okay. Facts. They called Shakur to make a fight and it didn't happen. Did they call him to make a fight? Did they call him to make a fight, or did they check his availability? Isn't there a difference between checking the availability of somebody and calling to make a fight? Is that the same thing? If I knock on your door, Ray, and I go, yo, bro, are you doing anything tomorrow? And you go, nah, I'm not doing nothing tomorrow. And then next week I go, man, I tried to get Ray Davis. I was trying to get Ray Davis to go with me to, you know what I'm saying, to Costa Rica, go to this party, bro. But he turned it down. You're going to look at me like, what? You called me and asked me if I was available, and I told you I was. And then I never heard from you again.
Yo.
Yeah, when you were saying it, bro. Then I found out 2 weeks later as I was thinking about it. I look back. Now I see you negotiate or do something on that day I was saying. So that's me turning down. That's you turning down going to Costa Rica with me to go party? Is your plans? Come on, bro. You guys got to stop it, bro. It is two completely different.
Too much reading in between the lines, man. And it ain't nothing to read between.
Just take it for what it is. Tank went around kicking tires. By the way, not Tank, because Tank has made it very clear he's never asked for a fight.
Right?
He's never done it. So it wasn't Tank. Steven Espinosa reached out to Shakur Stevenson's team and asked for his availability. Steven said, I'm available. Shakur Stevenson said, I'm available. They said, we're going to haul you back. He gave them what they needed to know about his availability. Where was the actual offer? Well, all right, this is what we want to do. How about this one? Tank was in Paris, right? And he had to get back, right? So Steven Espinosa reached out to communicate with Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson told Steven Espinosa what he needed to know. They reached out to Tank, didn't they? Didn't they? Steven Espinosa reached out to Tank, didn't he? didn't he? And said, Tank, we got Shakur. He says he's available. And what did Tank say?
I'm in Paris.
Whatever he told Steven Espinosa didn't end up in Steven Espinosa sending an offer to Shakur, did it? Whatever he said to Steven Espinosa that didn't end up happening at the end of that conversation, though, right? Whatever it was didn't motivate Steven Espinosa to go, all right, I got word. Let's put this together, right? I mean, if we're going to speculate, if that's what we're going to do, is speculate.
I know, man. Look, it is what it is, bro.
You know what I mean?
I'm
just saying at the end of the day,
I'm with you,
bro. Tank's next couple of fights, and this is not about whose fault it is. This is more so about until the fights happen, they haven't happened.
Right.
These fights are important. The Tank fans, it's not important. Like Hunter Young said earlier, you don't care who he fights, right? You just want to see him knock people out. So for you guys, the boxes have been checked. But for the boxing space, who Tank fights is important. For the hardcore fans, who Tank fights is important. And hopefully for the Hall of Fame, it matters as well, too. I say hopefully because you can't call it. This is a new world we in, you know what I'm saying? We just now getting off of allowing women to beat up men. I mean, allowing men to beat up women in the Olympics, dress up as women, right? We're just getting past that, saying that that's not allowed. So this is definitely a new time and a new era. So I know it takes a little bit of time for things to come full circle. So he might just make it to Hall of Fame, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, man, that's my final thoughts on Tank, man.
Yeah, it's cool. Listen, man.
Yo, hold on. Craig Wilson, brother, did he say that? Brother, is that what he said? Is that what Espinosa said?
No.
What I'm talking about? Is that
what
Espinosa
That's
said?
not what he said. I don't know. Time out. When did the word fight or offer Tank a fight, a Shakur fight with Tank? When did that ever come out? Even he said there was a 1-fight deal on the table. He wanted a 3-fight deal.
He didn't even
say that
on the table. What he said was the way he was, and that's why I said he's a lawyer and lawyers know how to speak, bro, and they know words are powerful. What he said was, yeah, we had a 1-fight deal for Shakur Stevenson. That's what he said. But Shakur was looking for a 3-fight deal, so there's nothing we could do for him. That's why Shakur responded on Twitter like, what the hell? Did you see how he responded? He was like, that's some bullshit, bro.
Yep.
Because he played on words. He answered a direct question was answered to him, and he didn't answer the question. He gave an answer that wasn't answering the question, that just was able to be painted by people with their paintbrushes as to actually what happened, as to why the fight didn't happen between Shakur and Tank. But Shakur was not offered the Tank fight. No. Shakur was in the market for a 3-fight deal that Steven Espinosa was aware of.
Right.
He said the deal that they had for him would have been a 1-fight deal, and he allowed you guys to put it together as to, he turned down a 1-fight deal so he can go find a 3-fight deal. No.
Can I speculate a little bit? Yeah. Was that 1-fight deal for Tank or was it for De Los Santos?
Well, who knows what the 1-fight deal? No, I mean, yeah, I feel right. A 1-fight deal doesn't mean Tank unless Tank is on the paperwork saying that that's a fight that we're offering.
Right. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. Was it for Showtime? Was it for Amazon? Like, who was it for? Who was it?
It is what it is, Craig. Rewatch that interview with Steven Espinosa. That's not what he said.
Crazy work.
He didn't say he offered him a 1-fight deal with Tank. He didn't say that. That. He said Shakur was in the market for a 3-fight deal. He was only ready to offer him a 1-fight deal. Y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta stop, bro. Y'all gotta stop, bro.
I agree with Tim.
And once Shakur confirmed it in his response, his immediate response before the sun went down, said that was total BS. You can let these guys play with you if you want to. That never happened. That's what he said.
And then spoke on in the interview afterwards. He verified, validated. I mean, it happened.
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. But outside of trying, okay, Hunter Young, I'm cool with that. Hunter Young. I'm cool with that. Shout out to Hunter Young, bro. Shout out to Hunter Young. I'm cool with that, bro. I'm cool with that. Thank you. I jumped the gun. You're right. My bad. I'm cool with that. He said, I never said Shakur turned down any deal. I just said the fight didn't happen. You are 100% right. My bad. Legitimately, bro. That was a good one. Touche. But like I said, the fights are important. We want to see him being some competitive fights, bro. I don't think none of you guys ever went into a Tank fight wondering what was going to happen at the end. It is what it is.
Can I ask you a question? This is something that kind of got some attention from me a little bit. What is a leftover in boxing? Please explain to me, because if I'm not mistaken, when the Four Kings fought, did they not all fight each other? Were there any leftovers from Sugar Ray beating this guy? Was there any leftovers for Hagler beating Hearns, or anybody leftovers from Duran? No, right? There was no leftover. Nobody ever called a leftover, right? Was it leftovers when Floyd was fighting? Did he say, "Oh, I'm gonna go fight Mosley now," and he's leftovers from this dude, or I'm fighting De La Hoya, he's leftovers from him? Did any of that ever happen? Did you ever hear that before? Before this day and age? What the is a leftover? Y'all done made up some, some bullshit talking about people are leftovers. They're boxers. They're in the top echelons of the sport. That's what they're supposed to do, is meet in the circle. Last I checked, that's what they're supposed to do. But didn't Tank offer to fight Loma? If anybody chasing leftovers, didn't he offer to fight Loma? Yes, he did. Okay. Because he fought a couple undefeated fighters, that makes it okay.
And he's fighting Devin's leftovers.
Right. But nobody says nothing about that. Come on, man. Stop with the nonsense. Y'all like
it's just that this era of boxing, the old.
Yeah, y'all weak. Hold on. Where's that picture at them dudes again? Hold on. I got to dress like them. Let me get it up. Oh, yeah. Let me do that too.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
This is why. That's why Turkey said what he said, that fighters have to get used to understanding that they can lose, and not that they're accepting loss as far as, they should always want to win, but losses isn't the end all be all. A loss happens when you're fighting against the best, when you're competing against the best, losses can happen. This shouldn't say you're not one of them. And I'm telling you, hardcore boxing fans are embracing the idea of Gervonta retiring so that a lot of this propaganda nonsense can go away, so that his O isn't the most important thing, that, like Devin losing to Ryan Garcia, not getting knocked out or nothing, or, doesn't negate him from being able to fight or eliminate him off the list of somebody who Tank can fight because he's lost to somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
These things hold weight now. You're right. This is an era of boxing which Floyd Mayweather, and shout out to Floyd Mayweather, people trying to replicate his career, trying to retire undefeated, protecting their O's, has gypped us as the fans, man. It's turned the whole game around, you know what I'm saying? And we're ready for the game to go back. It's heading there regardless. And I think that's another thing that's bothering a lot of people, because that's what Turkey's bringing. Turkey's bringing that back. If anything, from a boxing fan's point of view, Turkey's bringing back competitive boxing. David Morrell's career is not done because he lost against David Benavidez.
Yeah, let's do it, Clay. We're here for boxing. Let these guys build a little bit. I'm ready to sit back.
Yeah. Well, no, I got a bunch of stuff I still need to talk about. I'm not ready. Bunch of
right. Good. Let's
I got boxing. One moment, man. Shout out to Don 9, but one moment, brother. We're going to talk about all those things. Now we got to jump into Shakur Stevenson. Leaving that Tank Davis topic where it's at. Shakur's making his return, Ray. And this is our first fight that we're going to be talking about on the February 22nd card coming up. He's making his return. You know what I'm saying? Long waited return. Last time we saw Shakur Stevenson fight was on a top rank card, right?
Yep.
It was against Haratuni in his last fight on that card, which I thought was a decent performance. Salute, Lex Luthor. Salute. I thought it was a decent performance. I know there was opportunity there, and it's very similar to the Devin Regis Prograis situation as far as seeing that he could have stopped him and he didn't do it. I think a lot of people saw that with Shakur, right? A lot of people saw that Shakur, Assalamu alaikum. Walaikum salam, Abdul Rahim. How are y'all doing today? God is greatness. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Great content. Love, respect the boxing community together. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you, Abdul Rahim. Thank you, brother.
Peace,
man. Yeah. So he makes his return after a long hiatus because the last fight and injury in between there, causing him to not come back to the sport the way we wanted to see him come back to the sport, right? But a blessing and a curse, we'll find out February 22nd, because maybe, in my opinion, that injury probably deserved some attention, and him just fighting on an injury, which is going to compound into something horrible. It is what it is. But how you feel about the return, man?
Listen, I'm excited. He looks very focused. He looks determined that he's going to hurt dude, man. Shakur is now proving his market value, I suppose. Well, actually, he's attempting. Let's use the word attempting. He hasn't proved anything yet. Mm-hmm. Attempting to prove his market value, and why he believes that he should be the number one fighter at the 135. He should be the guy calling all the shots, the A side, whatever you want to call it. He should be the guy to get what he wants in this ring as he sees fit, and he ain't ducking no smoke. So. I like his return. I think it's going to answer a lot of questions. It's definitely going to answer his injury as a big part. And he's fighting a tough opponent. So, I mean, kudos to Shakur and shout out to him for stepping up. You know what I mean? Bringing some life to this fight. And listen, this is a headliner in the middle of a big card. So, you know what I mean? All of them are headliners, but this is a headline. I like this one though.
Yeah, I'm all into the return. I mean, but I mean, Shakur has I'd say ever since what you
had some questions since De Los Santos. Yoshino was a wash.
Yeah, well, Yoshino, like, that was the last time he had an exciting fight. You know what I'm saying? A good fight, like a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody expected it with Yoshino. Yoshino was ranked number 6 in the WBC at the time. A lot of people don't know that. Shakur got elevated to number 2 as soon as he moved up to the WBC. They fought for the interim championship. I'm sorry, for the title eliminator. Excuse me. They fought for the title eliminator. Yoshino had just came off a great knockout win over Nakatani. And I'm sorry, Natalia, whatever his name is. He just beat that dude. It was Nakatani. And he came into there and look what he did. He expected a good fight with him moving up the size. Shakur dominated that fight. Looked like nobody at 135 wanted to even look Shakur's direction. You had the likes of Pitbull, Loma, what was the other guy's name? Devin, the other guy. Only person calling him out was De Los Santos at the time. Trying to think of the other guys that was in the forefront. Nobody wanted to see him at that point. And with that being said, he couldn't get any fights. So when he finally landed him on the next fight, at that point it was De Los Santos, because I think someone pulled out of a fight. De Los Santos took Frank Martin, right? It was Frank Martin, because they thought they had that fight locked in. Then he ended up fighting De Los Santos, and he got called the sprinter, which I played my part in the same thing, right? You know what I mean? Clay knows that. Due to his hands, and he now has 3 fights, and it showed that his hand was injured, had surgery on it. You know what I mean? I guess I could be a little light towards that, but you know what I mean? It shows where he's been, and that nobody's been daring to jump in the ring with him. So it says a lot.
Yeah. All eyes on Shakur's hands coming off surgery, though, right? Like, that's what everybody wants to see. I think in this fight, the big elephant in the room is, how's Shakur's hands? How are his hands, right? Like, that's the elephant in the room. You know what I mean? These things right here. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna continue to call that man Hellboy.
What's happening with these things right here? And it makes a big difference on what he's able to do, because this is not about what he needs to do. It's about what is he able to do, right? What is Shakur Stevenson able to do? I mean, at the end of the day, physical limitations put you in a position to where you can try as hard as you want to, but if you just can't, if your leg is broke, then you can't walk, right? Like, You know what I mean? Running, and if running is what you do, this is going to be an interesting situation. You know what I mean? It's going to be interesting to see you do that.
So go with that picture, which I noticed. Everybody's like saying that he didn't have his hand always closed. I'm going to actually say, and I'm going to have to go watch the video. Looks like he was actually still closing that hand. Doesn't even look like he had a problem closing it, because he's not showing any grimace or anything towards that. And if that's as far as he got with his hand, that might be a harder brick than you think it is. Because if you punch somebody with an open hand, it kind of hurts a little bit more. So I'm just letting y'all know.
Hell yeah, it hurts more. Yeah, man, 100%. You could break your hand out with a punch. I mean, did you see that video that Showbiz put up there where it showed Shakur doing that grip strength machine? It was a machine where you could do the grip strength.
Yeah.
Daniel Dubois had like 85 kilos. Joseph Parker was like at 67 or 70 something kilos. Shakur came in and did 33 kilograms. Yeah, Hunter Young, 33 with that right hand, bro. Now, Biz went into it and did the research to kind of like show us what that was, equivalent to. He was like on teenage boy status, bro. Like on young woman status, like 22-year-old, 24-year-old woman status, as far as, the grip strength with that hand, with the right hand. You know how important closing that fist is to a punch. The tighter you know what I'm saying, that you can close that fist, that works on everything. The way you turn the punch, everything. You know what I'm saying? When you tighten all those muscles, all them tendons, you know what I'm saying? Everything in there comes together. Your wrist, your ability to not break your wrist, break your knuckles, all that is based on the ability to make that fist the way it needs to be. Does that give you any reservations on what to expect from Shakur on Saturday?
Nope. Because I'm going to tell you why. Shakur has always been, even though he's right-handed, he's always fought southpaw. And that's just his lead hand, y'all. That's just the hand he's going to be using for the feints. That's the hand he's going to be using just to draw, you know what I mean? Keep himself covered. It's this hand that they got to watch out for, the left. Opposite. So we'll go this way. Right, it's going to be that left hand they got to watch out for. It's going to be that left hand that you got to look up and be like, okay, how's that hand feel? How's that hand doing? Is that hand going to be there? Because I told you, what's going to happen is it's going to be a left hook that's going to drop Schofield. It's going to be a left hook.
Yeah, the power hand is definitely the left hand. He definitely southpaw.
Right.
The power hand is the left hand.
It's going to be the left hook. He's going to catch him coming in, and he's going to hit him with the left. He's going to cross.
The hand that got injured is the right hand, right? Because he uses it a lot. Does he need to be able to knock somebody out with his right hand? Maybe not, right? But is the right hand prone to injury if he can't make a tight fist?
Yeah. I mean, it all depends how they tape it up in the gauze. I mean, it would just grip us like.
Have they been taping it up wrong over the years?
Don't know.
Got hurt.
He's been doing. He does his own. He does his own ran wrap. So
changing that up. Does he need to change that up?
Maybe you should have Terrence do it, right? I don't even want to throw that out there. Hold on, let me not throw that out there because that'll go into a whole different marketplace of other things. But he definitely should have somebody looking to wrap in his hands in his corner. But yeah, I think so. It makes a difference, Clay. It does.
Yeah,
patting your knuckles the right way, getting your distance and your grip the right way. That all makes a difference. So here's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate wild card, to say the least, in this game on Saturday. It's going to make the biggest difference, and I think people watching this fight are going to be looking. We're going to find out how sturdy his hands are, because if Shakur's hands break again in this fight, his career might be hurt.
Just call 112 and tell him it's over now.
It's bad, right? Like, it's really a bad look for him. Like, I feel bad for him. That's where I'm at with it right now.
With the same respect I give Javante, I'm gonna give to Shakur. They've been fighting since they were 7 and 8, 9 years. I'm sorry, Shakur was at 9. Tank was at 7. So they've been fighting around the same. No, actually, vice versa. They've been fighting for a long time as kids, man, all the way up to now. You gotta It is what it is. Wear and tear, man. It's like anything. You can't put 3,000, 400,000 miles on the car and then expect it to run like new unless you take care of it, right?
Yeah.
Everything's going to break down. Eventually, you got to replace something. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, man. I think it's going to be real interesting, and I am watching that hand, man. I'm sorry. I think it's going to be a big factor. On the back end, on the back end, and Shakur promises to deliver on a performance again, right? He promises to deliver on the performance. He wants to steal the show. The last time I heard Shakur Stevenson talk like that was against Edwin De Los Santos. That's the last time I heard him talk about, watch, I'm back, and I'm gonna show you guys, and this, that, and the other, and all this stuff. And everybody really got at him because of that talk. He's doing it again. But you got to think that he has to know at this point that he can't underdeliver this time. He can't just say that to finesse, quote unquote, Floyd Schofield. A, I don't think Floyd Schofield's biting on that finesse. B, your credibility is going to go to crap if you are saying that you're going to do something and you're going into this fight not able to do it.
Correct. Right? Correct.
The pressure is on Shakur more than ever because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, the performance has to be the performance on Saturday. It can't just be a victory, right? Shakur Stevenson can't just have a win. He needs to really show out. This is his showcase to the world. This is the reintroduction. I said it right? Yeah. The reintroduction to the world. Shakur Stevenson is reintroducing himself to the boxing space, saying what happened in the past, y'all know why that happened. I had issues with my hands. This is the Shakur Stevenson you guys should be embracing. This is who I actually am. I must see boxing. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think he's going to try to take the fight to Floyd. Yep.
Yeah. If he doesn't deliver this, if he doesn't deliver on this performance, this is everything for Shakur. It's the perfect opponent for him to show the world that he's back. It's the perfect opponent to expose him and show him that he's really, you know what I'm saying, not the same person he was, and he's permanently there.
Now, what I would say is, based on what Shakur is saying and how he's playing this out, if he does not fight, if he fights that fight and he wins, I'm all for it. But if he struggles in any way or he goes back into boxing, I'm going to call him out for it. I promise you, because I remember him criticizing Devin for taking the fight to Ryan outside of his element. And he said he will never listen to the fans. He will never take things outside his element. He's going to be the fighter. He don't care if they boo or not. He's going to be the fighter he is, and that's how he's going to take it, right? So it seems to me that he is moving towards a little bit of taking it to a middle of the ring boxing match. He's going to use his defense, but he's going to use counters very well and high efficient counters, which old Shakur used to do, not broken hand Shakur. But we'll see if he's going to be the Shakur that stands there and boxes or the defensive Shakur that moves around, looks to land big shots. So we'll see.
I agree. I think, yeah, and shout out to LW said I think that he thinks he did well in his last fight. I do too. I like the performance last time, but I also know he hurt his hand. That his hand was hurting that fight because he, you know what I mean. So I know that he couldn't do everything he would want to do. That he was also getting pushback from Moses in that fight from Wally, right? Wally Moses was like, "Yo, come on, man! I need you to push through and stop this guy." And Shakur wasn't able to execute on that. That there was resistance from Shakur to his grandfather about that situation because of his hands. So it is what it is, right?
I can't mess with Hunter Young, bro. It's all right. Look, damned if you do, damned if you don't, Clay.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
I keep it 100, bro. I'm just letting you know, bro. He said it. His words, not mine. So I am gonna push back.
Call around. It is what it is, bro. Oh God, I'm gonna be watching him. I'm gonna be watching him because I'm a fan of Shakur too, man. I'm a big fan of Shakur, man. I'm a big fan of all these fighters.
All these fighters, man. I'm a fan of these guys at the top upper echelon of fighting. I am a big fan of, Clay, and that's every division.
Right.
And even the young guys coming up. You know what I mean? The top prospects. You know what I mean? The young prospects. I like watching all these guys fight. You know what I mean? I'm not a middle of the road guy. These guys that have like 16 losses and 4 wins and then, you know what I mean, just come in there because they got to replace somebody last minute. And they come in off the streets from driving a yellow taxi. Nah, those guys, I'm okay. I give them effort. I mean, A for credit, A for effort. That's it.
Yeah, E for effort, for sure.
Nah, you give them E. I give them an A. Coming in there getting their asses whipped.
Yeah, man. Me too. I'm a fan of all these guys. I'm a fan of Shakur, man, and I would really feel bad if his career has to deal with this throughout his whole career, bro. It's gonna be hard for him to get those fans and to give those performances that boxing fans want to see. It's gonna be difficult for him if his hands are gonna be an issue. Hopefully, the surgery got behind the issue, and he can move forward with a good right hand. It's rehabilitated. It's right on point. I do question as to whether or not he came back too early. I'm not gonna lie to you from that surgery, but listen, man, he got the okay from the doctor, you know what I mean?
Right.
From physical therapist, whoever it is what it is. We'll be looking forward to see him, right?
I'm just gonna say, Shakur, leave the party with the dance that got you there. Other than that, be on your own, bro.
No doubt. But on the other side of that ring, Floyd Schofield, man. Floyd Schofield made it to Riyadh 3 weeks ago. Yo, the boy's been in the young man has been in Riyadh for going on 4 weeks. Did you know that?
Yeah, his passport got found. They had to find a new one.
Right. He got the passport away, but he's acclimated. He went over there. He's been living in Riyadh for like the past three plus weeks. He's been staying in Riyadh, training in Riyadh.
That's strange because I remember about 3 or 4 weeks ago, unless it was pre-recorded, he was doing an interview from his house. But
thank you. That's what I'm saying. That was a great, a great, smoke and mirrors. I don't know, but that's what he said. Bro, he said he's been in Riyadh for 3 weeks. It'll be going on 4 weeks that he's been in Riyadh.
I mean, time flies, but who knows, man?
Listen, if he's been there for that long, I'm gonna believe him, right? I don't think he's lying. I think, you know what I mean?
Right.
He's taking this fight very seriously, bro. And he's Floyd is checking all the boxes for himself to make sure he has the best opportunity to win this fight. You know what I'm saying? And even when you look at the way he's talking about it, right? He's talking about he's fighting for way more than belts. It's for respect. He doesn't care about the belts. He's really dialed in and found his motivation to make this fight a personal fight for him. It's become very, very personal for him, right? Even the way he's been embracing the media spotlight. I've been loving that as well. His interviews are Floyd is a great speaker, bro. Junior can speak.
Yeah, he makes some sense.
And not only does he make sense, but he got the poise. He's not stressed out. He's answering the questions in a great way. Like, I hope Senior is watching this from wherever he's sitting there watching, whether it's standing on the side, whether it's from another room. And I hope he's realizing that that his son, his boy, got this. Floyd can speak for himself. What do you think about Floyd in his interviews?
I thought it was very professional. Even in the interview when he did with I'm trying to remember who it was when he asked both him and his dad was both there. He answered the questions well. He did everything he was supposed to do. He said what he's looking to do. He did say that Shakur is a tough fight. He's been in the ring with him. He knows he's a tough fighter. He gave homage to that. He said, but he's looking to change his career. He's looking to step it up and get that title off his waist, man. So, you know what I mean? I respect what he's saying. He's like, I'm not a big internet guy, and you know what I mean? And I'm willing to go in there and win. And then, you know what I mean? And then, like I said, he went off to other parts of the conversation. And then they asked his dad, because he involved his dad. Then his dad answered the question. It was like he got and kind of took over, and then it went back to Floyd. But Floyd is very articulate. That's the word I was looking for when he speaks. He definitely uses the right words. He thinks about the things he's going to say. For a person that we really never really get to hear from much, he definitely is a good interviewer. interviewee.
Right. I thought he speaks directly to the question. He answers it very clearly. I think he's handling at least on a surface level, he's handling Shakur's pressure. Shakur's applying that pressure every time he sees him. He's shooting him in the middle finger. He's basically trying to intimidate him, and he's not biting, right? He's not drinking that Kool-Aid. Listen, man, I think there's a good chance we're going to see a very competitive fight between Floyd Schofield and Shakur Stevenson, bro. I still pick Shakur to win this fight, but I think I think Floyd Schofield is a dark horse on this card. I think he's a dark horse. You know what I mean?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say something funny, but I can't do that. Can't do that. Much respect.
It is what it is. Even his embracement of fatherhood, and you know what I mean, and how that's motivating him, and Keyshawn kind of shares that as well. When he became a father, it seemed to have dialed him in even more, and it seems like Floyd has found something. I think every fighter going into a fight needs to find something that can dial them in. You know what I mean? Find something. With David Benavidez, it was proving the fans wrong, fighting David Morrell. You know what I mean? David Morrell was, shutting David Benavidez up. Keyshawn Davis had his son and had his mental health, you know what I mean? And his thing to focus on. Shakur has his motivation, which is you were calling me out, talking crazy online, and the fans turned on me. The boxing space turned on me and said I got to show out. And Floyd's found his, which is his son. I just think he's checking a lot of boxes. He's finding the frequency level to be the most dangerous version of himself on that night, the most focused version of himself. Right.
I agree. And rightfully so. Like, he's put himself in the spotlight the correct way is what I think you're getting at. And I feel the same way.
Right. For sure. It is what it is. So let's move on to the main event of the card. Dimitri Bivol, Artur Beterbiev. And I put down there the intangibles because this is one of those fights that these guys have shared 12 rounds with each other, right? They shared 12 rounds with each other, and they both have experience with each other. And that's going to factor into what we see in this fight going in. Dimitri Bivol, a lot of people thought won the fight, right? A lot of people thought Dimitri, I think you felt the same way. Didn't you feel like Dimitri walked away with the win?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so Dimitri Bivol walks away with this loss, though, on the back end of what a lot of people thought should have been a win. But he's talking about making the most changes. Like, he's the one talking about making the most changes. Whereas Artur Beterbiev, who has won the fight, but people thought he lost the fight, he's saying that he's making adjustments as well, but you don't hear him being as vocal about the changes. It seems like Bivol is making the bigger changes. You think that's a good thing or a bad thing going to this fight?
I think it's huge, believe it or not. I think the changes are necessarily to be made because I think Beterbiev expected Bivol to be on the back foot a lot and utilize his space to create opportunity. Being that Bivol was more kind of like standing there with him and kind of going toe to toe, looking for picking the shots, countering well, and doing things the right way in the first half of that fight, first 3/4 of that fight, I think says a lot. I think what happens is Beterbiev stuck to his guns, hitting whatever was in front of him, eventually giving way to Bivol's hand or arms, blocking his vital parts from getting hit, caused him to start feeling more pain and change the trajectory of the fight. So I'm thinking what the changes you're going to see is more slickness, maybe a little bit more agility, more foot movement, and things of that nature. I think the adjustments you'll see on Beterbiev's side is you'll see him being more proactive. He knows he can hurt them. He knows he has the ability to touch them. I don't think he waits for the opportunity this time. I don't think he starts the fight late. I think he starts early. I think those are the common things that you'll see in this fight, and I think each one have their right way of doing it. As far as adjustments to changes, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, Clay.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I question as to whether or not Bivol making extreme changes is going to be beneficial for him. I mean, and especially the kind of changes he's talking about doing. He's talking about actually being more aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Talking like he wants to stop Beterbiev, which is awesome for a boxing fan to see him do that. But I think you can't go in there for that kill and be more aggressive without exposing yourself to potentially one of the most dangerous fighters, arguably, of this era. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this dude has a perfect knockout ratio outside of the fight with him. You would think that Beterbiev would love for Dimitri Bivol to be way more aggressive. But we can't sleep on Dimitri Bivol because he has the ability to be aggressive, but he's still very elusive and very athletic. His boxing IQ is crazy, you know what I'm saying? So he can be aggressive and still, you know, establish the distance and still, you know what I mean, not make this fight a mid-range fight. But I say to myself, Dimitri, you won the fight, arguably, and wherever you lost the fight was probably somewhere small. It's probably just a small thing that needs to be adjusted. Changing your whole entire game plan, I don't know if that's necessary, and I don't know if that helps him the way he thinks he does. I also would think that Beterbiev is making adjustments as well. I wouldn't be shocked if he's not being honest with himself about the performance he had as well. You know what I'm saying? About this victory and what it looks like. Keep in mind that his knee had that surgery going on, and he, you know, I mean, he had to get that surgery done. Do you think he was in that fight 100% on that knee when he fought Bivol?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think the whole thing, yeah, I do believe he was in there strong. His knees were strong. I just, again, I think that the change is necessary. The reason why I say that is Beterbiev knows he can get to him in the style that he fought the last fight. And he's expecting, if he's going to not fight that fight, he's going to fight his traditional way of more of a defensive counter punching, like more of a backwards fighter on the back foot. So if Beterbiev gives him, maybe he's just mind games. We don't know. Maybe if he's coming forward and he's looking for the knockout, catch him by surprise. Element of surprise always works, and I think it can work in his favor. Especially if you know a guy who dominated the last 4 rounds of that fight. You know what I mean? Give and take 1 or 2, maybe 5 rounds, you take 1 out. But definitely, he showed that he thought he gained a process, Beterbiev, in that fight where he knows where he had Bivol. You know, these bees are killing me, bro. With the bees, I ain't gonna lie to you. But it may be an adjustment made, like I said, for Beterbiev to maybe be cautious.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I think Bivol is more of, I need to be assertive, but careful. So I think we'll see that. I think we'll see changes there for the right reasons. I don't think it's going to be for the wrong reason.
Right. Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting fight. I think if Bivol, I'm picking Beterbiev to win this fight. I think he closes this conversation out. And, you know,
you said that.
I've always said that. I still believe it. I think Beterbiev
round 13, you call it, right? First round knockout.
I ain't say that, but
I know just messing with you.
I think Beterbiev brings boxing to the table, and I think people are going to be shocked at how well he can box. I think, you know, we've always gone into this fight, Bivol being the boxer, Artur Beterbiev being the puncher. I think you're going to see a boxer coming out of Beterbiev that's going to set up shots better. I do think that knee made a difference. I think he's going to be more athletic. He's going to be more, at a minimum, more confident, because even if the knee was healed up 100%, I think he took his time a lot in that fight, and he was very conscious and aware of, I don't want to hurt this injury, re-hurt this injury.
Correct.
So, especially considering the fact that Bivol was testing him with the movement and everything like that, and he had to be thinking, like, if I follow this too much, if I try to cut the ring off quicker than I'm supposed to, I don't want to put too much pressure on his knee. I think he's going to be way more confident in his ability to be athletic in this fight. So look for a more athletic Beterbiev. Look for the boxing IQ to come to the surface for him to show you, like, nah, bro, I was in the Olympics too. I fought against Alexander Usyk. I box on a high level. I'm a great boxer. I come from the Russian Soviet Union. You know what I mean? Eastern European style of boxing. I'm available to do all of these things. I just don't.
Soviet Union? Was he born with the Soviet Union?
No, he's Russian, but I think that's what it's called, right?
He would have definitely been at the end of it, because he's in his 40s, if anything, 86, 84.
It wasn't the Soviet Union when he was born. But I'm talking about the style. Okay. I think it's called that. I think it's legit.
Oh, okay, got you. The Ivan Drago, let's call it that.
Yeah.
You got me, though. I was like, hold on. Was he around then? He might have been. I think he was.
Hold it out for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. So what we got going on in the chat? I'm going with Beterbiev. I seen Bivol hurt Beterbiev. He did hurt him, right? And I promise you, I'm on the other side of the fence. I think Bivol actually gets the job done this time. I think we get a trilogy out of this. I think Bivol uses some of his boxing ability to set up counters now. He didn't counter much later in the fight. He did early, but he didn't. And I think in the beginning, he was sitting there throwing, he let his hands, his defense get beat up a little bit. And Beterbiev, yes, he was an animal, Mike. Yes, exactly. He let his hands get in the way of him really fighting back. And I like the fact that I think Bivol, with his footwork and things of that nature, has a better chance of making it happen and laying it down. This guy eating gummy bears. Anyway, go ahead, Cliff.
Started me too close, bro. Yeah, man. I think that we're going to see more of a boxer in Beterbiev, and I think we're going to see more of a puncher. I'm thinking we're going to see more of a puncher in Dimitri Bivol.
Mm-hmm. Swapping roles, right?
Yeah, I think that dynamic. Makes for a whole different look as far as the fight. As far as the fight is concerned, it's just going to look different than the last fight.
Mm.
I think it's going to be round 13 in the fact that
the Freaky Friday,
that Artur Beterbiev is going to be more. I think it's round 13. You know what I mean? It starts where it ended, where it left off, which is Artur Beterbiev getting more confident, cutting the ring off, connecting a lot more shots, realizing and knowing the rhythm. You know what I mean? Like, he's processed the data of the fighter that's in front of him, and he started to come on in the latter half of that fight, in the second half of that fight. And I think Dimitri Bivol is going to box more because he's going to have to. I think Artur Beterbiev is going to put him in certain situations that he's going to make him a fighter. And I think we're going to see more of a fighter in Dimitri Bivol in this fight. And I think we're going to see more of a boxer from Beterbiev. But I think that Beterbiev's power is going to play a bigger role in this fight because Dimitri Bivol is just going to be more available to be punched on.
Yeah, I agree on that part. I'm not going to say the winner. Well, I'll wait for you to get my real answer on the winner, but I'm just saying I'll take it from there. That's fine.
I think we're going to see Dimitri on the canvas. Does he knock him out? I don't know. I'm kind of calling. I know it's a very big bout, but I think we're going to see Dimitri on the canvas.
Okay. I think it's the other way around. But
that's possible too. I think that can happen too. I think we can see Artur Beterbiev on his pocket too. He's been on his pocket before.
Yeah. I think he gets hit with a right hook. Not seeing it coming.
Yeah. Hey, man, before we open up the panel, did you guys hear about Abdullah Mason potentially fighting Giovanni Cabrera April 5th?
Big fight.
10-rounder. 10-rounder. What do you think?
Big fight. Just saying.
Weren't we talking about it?
Just saying. Big fight, bro.
Shout out to Top Rank. This is the fight that Abdullah Mason needs. This fight is going to tell us a lot. What an interesting conversation we had at the after party after that card on Friday. I think it was it BVO boxing?
Yeah, BVO. Yep, BVO. Coach Eddie, right? Was it Coach Eddie?
No, it was BVO.
No, it wasn't Coach Eddie. It was somebody. Oh, Hubrich was there, right? Because I came late.
There was a couple of us there, but BVO specifically was speaking on. He was assessing Abdullah Mason and basically saying that Abdullah Mason was food for the top. You know what I mean, for the top dudes at 135, and I was explaining to him the development, how important it was that his fights were going to help him develop into the fighter he needed to be in. And I was saying that he needs to be in a fight. His next couple of fights needs to be with a boxer. Needs to be with somebody who's going to move around the ring, not somebody who's just going to try to punch with him, walk him down, stand there flat-footed with him. He needs somebody who's going to give him the same look that Boots had when he fought Haratunian. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's box. He's going to throw punches, but he's going to move around. Giovanni Cabrera checks the living daylights out that damn box.
Yep.
Right? This is going to make him or break him. It won't break him. It's going to make him. He's going to win this fight. But he's going to have to box. He's going to have to cut the ring off. He's going to have to be very athletic. Giovanni's not going to stand there in front of him. What do you think stylistically you expecting to see out this fight from Abdullah Mason?
He's going to have to, again, rounds, right? He's going to have to learn to be patient. He's going to learn when to throw. He's going to learn to cut off the ring, which I think he's done a good job. But again, who has he fought that put him in those positions to really make him work for it? So this is going to be a mental game. Forget about the athleticism. Forget about the athlete himself. Forget about the accolades that he brought with him coming into previous fights. This is going to be mental and listening to his corner to find out what he has to do, how he has to take this guy out. This is going to be the show, man. You know what I mean? As they say in baseball, right? Welcome to the show. He is there. This is a great opportunity.
Who's Giovanni fought? He's fought Isak Pitbull Cruz.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people thought he won that fight, but he lost.
Yeah, he lost to William Zepeda.
And then he fought William Zepeda, but he got bodied by William.
Yeah, but he which is weird. He stood there. It was really weird.
He decided to be like another kind of fighter.
Yeah.
I expect him to fight the way he fought Isak. He's going to respect that power. He's going to respect the fact that it was very unsuccessful against William Zepeda, what he did. Right. And actually going to go back to the Isak Pitbull Cruz style fighting, moving around. You know what I mean? Right. Letting his hands go, combination punching, keeping Abdullah Mason turning, keep trying to turn him. You know what I'm saying? Abdullah's going to have to deal with that. And he's going to have to neutralize that. I expect Abdullah to attack the body and, bring those feet a little closer together. I think that problem is going to come up, but hopefully it'll get addressed in that fight as well. That wide stance that we were talking about, it's going to come up.
Yeah. Even when he's throwing, his pivot out, his pivot on his back foot, his anchor. I call it the anchor. When he makes that right turn, that hook, or that straight coming across, he's too slow getting out of there, bro. He's food. If the right fighter's there, you catch him on the button, right in the chest. Ooh.
Let me see here. I'm gonna put the link up here. I'm sure there's a couple people waiting to get on. There it is.
There you go. Cook time. Fried bacon.
Only weakness is that stance, right, Mike? But this is going to address that weakness. Mike, that's going to address it. This fight right here with Giovanni is going to force him he's going to adjust. I wouldn't even be shocked if Abdullah Mason doesn't lose rounds. I expect him to lose some rounds. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's going to have to, again, I think he has some adversity in this fight. That's the key, is adversity. Like I said, I think he's a better fighter. And I want to see what his weight is going to be at. There's going to be another slightly catch weight, like over 135, 136, 137. Remember, Giovanni fought up. You know what I mean? He fought down. But then didn't he have another fight at 140, or he stayed at 135 the whole time? Thought he went up and then he came back down.
He fought at 140, but he fought at some heavy catch weights. Like he was like 138, 137. Like,
right.
I mean? Okay. He never actually fought 140.
All right. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say. I know he fought up a few times, but we'll see when it all comes down to it. We're gonna see.
Yeah, he's gonna be. This doesn't sound like a competition scrap. Not even close. Mason KO by round 3. You'll be shocked, man, JR. You'll be shocked. Styles make fights. You'll be shocked. But I'll tell you what.
Go watch him fight.
If he knocks him out in round 3, he's gonna have to cut that.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to show. He's gonna really gain a lot of points. Yep. He knocks that dude out in 3 rounds while that dude's moving around the way he was moving around against Isak. That boy, the truth.
Right.
But I'm gonna tell you like this: if he beats him in 8 rounds, if he stops him in 8 rounds, he's still the truth. But if he stops in 3, I'm telling
you. Yeah, he's getting a lot of respect.
Yeah, the game's gonna talk about him a lot.
Because people couldn't stop him, and Zepeda stopped him, but Zepeda just like basically trapped him in the corner. It was a wrap.
Right. There's my guy, Fight Sports Talk. Carl Brown in the building. Salute.
What up, guys? Thanks a lot for having me on. It's great to be back.
No doubt. Great to have you back, man. I was looking for you a little earlier. Like, what happened to Fight Sport? He done with us? He mad at Blaze? Is he mad at Blaze? Is he mad? Did Blaze?
And much respect to Blaze, because you know what's so funny, Clay? The first day, I think me and Blaze, we didn't really get into it, but we had a little debate too. Fight Talk. He's a really good dude. He's very strong on his opinions. He is easy to talk to, though. Once you like really get to talking to him, he's not as controversial as you think. Much respect to him. I like the way he handles his. He stands on his own. Like he's you know what I mean. I respect that.
Oh, for sure. It was nothing against him at all. I understood he's passionate about the sport, and understood I could have been maybe a little bit better with my comments about Keyshawn, but yeah, no, it's all good. The only time I have an issue, which is again with why I'm such a big fan of your guys' show, because you guys don't get this kind of stuff, is when people just refuse to hear you talk. Their way of speaking over you is accuse you of being sensitive. And then every time you go to answer, they'll speak over you. It's like, well, really, before I even get to the point, you're the sensitive one because you can't hear my opinion, but you can't even get to that point. It's crazy. But no, fantastic. And man, there's so much to talk about. So where do we start?
Well, hold on, before you go, let me go ahead and let me go ahead and let everybody get kind of like an introduction into the room so they can all speak. Shout out to Carl Brown in the building. What's up, Carl? Carl, this is the part of the show where you just say what's up, introduction, and we're gonna move on. You're gonna get opportunity. I know you're gonna get your spill. I'm gonna get you. This is the introduction part, though. This is the what up. You know what I mean? But do your thing. Just let you know.
I did that. But what up to all y'all, yo? And I hope y'all having a good day too, man. Like, bro, I love this week of boxing. I'm into this week of boxing right here. I ain't even hold you. Ask my wife. No lie, no cap, no nothing. I ain't even gonna go long, Clay. But ask my wife. I said, dang. I said, from Beterbiev fight for the rest of the year so far, we straight to September. I mean, real boxing fans, we straight till September. Anything after September is a bonus. I'm straight into what I'm getting from now into September. I'm straight. I'm happy for the rest of the year. I was just telling my wife that.
Yeah, we good. We gonna be eating good, man. Shout out to Big Dre in the building, JBT in the building, the JBT in the building.
The microphone man himself, Mr. Big Dre.
What up?
Are you chill? You parked up or you chilling right now? You look like you cruising. Look like you was playing some jazz and that you trying to get somewhere. Look how you doing your thing right now. You turning the wheel with the one arm.
Yeah, I'm in the car, man. I'm driving right now. But you offered the opportunity to, when you said throw up the link and you want people to jump on in and say what they gotta say.
Thank you.
I had some issues about what y'all said earlier, but I'm just for right now. I am Big Dre, the voiceover of the JBT. And I'm out here just love is just boxing talk, man. It's the JBT, just boxing talk.
All right. So I'm trying to think what's the topic we should talk about first, because I know one topic specifically is gonna drag. So
let me thank JR Spock for the nice comment that he said about the channel, man. Much respect, for real.
Yeah. Oh, the fairest host in the game. Yeah, man. Thank you, JR. Thank you. So, do we talk about the elephant in the room? Can we get that out the way so we can get to this boxing? Or how do you guys feel? You know what I mean? Well, let's talk about Keyshawn real quick. Let's just touch on Keyshawn.
It's your channel, man. We're going to talk about what you want to talk about. We're going to start it there.
Let's start it with Keyshawn Davis, man. First of all, opinions on Keyshawn Davis's performance on Friday. He's the new WBO lightweight champion. He's in a lot of conversations now that he wasn't in before that fight. Now that he's gotten that out the way, he's got some jewelry with him. He talking some smack, of course. People want to see big fights with Keyshawn Davis, but on his performance specifically, where are we on Keyshawn Davis right now? Did he check those boxes? Did you like how he handled Dennis? How do we feel?
Well, I'm gonna start this off. I liked his performance. I think he went in and he handled Dennis Berencik properly. He got him. He did his thing. He made it look good, and he had an impressive performance. And now that he wants to, and now that he has some hardware, he's talking about collecting some more hardware, and I think that's the right thing to do, because that's exactly what he says he wants to do. Whether it be Tank or trying to get the IBF strap, I'm gonna leave that up to him. We all know that he's not going anywhere near Shakur because they are what they are. And I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not out here to tear down any fighter for his or her beliefs. If he want to believe that him and Shakur have such a bond that they don't need to get in the ring together, so be it. I'm not gonna argue with that. It's a little different from me. If it were me, I would say, "Come on, bro, let's get in the ring. Let's make this money, and let's see who comes out best." But that's me.
No
I'm
doubt.
old school, and that's the way I think about it.
You and Jay Hardcore are going to have to figure it out if the money right?
Hey, man.
Y'all just gonna have to figure it out. Like, hey man,
if the money right, man, we just got to figure it out, man.
I feel you, brother. What about you, Carl? We'll go, Carl. We'll end it with you on Fight Sport.
I was here, Clay. I was here like a couple of nights before the fight. Clay, what I say?
Yeah, you called it.
I said early night. I said I don't even see it going half of the fight. Like I just didn't see it. And no disrespect to
Baranchek.
Baranchek. I just seen a different guy on a different level with a guy that had a belt. You know what I mean? And that's no cap, no nothing. I mean, I just Keyshawn looked good. You know what I ain't gonna say like I'm a super fan of him because like I hear a lot of people be calling for a lot of fighters, man, to fight people. I want to see Keyshawn. It's not even about Tank because I'm gonna give him the same thing I give everybody else. You can't just jump in this game and think you're gonna go up there because only one guy is really getting either the hate. We ain't gonna get no love for it because we boxing fans. What we gonna say? Well, he was a little bit too green. Bud even said it. Bud just said it. We got to get him now. So that's it, saying he's too good. I'm just saying, I think Keyshawn looked good. That body punching. What I say, Clay? I said he gonna eat that boy alive. 2 shots. I said, guarantee you ain't gonna do nowhere near 6 rounds. You seen it. Come on, we all seen it. It's not to take nothing away from Clay. I mean, from my bad, Clay. It's not nothing to take away from Baranchek or try to discredit Keyshawn. It's just we all know boxing. If any real boxing fan, they're gonna tell you straight how it is. We seen the difference. We seen that if really Keyshawn really wanted to, first round, like he said, he could have got that over with. Easy.
Well, I mean, he had to get, that irky jerkiness. You got to kind of watch it move around a little bit before you get it. You know what I mean? So I think for him, he had to kind of like watch it, like it's kind of like double dutch. Like I could jump in, but hold on, let me get the rhythm of this thing. So before I just jump in and start get to doing tricks and everything.
Yeah, he just looked like a little brother in there playing with his older brother. That's how it looked. Like you trying to play with your big brother, but your big brother is too physically strong and he could do everything that he want to do with you if he want to. That's how it looked. Like I seen that even coming into the fight. I'm like, look, he didn't come out with no special ring walk to Baranchek. That's one thing. That's the only thing I know him for. Is his crazy ring walk.
Yeah, he didn't do it.
I said he
Irish with the Irish thing. I think somebody had passed away in Scotland or something like that, and he kind of came out like dressed like a Scottish like a
but it wasn't big like he.
I don't think it resonated with the American boxing fans. We was all looking at him like, what the hell is he doing? It more resonated with like the Ukrainians and the Europeans who know the whole story behind why he came out looking like that. He had a reason behind it. Somebody had just passed away, like in boxing, like or something like that. But that was a match. And then we'll come back on some other topics. Well, I think we already Fight Sports. So I think this is we spoke on this a little bit. I think you were there for the after party, but definitely build on it as far as where you are in Keyshawn right now, based on what you saw.
Yeah, I was on your show after the fight, and I think Keyshawn matches up well with a lot of fighters in this division. And I mean, the fight was so one-sided that we didn't really learn anything new about him. Davis. I don't know if we end up talking about him, but I say this on every show I go on. Davis might be the best lightweight in the world now that Loma is getting old. But the problem is that we're just not going to see him prove it. So that is what it is. Loma, I think, again, as a huge fan of his, I think he should retire. If Stevenson takes care of business against Schofield, then I think the next fight will be him and Zepeda if they can both keep their hands good. So that kind of leaves Davis. I'm not sure where he goes. I don't know if they'll be rushing to make the Andy Cruz fight. But yeah, as far as how he matches up with the champions, he's good. I'd like to see him stay at 135 a bit before he goes after Lopez because, well, Lopez is hopefully, and I know the fight's not booked yet, hopefully going to fight the other champions, starting with Hitchens and then looking to move up another division. So I don't think the grudge match is going to happen just yet. But yeah, I'm intrigued with Davis.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited for him too. But I'll say one thing. We didn't get to see a lot because Dennis didn't offer much competition to Keyshawn, but I'll say that I saw Keyshawn really show how patient he can be. You know what I mean? And that he wasn't going to overjump, and he was able to take instruction as well from his corner. One thing I'm learning about Keyshawn Davis, like I said, based off of that interview he just recently had with Ariel Helwani, as he dived into that mental health issue, you know what I mean, that he dealt with, is that he's had a lot of mental challenges with mental health, and that's made him a very mentally strong person today. Him facing it and dealing with it and getting the counseling and having a reality and a introduction to God and how he's letting God play a role in his life and how he's moving into situations, even dealing with the whole banana and watermelon nonsense or Gustavo Limo's coming in, heavy. He was able to mentally stay strong and not be distracted to the point to where it affected the way he was going to perform. Bomac was still able to communicate with him clearly, and you saw him executing what Bomac was asking him to execute, as well as even Terrence Crawford speaking to him. You could see him kind of like taking all the information in and not being distracted with, I'm going to knock this guy's head off. This guy did this to me. This guy did that to me. Everybody's doubting me. He just stayed dialed in, which I appreciated from him. You know what I mean? I think in the future.
So, one thing that I am, me, I'm going to call out it. I am going to call Cap one. One thing that Terrence Crawford and Keyshawn, they regurgitated out of their mouth. And then maybe they got the wrong information. And, I'm not here to speak up for nobody, but I did hear a major cap, like a major one. Like they said, Tank drank Pedraza. I'm like, wait, I thought we all look at boxing.
They said he did what?
He said
he weight drained Pedraza.
He weight drained Pedraza. I'm like, wait, Tank wasn't good. Pedraza was the he definitely was a weight drain. Yeah, and Keyshawn said that on the interview. I ain't gonna front. I was like, this was somebody got pulled him to the side and like, look, just because you heard it, don't regurgitate that. That can give your brand a hit. Because especially with big time fighters.
I don't know about that. I don't remember.
So with that being said, remember Gervonta even said in his interview, Pedraza was about to move up and drop the belt anyway.
Oh, okay.
So he said that himself, right? But what I'm thinking,
no, he said this what he said. Because look, I just really just heard it. He said that because you gotta think about it. Tank was only what, like 21, 22 at that time. Y'all gotta think about it. Tank was a young man at one point. Tank said him and Floyd was going through so much. Even he talked about the eviction that he was going through. And he was only getting like $10,000 a fight early in on fights that he was talking about. And he was talking about that Floyd thought that Tank was too young to fight Pedraza. That's why he put Tank in that fight. They told Tank if he don't take that fight, then he ain't getting no fight. So I mean, that's one thing I did hear, and keep it real. We gotta respect that because that's taking one for the team, y'all. That's taking one for the team. Not getting paid like that. You dealing with eviction. That's something hard to be going through, and especially with somebody that you look up to. So I got to get take respect on that, and I believe him that Floyd was like, yo, you know what? You know what I mean? If you gonna talk it, I don't even think it was like Floyd want to see him lose. I think Floyd knew what he had on his hand. He just wanted to, like right now, if Floyd was in his corner, Floyd probably would have been made that Shakur fight just to show us. I believe it.
Well, one would look back at it and maybe think that right now because of the way Floyd pushed him, obviously to fight the Pedraza fight. But hold on, I don't want to distract the whole conversation. This because I have an order.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I promise you, we're about to talk about that very shortly. But I also want to tap into the obviously into the matter of fact, you know what? F it. Let's go into it, bro. So Tank Davis had an interview. Let's do it. You know what I mean? F it. You know what I mean? We're here, bro. We're here.
My bad, Slade. My bad.
Look, at the end of the day, it's all good, bro. Tank Davis had an interview.
You don't fix that logo, bro.
And he spoke his truth, right? And like I said earlier.
Oh man, here for boxing. I'm sorry.
No, listen. One thing about Tank that I'm gonna always give him the respect on is he gonna talk. They tried to hold him back from talking when he was over there with Mayweather Promotion, and I think it was for things like this. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that he's just gonna be super transparent. He's gonna speak how he feels, and it's not necessarily going to be for or against what any of his fans or critics say about him. It's going to be his truth. And normally what I'm finding with Tank Davis is that his truth is in the middle of everybody's opinions on what he's doing. So in this interview, there were some things that he said that, a lot of his fans have been saying, but there's also some things that he said that push back, you know what I'm saying, and support what his critics have said about him. So I'll start off I'm going to actually start with Fight Sports Talk and work my way around because I know I know he'll land his plane and then I'll let everybody else kind of get it in. Fight Sports, go ahead. If you're there, I mean.
Yeah, sorry, man. I was just grabbing another coffee. Yeah, I've got no problem with any fighter speaking their truth. The issue I have is it's just the same we have had with Tank since he became champion, and that is that he's not going to fight the other champions. He's not going to unify. He's not going to fight the top contenders, and it's not because he can't beat them. I need to make this very clear every time I go on a show. I think Tank beats guys like Keyshawn Davis. I think him versus Shakur is a lot closer than people think. I think this version of Loma would get caught by Shakur. So it's not that I don't think he can't be competitive with these guys. It's just when he's saying, I'm more talented than any fighter in boxing right now, it's like, well, I'd be very happy if you said that if you were going to prove it. And he's not. So it is what it is. But yeah, I've got no problem with fighters being confident. It's just his actions don't match his words, put it that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people push back at that. Shout out to JR Spock with the $5 holla in the building. He says, what variables will dictate the outcome of the Beterbiev versus Bivol that were not in play during the fist fight? Any predictions? I already said I got Beterbiev winning the fight. I think it's going to be round 13. I think he takes off where he left off at. I think Bivol's going to be real aggressive. I think the two things that you're going to look at in this fight that are going to be the variables is going to be Artur Beterbiev's athleticism. I think it was limited in his first fight against Bivol. I think he was a little self-conscious about that knee, and I think that and Bivol's offense, his punching. I think he's going to become more aggressive in this fight. I think those are going to be the variables that dictate the outcome, which is going to be Beterbiev's athleticism going to make the big difference for him, and is Bivol going to be able to execute on this offense that he says he's going to do? Is it going to manifest into something positive for him, or is he setting himself up to get clipped by Beterbiev?
Yeah, could I give my quick thoughts on that, because I agree with you. I think Beterbiev is I'm picking him to win because and Bivol's got a chance because in terms of pure boxing, he's fantastic. But if people, because I never believed the narrative, the first fight was a robbery. If you rewatch the fight, as soon as Beterbiev stopped chasing Bivol around and doing what Paulie Malignaggi did, which is follow the leader, and he let Bivol come to him and thought, okay, I've got boxing skills. I can try and walk this guy into a shot. That's when the fight turned, because Bivol has, not only is he small for this division and Beterbiev's huge, Bivol, he's got a shorter reach, so he has to close the distance more. And as soon as he would come close to Beterbiev is like, okay, I can walk you onto a shot, etc. And because he's got such dynamite in his hands, even a cuffing shot, which is what these were, because Bivol never got caught clean, he felt these ones. And Bivol made one of the biggest mistakes a professional fighter could make, which is he would literally stop throwing punches for an entire minute of the fight. And it's like, you don't want to do that, because it makes it, even if you're not that hurt, it makes it look like to the judges and to the audience that you're holding on for dear life. So I think for Bivol to win, he has to fight a perfect fight and not walk into any of Beterbiev's shots. And the thing is, when he didn't go after Beterbiev, when he's like, okay, I'll just pick this guy apart, he was actually looking like Pernell Whitaker out there. But as soon as he thought, okay, I'm going to put more combinations together than I need to, that's when he started getting clipped. And you don't do that with Beterbiev. So yeah, I think this is Beterbiev's fight to win. And I'll just throw this little thing out there. For him to do what he's doing at 39 against an elite boxer who is so much younger than him, super impressive, all-time great light heavyweight.
Yes, sir. I agree. Want to say something about it, or are you good?
No. Anybody else?
No, I don't.
All right. So
on the tank conversation.
On the tank conversation, I had something to say.
It's on you, Dre.
I look at Tank's career, and the way he was moved under Mayweather, and then when he broke away from Mayweather, the moves he tried to make, and the way things have been going. In his defense, I'm going to say in his defense, because I am kind of defending him. I'm gonna be that quote Tank apologist today, and say that he said earlier in his career that he not in this for the fame and the glory. He in this for the money. He want to fight whoever, whenever, for as much money as he possibly could. And I think that's one of the things that he has done, managing to get himself to be a pay-per-view star, where he's selling out stadiums and not ballrooms, where he's filling up, 12, 15, 18,000 seat arenas, and going with these record-setting live gates, selling anywhere from 250 to a million pay-per-views. He's making his money, and he's doing it the way he's doing it, and he's not really paying attention to all of the outside forces. Now, all of the outside forces say, hey, I want you to fight this guy. You say you're the best. I want you to show me that you are the best. I want you to prove it to me. And he says, okay, call my promoter, let them make the fight. All I'm going to do is fight. I'm going to get in the ring and I'm going to fight who they put in front of me. And I think that's the way, I think that's his outlook. That's the way he sees what he's doing and the way he's doing it. And yes, it disappoints us to the utmost, because yes, I would have liked to have seen him at some point fight Devin before Devin became, moved to the 147-pound division. I would have loved to see him fight Shakur when he first came into the 135 division, and got him a strap and said, hey, I want to fight Tank. I would love to have seen him fight Teofimo before Teofimo lost his mind. I really don't think his brain is there anymore. It's just a shell of a man, roaming around boxing to whatever competition he can get, turning down fights that make good sense, and even fights that make good financial sense. So I'm not sure what Tio's mind is.
Pray for him.
So yeah, I would love to have seen him take on those fights. But he always said that they come at him wrong. I think the way to do it with him is, yes, you call him out in the media and then go talk to your promoter. Say, I want to fight that guy. I want you to help. I want you to make that fight happen. Because promoters, their job is to work for the fighters, to promote fights, to make fights. That is their job. And when you get people, I'm going to piss some people off with this statement, but when you get people like Bob Arum, who, in my opinion, takes his job as a promoter, as the protector of belts, I think that's wrong for fighting. I think it hurts boxing. When you have two champions and say, "Hey, I'm not going to make a fight." Why would I make a fight with Gervonta Davis? Why would I put my champion against him? That's a statement that that hurts boxing. I mean, you got a champion. He is a champion. Let him get in the ring and duke it out and may the best man win. But when you blatantly come out and say, I don't want to make a fight with that guy, I think it hurts boxing.
Okay. Salute to you, man. Salute to you, Dre. Let's go ahead and slide it over to
Oh man, I got two of my nemesis in here. I got Boxing Hacker and Here for Boxing. Where Frequent Flyer at?
Boxing's here though. Here for Boxing. You here? Because
I'm
that's
here,
a switch
bro.
down the bottom.
No, because you had like two
I
boxes at one
don't
point,
even
then
know
the other
this
ones
dude.
dropped off.
How can we be a nemesis and I don't even know who you are?
Come on.
I'm your nemesis. I don't even know who you are, bro.
Here for Boxing, we've had some serious conversations over the years.
Me and you have never had a conversation ever.
Okay.
Unless maybe it was just the
respectfully, I've never had a conversation with you, bro.
Yeah, we've had a couple.
He just had his logo up.
I'm about to say it's probably the logo thing that you probably just don't recognize the voice.
He and I have never had a conversation, but whatever. I'll concede that maybe we have. I don't recall, but whatever.
Yeah, well, we got Boxing Hacker in the building.
But it's all love to you, brother. How you feeling today?
What's up, people?
What's good? Here for Boxing. You want to tap into that?
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I got a lot to say about Gervonta Davis. That interview made him look really bad. One of the main reasons why is that he was asked about, remember once upon a time he had a hit list. And as we get closer to having the show improve, the hit list goes away. Now there's no hit list. Oh, I don't really want to fight anybody in particular, whatever. That's the first thing. Second thing is, you say the reason you don't want to fight Devin Haney is because he lost to Ryan Garcia and you beat Ryan. So imagine what you would do to him. Okay, fine. But my thing is, why do you want to fight Lomachenko then? Because Devin beat him. So why you want to fight Loma? If that's the standard that you want to take. Gervonta is full of shit. He's been full of shit. And now, as we get closer to having to prove himself at 135 because there's nothing left, what does Gervonta want to do? Oh, I'm thinking about retiring. Because there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. He can't go to 40 because he said he can't fight at 40. And the guys at 35 he claims he wanted to fight, now he has to fight them because there's nowhere to go. Oh, I'm sick of boxing. I'm tired of boxing. This nigga got y'all fooled. I'm not going to say he ain't a good fighter. I'm not going to say he ain't a great fighter. Tank is a hell of a talent, but he don't want to fight. He want to make money. He want to rob y'all, and he want to get out of boxing. He don't want to fight. He don't want to fight nobody. And what he'll do is he'll disappear from boxing with his fake retirement. When Shakur and Keyshawn move up to 40, guess who's coming back to 35? Gervonta Davis. Book it. He's going to disappear, and then he's going to come back when they disappear. When they leave the division, he'll come back. Guarantee it. He don't want to fight. He does not want to fight. That interview made him look crazy yesterday.
Mic drop, huh? Wow.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
He does not want to fight. This is all by design. You claim that you're a prize fighter and you here for money, right? Well, the money's here. Now you want to retire when the money show up?
Wait, hold on, Carl. Don't jump in yet. Let him.
No, he cool. He ain't cut me off. But I'm saying the money is here now. Now the money's here. So if you say to him, and that's the first thing I want to get on. The second thing I want to get him about is the perception of, oh, if I fight Devin Haney on a Riyadh season card and I don't knock him out, then I'm going to lose on the cards. Well, ain't you the big bad motherfucker? Wouldn't you knock him down 3 or 4 times? What you worried about? What are you worried about? You said you was going, you told us, I'm going to make your dad cry. I promise you, I'm going to make your dad cry. So now you worry about losing the decision? You don't want to fight Devin Haney. Am I saying that Devin will beat Tank? No. But Tank has a belief in his body that Devin Haney might get me. And I cannot allow that to happen. I'll retire before I fight Devin. He's going to wait all these guys out. He's going to wait for them to leave 35, and then he's going to come back to boxing, and he's going to pick on whoever moves up from 30 to 35. That's what's going to happen. He does not want to fight. As boxing, Tank could do a real service to boxing if he put his big boy pants on and fight. But he has no loyalty to boxing, only to his pockets. He wants to make money by the path of least resistance, and he wants to move on. If that's what you want to do, fine. Just get out of the way. That's all. That's it. And that's all I got.
No doubt.
Mic drop. Mic
drop. Right? Yeah, man.
Using your sentiments, I think that's what he's doing. You know, I think he's decided if that's the way you feel, and that's what you think he's doing, that's what he's doing. He's going to take these next couple of fights and he's going to get out the way.
In the words of Bill Haney, stop letting Javante piss on your head and tell you it's rain. Stop letting him piss on your head and tell you it's rain. You're being pissed.
Wait. Before this turns into a big old gumbo, I want to say that. Wait, hold on. Before this turns into a gumbo, at the end of the day, Tank is. We all agree. I think Tank is well within his right to move as he sees fit, and he will, and that's okay. But at the same exact time, you know, I can see why he doesn't like doing these interviews, because he's going to say that his words are going to be used against him. And it's not that the words are being used against you. You're being just judged on what you said, bro. And it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good to speak that way in the last lap of your career, to just really just dismiss all the great fights that people want to see you in, painting a picture as if boxing has done you wrong, and that's why you're doing it when you're the face of boxing. You sell the pay-per-view, you sell the seats. Boxing has been great to you. Boxing has made you rich. Boxing has put you up there as, you know what I'm saying, as a face of boxing. Boxing has not dismissed anything you've done. It's acknowledged everything you've done, and because of that, they want to see you in these big fights. It is what it is. But I'm going to move it over to Boxing Hacker, and then I'm going to bring it right up to you, Carl.
Yo, what's up, guys? What's up?
You're doing well, brother. How you doing?
Pretty good, brother. Hey, so I'm not gonna hate on Tank. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I always like Tank as a fighter. He's a very talented individual. You know, I won't even say he hasn't fought people in particular. Right? He's fought some pretty good contenders and probably some ex-champions on the way up. And I hear what the Tank fans are saying about like, oh, he don't have to fight if he don't want to. Blah blah blah. I get that. At the end of the day, you can't make fighters fight the fights they don't want to fight, right? My problem becomes where all these narratives that get pushed behind it, Like there's so many narratives that get pushed. Like for instance, one of the original narratives was that Floyd Mayweather was the one stopping Tank from making the big fights. It's Floyd. Floyd didn't want Tank to blossom. Yeah, it sounds good, but then you blame this guy while Tank himself said, hey, I never told Floyd I wanted to make any of the big fights. Another thing was, one of the first times we even seen Tank and Floyd even get into it was because Tank turned down the Lomachenko fight earlier in his career. That's literally the first time I remember Tank and Floyd getting into it publicly, So like you have these kind of narratives, and then there's the whole narratives of like, oh, where is he on the pound for pound list? If the guy doesn't care about belts and he's not fighting the champions, granted, yes, he's fighting good competition. But at the end of the day, if you're not fighting the champions, they're the contenders. Then you're not fighting the best in your division. So how can you be top 3 pound for pound when the guy before you is a two-time undisputed champion, and you've yet to fight a true champion in your division? So like these narratives get pushed, and the fighters also, narratives against other fighters get pushed too. For instance, like this whole Shakur thing. I've been hearing ever since Espinosa made this whole spiel about like, the multi-fight deal versus the one-fight deal, people going around like, oh, Shakur turned down Tank. Everybody's turned down Tank. He had no choice but to fight Lamont Roach. That's cap. Those never said he offered Shakur anything. He just told you what Shakur wanted, and then everybody ran with it. These are not narratives. And magically, we went from Lomachenko to turn down Tank to like the whole 135 division turning down Tank. So I think this is where the real problem stimulates from, is that like there's so many narratives that get pushed behind it, and then you have like it's to other fighters who are looking for those titles disadvantage, right? Because now you're discrediting these fighters just to somehow keep Tank in limelight that he didn't even want to be in. Tank never said he wanted. Tank probably don't even care about the fight. He probably just want to make his money and get out. I understand that hustle, but we gotta call it like it is. I think that's where I have to land with that. Just at the end of the day, if he doesn't want the titles, let's not act like he's the guy chasing the guys with the titles, because he's not. It is what it is. And I'll land my plane with that, guys.
Word. I do want to say this to your point, Boxing Hacker. Tank getting, you said he fought nothing but ex-champs, or he was fighting ex-champs?
So the one primary champ he fought was Pedraza, right? Everybody else was either a secondary champ, a ex-champ, or a contender. Champion. He was a 126 champion though, right? Wasn't he?
But he was a full champ, right? And if I'm not mistaken, he did win that title, I thought.
Off Santa Cruz? Was it off 130?
I think yes. The Santa Cruz fight was for Santa Cruz's 130-pound title.
Yeah.
Okay, man, I stand corrected. Let me say two of them. I remember Pedraza was the one that he won, but I thought Santa Cruz had a title in the previous division. I don't remember him winning a title.
He was actually trying to fight. Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry, he was trying to fight Tank at 126, and Tank moved up already. Tank had moved up quickly at
130. So who did Santa Cruz beat for the title then at 130?
I'm gonna tell you right now. It was
Tank dropped the belt. Let me see, because Tank lost it on the scales.
Yeah.
And Santa Cruz, if I'm not mistaken,
Pedraza, wasn't it?
He didn't beat Pedraza.
Santa Cruz had not fought.
Hey, Clay, can I say one thing real fast to the chat?
Well,
just real quick. They in the chat, I guess they're calling me out saying that I said when I said Gervonta is waiting them out. How can he wait him out if he's older? He's letting them outgrow the division. That's how he's waiting them out. Stop being stupid. You know what I'm talking about. Don't be dumb. You know what I mean. Stop asking dumb questions in the comment. Stop defending him. You're not his lawyer. Hold him accountable for the things he says, like y'all do Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney and Bill Haney and everybody else. Gervonta's no different. You're not his lawyer. Stop trying to flip his words and say what he really meant and say what he said. That's all I got.
What exactly?
So
they be in the comments.
No, he's right. Santa Cruz was the champion.
He said he was going to retire, but he
was he a champion?
He didn't really mean he wants to retire.
I don't think he was. Hold on.
No, I don't think so.
They don't.
Yes, Santa Cruz was a champion at 130.
The WBA listen carefully. WBA is not represented on BoxRec, so you're not going to find a WBA title there.
That's why you're right.
Hey, Clay, can I say something?
So who did he get the WBA super from?
He got it from hold on. I'm coming right to you, but he got it from Miguel Flores.
Miguel Flores he beat for the belt.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
All right, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, I do want to start this off, Clay. And I ain't trying to call nobody up here no liar. But I do hear a lot of people like with misinformation about what time Tank, when did Tank fight what's his name that he came down, because y'all gotta remember he came back down to 130. He didn't fight Leo Santa Cruz at no catch weight or nothing. He came back down. So, that's not even my time. What the fuck? Go. That's not even I don't even care about that part. But I just want y'all to remember, because a lot put enough respect on Tank, and just for the record, Frank Martin is my favorite fighter. But I call a spade a spade. For the record, I think we've all got to understand, Tank moved up in weight too. Let's not forget that. Even when he went to 35, when he went back down to 30, remember he went from 30 straight up to 40. And then came back. All I'm trying to say is that I would love to see some. Let's just say, okay, I believe Tank gonna fight at least one of them before he retire. I truly believe that. I don't care what nobody else say. But let's just say, wait, hold up. All I'm trying to say is this: we didn't see none of these 130 5-pounders fight at 140. I'm talking just to take a fight there. Like, okay, y'all campaign that's there to be great type shit too. Like, let's be real about it. We all look at boxing. All I'm trying to say is that I don't see these guys doing some of the stuff. It may not be boxing legendary, but some of the stuff that Tank doing, I don't see none of them other guys even tempted to do that.
So
You talking about being unified?
67 inch reach. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta give a guy like that credit. Y'all put accolades on his power. That's what it is. Y'all put accolades on his power. Y'all act like he's supposed to be a guy fighting somebody at 54. But I'm just saying, well, probably not you. I'm just saying, like, some people, I hear how people talk, and the way they be talking, like, wait, ain't he the big hitter? Ain't he the big hitter? But that's God gifting ability that he had. That's not like nothing. He went to take a steroid or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, he was born with that. So we gotta. That's his power that he's born with. That we can't make that to that's an accolade that he worked hard for. No, that's something that he was born with. I just be saying, I hear people say that. I be hearing people saying like, oh, he the big hitter, right? So why he scared to go the distance? He human.
Right. So land the plane though. You gonna land the plane right quick? Because I got to bring a COE.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
By the way, Carl, you getting better. You getting way better, bro. Way better.
Let me
take that, Clay.
Something real quick. So, just want to let you guys know. So, Tank lost the belt on the scale to Nunez. He moved up right away and fought Gamboa, which he still came in overweight in that fight. So then he went back down to fight Leo Santa Cruz after he won the belt. Yeah, he came in overweight with Gamboa as well. Then went up to 140 because he struggled to make 135. He went up and fought Barrios at 140. Then came back down to hold on to his WBA regular title. So I just want to get that clear because I was listening to your timeline, Carl. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. All right, so everybody's clear.
I know. Well, one thing I could say, and Clay know, and like I said, I ain't trying to be no monstrous, like I'm smarter than the next person. But every channel I've been on, and Clay, you know this, ain't nobody ever called me no liar. I don't say nothing like weird out of my ass.
I'm sorry, Carl. I'm sorry.
I mean, like, but I'm just calling it how I see that part.
Yeah, no, you good.
No doubt. COE Films, what's up, family?
Yo, what's up, man? Been a minute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I've been sitting back watching these interviews and listening to them as they go along, and I just want to give you my take on what I just been hearing and what I think. So, just to start off, man, I'm pretty sure everybody saw the Tank interview and just been dissecting it. And as I've been listening to everything, I'm seeing certain patterns that that Tank has been doing, and I think a lot of his fans, they don't know the patterns, but once they see the pattern or they hear it, they be like, oh yeah, that's what it is. So, and I think the pattern is this: he always leave an out, and when I say an out, it means he always leave it to where the fans can go along, but if you're not being observant all the way around, bringing everything back to full circle, you will stick to that point. Case in point is, what have these guys done? These guys haven't fought anybody. Well, see, when you say stuff like that, then what happens is that his fans that's only looking at one way. Oh yeah, who has he fought? What has he done? But then they're not asking themselves the other side of the pillow, which what have his fighters that he fought done? So if you ask yourself that, then you can be able to come up with the analogy or be like, okay, well, you can't say that because if you're gonna say about this fighter, you'll have to say it about this fighter. But I don't think they grasp that part. So then once you fast forward to the end part, and when he say about retiring and him fighting Jake Paul and all that, there are some people that's out there that they say, well, he meant what he meant. He didn't meant to say, he didn't mean that. He was just being what's the word I'm looking for? He just being sarcastic. He just being sarcastic. So now that's the part that kills me right there. And when you're the face of boxing, and when everybody, you have this limelight on you, and when you have this opinion of boxing, if you're the face, that means you're setting the standard going forward for people that's after you. And if you're going to set this standard right here, then be straight up about what your intentions are. You know what I mean? I can't back you if you're saying this, and I go to some of your fans and they saying, well, no, that's not what he meant. Well, see, that means there's a mixed message. That means you're not clear on what you want to say or the message that you're presenting. So be clear on that part. Fighting Jake Paul, man. Talking about, you might have to, if somebody say something, you might have to come back out of retirement just to fight. Bro, you can't do that. You in boxing right now. You instated in boxing right now as the face. Don't wait till somebody say something. You need to pick and be the one to say, hey, I'm coming for that belt. I'm coming for that number one spot. Be that Hagler Hearns, be that Ray Leonard, be that Cotto, be those guys, Mayweathers, be those guys that come out and looking to be the best. You know what I'm saying? So I just been sitting back watching these interviews, and it's striking me every time is that he's leaving it out for the fans to have their own analogy of what he meant about these fights, man. So I just had to come in and give my take on that and just see what have you, because I was in here, but I've been working. I've been kind of doing some things, so I haven't heard everything. I've been bouncing in and out. So what's you guys' take on what you've been hearing?
I think at the end of the day, people are going to have their opinions on what Tank is going on with Tank, but it's just two sides of the conversation as far as I'm concerned. The people that want to see him fights, and the people who don't care who he fights. And the people who don't care who he fights are going to defend why, he's fighting who he fights, and and making the people who want to see him fights look like they're asking too much of him or they're being unfair to him. People have all their stories and want to go through his record, and they want to go through this fight. And he did a Leo, he did a Jose Pedraza, he did a Mario Barros. Like, they'll talk about what he did, but they're only saying that just to fight back against what we're asking him to do. That's what it comes down to. I'm gonna pull down some people over here. I got some people in the back.
Clay,
I need to come.
Can I say something real fast, real quick? Yeah. Like a statement, because I get what you're saying, Clay, and what you said is 100% true, but that is on every fighter. But I do want to say, this is why I say I respect the dude, and it's fucked up that I gotta be up here and I gotta say, yo, I'm not a Tank fan first, just for people to see that I'm coming from just a regular boxing space with it. Tank did say something, and everybody can't call cap on it. It's true, like he said. I didn't ask for this. Like, I didn't ask to be the face of boxing. Like, when he said that, I'm telling you right now, like, keep it real. He didn't ask for it. Us as fans, all of us, we gave that to him. And he said, somebody said it earlier. He did say something about getting money early in his career. And I remember he saying, I'm like, he's saying that now. I remember me saying this, like, he's saying that now. But look at today, and he all I can say, I can't say I don't think that he's lying.
No,
I don't think that he's lying.
I think Tank is well within
now, who we want him to fight? Yeah. We all want him to fight. I believe he's going to fight at least.
He's the face of boxing. But he said he was the face of boxing, though.
They asked him.
But like you said, he didn't ask for it.
No, but they asked him if he was the face of boxing, and you remember the line he said, "Motherfucking right." So listen.
Right.
Oh, it was absolutely.
That's
Yeah,
the fucking loop. But look,
that was the word, right? But look,
oh, y'all, this is boxing.
hold
This
on.
is
It's all
sport,
good.
man. Y'all act like
All fair and love and war in boxing, right? Everything that whole interview, he's well within his right to feel that way. Not like he's not an evil person, but at the end of the day, us as boxing fans, I would like to believe that we're here for boxing and not here for Tank. If Tank
say it again, you hear? Say it again, you hear for boxing.
If
Say
Tank
it
is
again.
not here for boxing,
Clay,
then
you gotta repeat that, Clay. Clay, repeat that for the people in the back because that you don't even know what you're saying, but you're saying it for real. Clay, say that again. Niggas need to
Say
hear
it
that.
again. Here for
Niggas really,
boxing.
because
That's
some
right.
people
Say it
really
again.
think
You
it's
here
about.
for boxing.
some organization. I gotta pull some
Because
people
some
up.
people think,
I gotta pull
yeah,
some
some
people
people think it's about boxers.
Carl, hold on.
I gotta pull some
Yo.
people up here. I got like 3 people in the back that I need to pull up here. Is anybody you know what I'm saying? I'm about to pull them up, but y'all gonna be on.
Yeah.
I'll go on.
Hey, listen, I gotta run. I gotta run.
Oh.
So but let me say something real quick.
Okay.
And I hope you
I'll
don't
get
mind
out
me.
of here.
I hope you don't mind me saying this, but
No, I don't. Go ahead.
for the week of the tank fight, the JBT is gonna be in New York. They're holding a meet and greet
Right. The ticket.
on the 28th. So if you're gonna be in New York, cash out $30 to JBT Network One, and we're gonna be at the Rustic Corner Bar from 8 to midnight. It's in Brooklyn. There's a phone number of 410-322-4365 for more information. And I'm out, you know. And I hope some of y'all show up. I'd like to meet you.
All right, no doubt, man. No doubt. Come back again too, and tell us that. Okay, and I'm gonna pull up some people now. Cornelius Burnett, what's up? Salute, brother. What's good, King? And Mike S, what's good, family? How you?
What's up? What's up?
Peace.
Chilling. But yeah, go ahead, tap in. Matter of fact, just come on in, Cornelius. What's on your mind?
What's going on? I hear a lot. I like Tank. I like Tank. Um, do I agree with uh everything he does? No. But from the way I handle business, I understand the position that he does. I think people read into what he say because he could just be throwing stuff out there like when he says they're not on my level. I don't think he means I shouldn't fight them. I think it's more like that nigga, they ain't on my level. Bottom line, I think I think he looked for it from the business side of it, which uh as he should. It's about money. And then I see that it's a lot of hypocrites that it's okay for Terrence Crawford, it's okay for uh Shakur, it's okay for any other boxer to chase money, but he's not allowed to. I think that's asinine. I think that's asinine. But I'm not gonna be long winded because I'm not long winded.
Okay, so with those guys chasing money, did they already accomplish their legacies in the sport? Are they pursuing belts as they're chasing money or pursuing money? That's the difference in the question. And I don't think you have anything you said is wrong. I think it's just coming from a standpoint of when we want as a fan of. I think everyone here respectfully respects Gervonta Davis, and I'm not kidding. I think we just want to see him fight somebody we believe be a test to his abilities. I don't think we've seen the adversity of Gervonta Davis, and I don't think we have the right to ask him to do it. But I think actually we do because we pay for the fights, right? So I think as a fan, we want to see the best fight the best. Most of us grew up in an era when there were fighters that fought every fighter that was in their way in order to conquer the division, and then they'll move up or they'll stay there and they'll reign. We just want to see that same thing happen. And I think that's how I feel. I can't speak for everybody else, but I think for most of us, I think that's how we feel. We just want to see the best fight the best. And we believe that Gervonta Davis is the top of 135. And you know what I mean? If you're not going to fight the guys coming up, then I think it comes to the question, and you know what I mean, why are you going to hold on to the belt, or why are you just go fight for money and just keep it moving?
Do you mind if I just quickly add something to what Ray just said, and I can hang around for a few more minutes, and it's very, very quick, and it's just a shout out to 2 Cents Boxing in the chat. We disagree a lot, but I look forward to debating you on a future panel. The problem is it's not that Tank isn't allowed to fight smaller guys, because a lot of fighters do this. The problem is that that's all he does. He only brings guys like Rolly Romero, or in this case Lamont Roach, up, or Yuriorkis Gamboa was washed, and okay, he was on a bit of a resurgence. That's all he does. Or it's fight a big guy like Mario Barrios, put a rehydration clause on there, knowing that you dehydrate your opponent and you're vulnerable to body shots, and Tank's a very good body puncher. It's not that, and he did that with Ryan Garcia. He tried to do that with Frank Martin, and I don't give him credit for the WBA overturning that rehydration clause. The problem is that Tank Davis, this is all he does. And I said it at the very start, guys, he might be the best lightweight in the world. The problem is that all he's going to do is fight guys who he can get a slight edge over, and that's, if you want to do that, what you mentioned earlier, Clay, about how, fighters can do what they want, but to an extent there's, you have to answer to the fans. I completely agree. And I say this about my favorite fighters when they've been in the ducking conversation. Fighters like Roberto Duran, fighters like Roy Jones. These guys earn the right. And if you haven't earned the right, like if you haven't done what Floyd did, where he became very selective, then do whatever's best for you. Okay. So we all hate to see fighters end up broken at the end of their careers. But understand, if you be selective, if you avoid the best fighters, if you don't take risks, then you don't deserve the same credit as fighters who do.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that. First of all, I mean, I'm sure somebody.
But I want to respond to that now.
Rolly Romero wasn't pulled. He was there. He was a actual mandatory for Tank. But I agree with a lot of what you were saying. Just like I said, we can go through the history, and I think it comes down to something very simple. Does he need to do more or not? If Tank doesn't need to do more, then okay, celebrate him for where he's at. If he's accomplished, if he's done what you want him to do, and there's nobody left, okay. But I think the fans that legitimately want him to do more are well within their right to ask him to do more, because they're not asking him to do nothing extreme. They're not asking him to go have super fights with 154-pound fighters and 147-pound fighters. They're simply asking him to compete with the champions in his own weight class division, unify, do some things that are special that they want to see. If this is beyond what he's willing to do, that's how his legacy will end. I personally share the belief that historically his decisions will not age well. I believe that 10 years from now, they will be doing this. Yeah. And the fans that are fans of Tank will continue to be, you'll have grades all over the place. You'll be old defending what Tank chose to do with his career. But I think the reality of the situation is most people, boxing fans who aren't just fans of Tank, who are fans of boxing, they will be disappointed when they hear something like he's not going to fight Shakur, or he's not going to fight Keyshawn, or he's not going to try to make a fight with T.O., or when they hear him say worse. It's not even about the fights he's not having. That interview yesterday shedded the light on the fact that he's choosing not to do these things, that he doesn't care, that he's not calling out fighters, that he's not using his A-side privilege, his face of boxing privilege like Canelo does. He's not making fights happen like Errol did. He's not making fights happen like David Benavidez did. When they look at this era of boxing, they'll look at those boxers and they'll say those guys attempted to give fight fans the best, most competitive fights. When they look at him, they'll be like, he didn't. And he seems to be okay with that. His fans, I don't know. Are you guys okay with it or not? Because you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't make it that he's doing these things when he's not doing these things.
Hey, Clay, can I step in there?
But Clay, you know what you be doing too, though, Clay? You would tell us that we fans of Tank if we defend it. That's the only thing I agree with some of these channels out here.
Carl, you're not a fan of Tank, right? But you have to agree, most of the time it's Tank fans. So is it 100% of the time Tank fans? No. There's people who are unbiased who are just giving their opinions. But we don't got to act like 9 out of 10 times when we having these conversations, Tank fans making these arguments. It just is what it is. It's the reality of life. And also, I'm going to pass it off.
I don't see Clay. I just don't see you look at like I don't see you
say
think
one
about
thing.
it in a positive way, like towards Tank. Like I never think, and maybe you just don't want to do that. I just don't like when I hear people say they gonna talk about boxing. I ain't gonna.
Positive about
I ain't
Tank.
talking about just saying. I ain't talking about like you know what I'm talking about, Clay. I'm talking about because there's ways that we could break. Like if I tell you to break down,
I'm holding Tank accountable. That's
you know
what
what?
I'm doing. That's just what I'm doing. When I'm doing it. I'm doing that. What do you want me to tell you? Hold on, Mike.
No, I
I agree
understand
with
that.
this young man.
Hold on, because we're not gonna get through. We got 9 people up here. Mike is trying to say something. I want him to go ahead and get it off his chest, and I'm gonna go to BVO. Mike, go ahead.
All right. Well, what I just want to say, like with the as far as the Tank fans, you know, I mean, you guys probably know I'm a huge Tank fan. We're not saying that we're not disappointed with him not making the best fights. I get on some of these things and I tell the people, and I'm going there March 1st. I'm paying a bunch of money to go up there and see him. I would rather him see him fight a Shakur or a Devin or a Loma or something like that. But I'm going anyway, right? We want to see Tank. I mean, even when we're in, like I said, like I told you all before, I'm from Baltimore. So in the city, we hang out or we go to the barbershop. Everybody's like, man, we want to see him fight better people. None of us are saying that. When we defend Tank, it's because like these haters on these channels are so disgusting. It's like, it's just a sport. It's just boxing. And they start taking it to personal things, start calling him a homosexual and and all this kind of stuff. I just don't understand where these attacks come from. And it's just like it's really ugly to me. All right.
Probably
We're
from that
not
perm he
asking
had.
Tank not to fight the best people, okay? But I understand what Tank's doing. Bro, we all know if you've been watching boxing any amount of time, we all know boxing is a sleaze business. It's always been a sleaze business. Back to what Fight Sport Talk said. I mean, you got guys that went out there and did everything that the administration wanted them to do. They leave out broke. They can't barely speak. Okay. The man came in and he basically manipulated the boxing game and got rich. You know what I mean? Is he giving us the fights we want to see? No. But for his own personal benefit or what he wanted to do for his life, man, mission accomplished, bro. The guy's filthy rich. I was watching Kenny on Mill City the other day, and they said that $20 million that they offered him for death, that's a step back. And I don't think Kenny was BSing with that. Like, I think Tank's getting real money when he fights. So that 20 million offer, yeah, it's a lot of money to us, but like Kenny said, it's probably taking a step back for him. The man manipulated the game. He got rich. And another thing, another note that I want to add on this too, is they keep saying he fights nobodies. Is he fighting the elite? No. But stop taking these people off the hook. These guys are professional prize fighters. These guys are in the gym year round. These guys fight for a living. So to go in there and say he's not fighting anybody, I just think that it's kind of just reaching and saying, oh well, this guy, man, he's not fighting the best. So who is he fighting? Who is Lamont Roach? Who is Frank Martin? Who is Mark Barrios and all? These guys are legitimate fighters that he's getting out of there. The guy's got one decision in the last decade. Everybody else, these are professional fighters he's in there with, and he's getting them out of there. He's knocking them out the ring. And like I said, I mean, if you look at the interview, like I said, I'm from here. I can tell exactly what he's saying when I listen to him on these interviews. And bro, he came in for the money. Tank is from McCullough Homes. He's from one of the worst places. He's from one of the worst spots in one of the worst cities.
Right.
Nobody makes it out of McCullough Homes. I mean, it's a terror dome down there. It's gladiator school. When we were growing up, the old guys used to throw us in the alley, made us fight grown men in the alley, fight each other like pit bulls, man. That's where Tank comes from. He said in the interview the other day, he's not like a Devin where his dad threw him in the gym or like a Schofield or one of these guys. He had to fight. And he made it, and he's filthy rich. He came out. He said he took care. He said he everybody on the list as far as his people, his family he had to take care of, they're all straight. Bro, mission accomplished.
Can I?
If the man wants to leave, you know, he took a shit business, a sleazeball business, manipulated it into his own benefit, got rich, and he did his thing. And just to end off, I think if Tank retires today, we'll still be talking about him 30 years from now. And that's it.
I disagree.
That's-
I disagree.
Hold on. Let BBO let BBO top. Let
I
BBO
know
tap
he
in.
in that mix too.
BBO tap in, bro.
Hey, salute to my man, man. Salute to my man. I just want to say that was a hold on, I got some background. That was crazy. That whole situation, that was crazy. I think the bad thing about the Tank fans is very simple, man. The dick riding that they do is unreal.
Hey man,
We've
come
never
on, man,
seen
with
it.
that hot garbage,
Yeah,
man.
for
No, I'm
real,
just
man. Come
being
on, the
serious.
dick
I'm being
ride
serious.
I'm
And
bullshit,
just
listen, let me
man.
say,
saying, man,
let me
continue with
finish. Let
that
me
hot
finish. Let me
garbage,
No,
finish.
bro.
Let me
let him
finish.
Come on,
talk for
bro.
a minute. Let
Let
him
me
Ain't
go.
finish.
nobody dick ride,
Let me
man.
finish.
You
Let me
dick
finish.
ride.
Come
Hold on.
on,
Let me
man.
finish.
Let him
I'm
go.
your
Let him
brother.
go.
I'm your brother. I got some crab tips for you, man. I got some crab tips for you. Listen, I get what y'all saying about Tank. At the end of the day, it's not about Tank. It's about the crown that he wears. It's the same reason why nobody says nothing good about Canelo. Nobody said nothing good about Floyd. That's what it is. It's not even him. Y'all mistaken the fact that people want the crown. They don't want him. They want the crown. If you wear the crown, heavy is the head that wears the crown. He's the king, so to speak. So cats gonna go after him. If you sit on the crown and don't fight nobody, guess what? They still bring up that Sugar Ray Leonard didn't fight certain guys. They still bring that up.
Hell no.
Yes, they don't bring it up. They don't bring up he didn't fight the guy from
Man,
Cincinnati.
Sugar Ray one of the
He
greats,
didn't
man.
fight
Don't
Aaron
nobody
Pryor.
knock
He didn't
Sugar
run
Go
Ray.
from
ahead,
Aaron Pryor.
BBO. Hold on.
People
Go ahead,
remember that.
BBO. Go ahead. Continue.
So what I'm basically saying is, no matter what, no one has a perfect career, but we've never seen a guy purposely not fight the best. I like Tank. I'll put him in there with Prince Hassim. He's an entertainer, not a great fighter. That's just how I look at it. Great fighters fight the best. I remember as a young kid watching Roy Jones give his phone number out on the HBO. He used to give his phone number out. Only reason I know that because I was trying to be one of the kids, write it down so I can call it. So you talking about guys who wanted to fight, who wanted to be great. I like Tank. He's an entertainer, not a great fighter. So I'm not gonna tear him down. I'm not gonna say nothing bad about him. I like it. He get in there and he beat the hell out of cab drivers. I appreciate that. I love it. He's the
Professional
king.
fighters.
He's the king of the little guys. But I'll put it like this.
So who the
I'll
best
put
at
it like this.
135?
You never seen guys become undisputed, unified, all these accomplishments while you do nothing, man. People are gonna remember that,
Facts.
and I appreciate his fans because you know what, you guys do a great job of feeding the BS. But just like the AJ fans are gone, the American AJ fans will be gone. The Tank fans will be gone soon, and we got Emiliano,
What?
we got Abdullah Mason,
I'm so
we
We ain't
got
going
confused.
nowhere.
Hold
Ishmael
on. Let him
Mason.
talk, yo. Let him
So
talk.
all I say is this: Tank want to go. Let me get his coat and get his hat and get out. That's what I say. Because no matter
Why
what,
y'all
boxing
mad though?
continues.
Talk. Let
Boxing
him talk.
continues. Boxing continues. So it's never about one fighter. If it wasn't about Muhammad Ali, it sure as heck ain't about Tank. It don't matter. It's just about the seat he sits in, and whoever sits in there next, they're gonna hate him too. That's how it goes, man. Whoever wears the crown, whoever makes the most, do the most, they gonna dog him, talk bad about him. People forget Floyd became a villain because of how bad he got treated. Because he fought everybody as Pretty Boy. People ran from him. He did everything and never got
Not
appreciated.
exactly. Not
So it
exactly.
doesn't.
Yeah,
So
tell him fight. Tell him fight sport talk.
Hold on.
so it
I
it
would
does.
say this though. I would say
Well, I'm gonna
this,
just leave it.
and
I'm gonna just. This is
this
my
on what
last
you
point.
talking about, BBO. I'm actually with you, right? Kevin Kelly was the guy that was saying Floyd was avoiding, right? Prince Nassim beat the brakes off of Kevin Kelly. At that point, you never even heard of him again. I think he went on like a three fight losing streak, and whatever happened from there, right? Floyd, then I think like two fights later, Prince Nassim got knocked off. Then you seen Floyd continue to make his way through the divisions, moving up, went past those guys, and then became the champion that he is. So with all due respect, I do understand where you're coming from, where you're saying that, you know what I mean, Floyd wanted the crown. Some of them guys knew who Floyd was. They wanted to get it in Floyd's way. They ended up getting in their own way, and they stumbled. Floyd went past them, kept the crown, fought Oscar De La Hoya, who had the ground and kept moving forward. Fought Diego Corrales, who had the ground, kept moving forward. Fought up and coming Angel Manfredi, went right through him. Right. Fought the dude that passed away. We always talk about him, Gotti, went right through him and kept it moving. Right. So I get what you're saying. I'm not going to debate what you're saying. I kind of understand. I'm just shining some light on it because I think a lot of people are misunderstanding what you're saying. So I think that's where you're getting at. But you can elaborate on that if you want as you finish.
BVO, you took the words right out of my mouth that every fighter has been accused of ducking. I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, Sugar Ray Leonard, and this is for future, he set the blueprint for a lot of the ducking we see from like Floyd and Canelo now and other fighters. The thing is, and you mentioned Floyd, I got to just throw this in there. Floyd was not responsible for Manny Pacquiao being scared of needles, but Floyd did not fight everybody as Pretty Boy. He was called out by Margarito. He ducked it. He called out Winky Wright. He ducked it. He called out Paul Spadafora, and I've been told by boxing insiders that he apparently turned down the fight. So Floyd did not bring ducking to a new level. Floyd is not the worst ducker in history. He gets criticized for it because he called himself TBE. And yeah, I'm not going to defend any fighter who ducks, but it's a part of the sport at least. Sugar Ray Robinson didn't fight Charlie Burley. The problem with Tank is that he's not fighting. And Clay, you corrected me. I got it mixed up. Romero was a mandatory. He wasn't a small guy being brought up, but he was essentially a nobody. The problem with Tank, which again is why he gets criticized more than anybody else, is that he's not even testing himself against the other champions, and he may beat them. But if you're not going to fight the best, and your intention is to get out with as little risk as possible with your money intact, that's all good. That's fine. That's great for a health perspective. But just accept you're going to get criticized for that. I mean, cherry picking is cherry picking at the end of the day. You can justify it however you want, but when all the contenders when all the top champions are calling you out and you never come out of your safe space, that's on you at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree 100%. But I think that's what people have to understand. And even you, Mike, I appreciated everything you were saying. I thought that was that, and I said that myself earlier in the show. I said I can celebrate Tank for beating the odds, right? Coming out of a community that was, that he wasn't promised to get the result that he got. That's a victory within itself, and that can be celebrated. And I can be happy for him. He changed his whole family. He took his mother out of some real, tense situations. You know what I mean? A real bad hood. He took himself out. He gave his kids a new trajectory in life. His kids will never have to, understand what that life was about. He's changing the whole entire trajectory of his, and I can appreciate that and the success that is. But also what I said was, Mike, I'm here for the boxing. I can respect what he did, and how much of an accomplishment that is for him, but I'm here for the boxing. So when it comes to the boxing, how does him making it out the hood or him, beating all the odds and doing all those things, how does that help me out in boxing? It does.
Clay, they want to guilt trip you.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. We don't want to not at all.
Wait.
We don't want to guilt trip anybody.
Mike, just hold on. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, boxing fans, boxing pundits who are speaking where people are calling hatred for Tank ain't hating on Tank because he did things that were good in it for his, in his community. Like he represented somebody who made it out. No, we're hating on the fact that you're threatening us with retirement and you're not going to give us the fights that the boxing space wants. You called it out and said you had a list of fights you were going to give the boxing space. So you've made your money. You've done all the things you wanted to do as far as check the boxes in your life. Now, and boxing, by the way, gave you that. Boxing gave you that, or you can say you earned it, however you want to look at it.
He gave 23 years to boxing, Clay.
No. We gave pay-per-views, filled up arenas. The fans checked the boxes for you, Tank. The fans did what you needed the fans to do, which was support you. Come out to your shows. Come out, buy your pay-per-views, and make you a multimillionaire. Now, at this point in your career, if you're going to choose to not give back to the space and say you came in it for your own personal reasons, I'm just saying what you said, Mike, right? That you came in and you finessed the game, that you moved through the game like a G and didn't have to and took the least passive resistance to get the most money. Well, that sounds like a lick. That sounds like a lick, and it sounds like a finesse. And you're not finessing the boxing game. You're finessing the boxing fans, because the game didn't give you the money. The $80 pay-per-views gave you the money. The $200, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 seats gave you the money that the fans paid for. You didn't finesse the boxing game. You finessed the boxing fans. And that history, I believe, that these decisions that he's making in the day will not age well in 10 to 15 years when they're looking back at his career, and they can go back on videos like this where people who are fans of him are saying it blatantly. He finessed the game. You got to respect that. When people are saying things like what Hunter Young said, which is Tank fans don't care about they just want to see Tank knock out people. They don't care who it is. When these things, which are recorded for history purposes or looked back on, it's not going to age well for his legacy. But he can be okay with that. He'll be rich still. He'll be able to look at it like Mike Tyson did with that little girl. I don't give a damn about no damn legacy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be dead one day. Who's gonna care about my legacy? That's all good too. But as well, fans are well within their rights as being the people who are getting finessed to hold the term with that.
Hey, Clay, can I say something? And this is no shade to what bro said, but I'm gonna counter what homie. I'm gonna counter what he said. When we look at when we listen to the things he said about Tank, about overcoming these odds, those are things that people say to deflect. And this is to deflect us and to confuse us into thinking that Tank has made it to the finish line. Terrence Crawford has been through equal odds. Terrence Crawford grew up poor. He grew up, his mom didn't like him. His mom hated him damn near. He's been shot and everything else. But Terrence Crawford fans don't sit around telling you all the hardships Terrence Crawford been through and how we need to ease up on him. No, we don't. Keep fighting. If you're an active fighter and you want to say that you're the king of boxing and you're the face and all that, you are held to a higher standard. The CEO of a company is held to a higher standard than the janitor. It's just the way it is. We work for the same company, but we got different responsibilities. If this is how you want to end your career, just go, bro. I don't need to hear that you fought in alleyways. I don't need to hear where you came from. Every boxer came from the hood. They all do. I don't care. When are you going to fight the people we want to see you fight? That's it. I don't care about all that other hyperbole or whatever it's called. It's all nonsense and it's a deflection tactic. Are you going to fight? If you're not going to fight, just leave, bro. That's it.
No, it's
can
not,
I say this one? Hey, you mind if I say this one thing?
It's not a deflection tactic at all. All I'm saying, and Clay, I agree with you 100%. I mean, you guys, you want to hold him accountable. My whole point with Tank is, bro, we're boxing fans. We care. Tank does not care. Tank does not care. And as far as like the fans, you saying he manipulated the fans? No, Clay. Nobody held a gun to my head and said go up to the Barclay on March 5th and March 1st and see him fight Lamont Roach. Nobody's holding a gun to anybody's head and saying buy these pay-per-views. We buy it because we want to go see the fight. So I mean, as far as him finessing us, no. I mean, if he wants to fight bums, well, guess what? If it's not interesting, you don't gotta buy it. You don't have to go see the fight. It's a free country. You don't have to do nothing. But people still buy it. The fights are still sold out.
I gotta drop
you know the sad thing about boxing sometimes.
Hold on. The pay-per-view numbers are still good.
I'm dropping, guys.
Okay?
I gotta drop.
But my point, Clay. But Clay, my point is, Clay, I agree with you. I know what you're saying, but that's what I mean. And if you listen to these interviews, we care. We care as boxing fans. We want to see the big fights. Tank does not care. Tank does not care.
Why do y'all defend him so? Then why do y'all keep defending him?
Tank did what he came to do, and that's what he said. In another year or two, he's out of there.
Then why do y'all defend him so hard?
That's what it is. We can stop the debating. Tank does not care.
Then why do you defend him? Why do you defend somebody who doesn't care?
He got in the shit business. He finessed it. He got filthy rich. and the man wants to get up out of there.
So
Hey,
why
the
do y'all
best for
defend
him.
him so
He
I
much?
wouldn't
still, hey,
say I
he
wouldn't
still,
say
he
I
still
wouldn't
got his
say he's filthy
scruples.
rich,
He
man.
still
I
got
wouldn't
his
say
scruples about him.
No, but
He
Mike,
still got his
I think
brain
you hit it
intact,
right on the
and
nail,
he's
bro.
filthy rich, and his family's taken care of. Man, I wish that
Right.
boy the
Are
best,
you
man.
sure
He
about
made it
that?
out of immeasurable odds. He made
Well, I
out
mean,
that
we're not
man.
gonna
Mike,
debate.
no one cares.
Omaha ain't
We're not
No
gonna
nearly
one
debate his money.
cares.
Omaha
We're
ain't
not gonna
nearly
debate
as
his money.
crazy
But
as McCullough Holmes,
Mike,
and
I'm gonna
that's
tell you
it.
something. I'm gonna
Mike is
say this for me.
All right, yo.
When I played in the
hold
NFL,
on,
I'm gonna be honest with
Wait,
y'all.
wait, wait. Hold on.
Hold on, Mike. I think it's that Baltimore shit, bro. Y'all be some transparent, keeping it 100.
Nobody cares.
No,
Work
let me
harder.
tell you
We don't
something.
Hold
care.
on. Hold on.
Tank
Right?
don't care.
Hold
Tank
on.
don't care. He done
Hold
got
on.
rich.
Mike,
He did
Mike,
what he
hold on.
came to.
Hold on. Let him talk. Let Clay talk.
listen. Baltimore is keeps it 100. The one thing I always say about Tank is he don't be out here capping, bro. I know people gonna want to push back at it, but he don't. When he talks, because he don't talk a lot. When he talks, yo, he be keeping it 100 how he feel. And I think the fans, I think the Tank fans are the ones where these conversations become complicated with. Whereas Mike is willing to just stand on business and just say, yo, bro, he don't care. He came in for the money. He finessed the game. He's taking care of his family. I don't think there's no debating what Mike is saying here. I don't think there is a debate to have when you have somebody talking the way he's talking. It's the other way it goes. When the other fans jump in and want to push back when we're saying exactly what you said, how? You don't say it about this guy. You don't say that about that guy. The debates get long because people aren't doing what Mike does, what Mike just did. Keeping it 100, and he's still a fan, and he's not discrediting Tank. What he's saying is people have to respect what Tank, how Tank feels about Tank's own career and how he's moving. And you guys have to get in the place where you're able to accept he's not going to do that for you.
Right. Thank you, Clay. Thank you.
Find somebody else to do that.
But why do y'all go so hard for somebody who does not care?
He's not going to do that.
But why do y'all go so hard for him if y'all know he don't care?
Here for boxing, you gotta stop saying y'all because Mike don't count. In this
I do go hard for him
because he the one that threw the argument out there.
Well, no, I do go hard for him. I do go hard for him.
No, I'm
I
not
do
saying
go hard for him because we're from.
You don't defend the undefendables. What I'm saying, you don't defend the undefendable. You accept, like you go, yeah, that's what he is, and we're gonna celebrate him for that because we know where he came from. We know about the odds he was facing. We know about how his family was struggling. We know about how his mama was struggling, and we know the change that he's done in his bloodline. And we're gonna celebrate that man because he came from nothing and he's something. And we're gonna celebrate him on that level. But at the same time, you're not finna sit here and be like, yo,
man,
bro.
I defend him because I ain't gonna have these guys out here acting like he's some type of chump when I know that boy is savage. I know him. He came up and he takes 15 years older than me. That boy is a savage, man. Whatever he does, what he wants to do on a business level, and I'll tell you another thing too. On the business level of things, okay, let's say he doesn't fight. Let's say he doesn't fight and he got any of the top guys before he retires. But guess what? On another calculated move with Tank, let's say he does fight a Shakur, or let's say he does fight a Haney. Imagine those numbers.
And just accept that there's criticism with that.
That's
always what if with Tank.
Exactly.
I have a simple question.
Always what if. But you know what I'll say to kind of act what Mike is saying. When I played in the NFL, I grew up in a town in Akron, right outside of Cleveland. I knew 15 guys that 10 of them went to the NFL, 5 went to the NBA. If you're good enough, bro, let's not play this game. They're gonna find you. So I don't want to hear this. Oh, he made it out. When I was in 3rd grade, I remember a coach telling me, "Son, you might play in the NFL." At 3rd grade. So I don't want to hear it. If you see these kids will show you immediately who they are. They'll show you immediately who they are. When you hear me talk about Ishmael Mason, it's because he's 16 and he immediately looks like what we said. Same thing with Abdullah. So don't even give me this, he from the hood stuff, because you know, like I know, the whites will come pick him up if they identify that talent. So don't give me this, he was lucky or what. No, if you're good, they're going to find you.
Right.
It's just that simple. I don't care where you at. You could be in Alaska, they're gonna find you.
Go ahead here for boxing. Go ahead. It's my dog barking. But go ahead here for boxing.
Here for boxing, you tap him?
Or maybe he muted. Maybe that was his dog barking.
He's not muted. I think his mic is not working. He might be frozen.
Okay. So I hear what everybody's saying, right? I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback because I think we do have to accept, like I said, the truth that Tank tells us, right? The honesty, not the truth, the honesty that he tells us, right? What he brings to the table, with him bringing some transparency. I started off the conversation with that earlier. Where I think the problem lies is him being contradicting to the fans, whether it be his fans, the boxing fans, the boxing media, the different people that interview him. He's allowed to change his mind. I'm not mad at that. Everyone's entitled to that. But where I think we find ourselves arguing over the same points every day is why we're not getting the best fight the best. It's a different era of boxing altogether. We already know that.
It is, right?
We established that. But we also want some of us want to see the great matchups, right? We want to see.
He's telling you he's not going to do that.
I know. Let me cook a little bit.
All right, go ahead.
So we wanted to see Kobe Bryant versus LeBron James in the finals, even though it never happened. You can't make things happen that are not meant to happen, right? So as things are coming along and people are moving the way they want to move, remember there's 4 sanctioning bodies, technically 5, but 1 don't count, right? You can stay in your lane and just deal with your sanctioning body. Deal with whoever you want to fight that's ranked. You don't have to go and pursue another champion because the fans want you to. We have to understand what boxing really is and break it down to a smaller sense of material. I think a lot of times we take a lot of things and we bring it into one pot and try to melt it together to create one materials when there's different ingredients to make whatever we need. It's too much. Yo, listen, I get what everybody's saying. Do I think personally Tank should be out there looking for the best fight because he's the A side and demanded that he's the A side because he says he's the face of boxing when you put those titles on you? Hell yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, the man has been twice now saying he may retire. He's in it for the money. You know what I mean? Multiple times, actually not just twice. I remember his young career, and I was actually just listening to a video where he said he wanted to be a champion. So he's entitled to change his mind. He's entitled to change his opinions. He's entitled to move the way he wants. Us fans have to understand those guidelines and work with those guidelines. But we can't also argue with people over fantasy things that are not happening. Bottom line. And if
right,
I'm wrong,
that face of boxing, let me just say that face of boxing thing, if you guys remember, Tank didn't say that. That was, remember at the end, I forget what fight it was, but it was the end of the fight in Jim. What's the guy's name? Jim what? The guy that does the post-fight interviews? Jim Gray.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Jim Gray had Mayweather up there, and he said, Floyd, is Gervonta Davis now the face of boxing? And Floyd said, motherfucking right. That was Floyd said that, and then they came back, and then they asked Tank about it. Then they asked Tank about it, and he's like, yeah, I'm the face of boxing. But that's already, that was them saying that and Floyd starting that. Tank's not even like that. Tank's a quiet, low-key guy, man. He don't really say shit like that.
No,
you know what I mean? That was them saying that, and he was still in line with that as far as that face of boxing stuff.
He did say that. But it don't matter. Like I can agree with that as far as the superficialness of the statement. The fact that the statement doesn't need to be taken literally. Like he can be
right.
He can be in a moment and be celebrating his victory, and somebody can ask him, "Are you not a face of boxing?" And he can respond to that in a way that shouldn't reflect on his real. That doesn't have to be taken literally. I understand what you're saying. Like
and Clay, and also if y'all looked at that interview too the other day, right? Man, I really liked both that and the Yachty interview, but I really liked that Jay Hill interview because
me too.
I mean, yeah, it was like two friends talking, you know what I mean? And if you pick apart what he was saying in that interview the other day, he basically like even like when Jay Hill said, you know, the whole thing of your idols becoming rivals.
Tank, again, I know people, we don't use it as a crutch. We're not saying he come from the projects and, oh, you got to give him something. Nobody's saying nothing like that, okay? But, like, he comes from a certain place, and what happened with Tank is Tank wanted to be great. Tank wanted to be great. Tank wanted to be great. He wanted to, like, even if you see that PBS or that Premier Boxing special with him and Lamont, where Barry Hunter is talking about he was walking out with Broner and he started crying because he was like, damn, I want this. Damn, I want this. What happened with Tank, and I can see it because, like I said, I know him, man. I know him. And what happened with Tank is Tank got in that industry, bro, and he seen how phony it was. He seen how Floyd was playing, people that he looked up to, people that he idolized. He got in there. Then he gets to the business side, and he's dealing with the Bob Arums, and he's dealing with all these just shit people, sleazeball characters. So I guarantee, I'm almost 100% sure, Tank said to himself, you know what? Let me just get what I can get out of this, man, because everybody's playing games. Everybody's trying to get what they can get out of me. Let me get what I can get, and I'm out of here. And nobody's saying, you know, you guys could say he's a duck all you want. I could even say he's a duck. Okay, you guys sent the contract. He didn't take it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. And this whole debate about we go back and forth every day. Tank ducks. Tank doesn't. Tank's great. Tank isn't great. Tank doesn't do it. Tank doesn't. Bro, we talk about this all day because we as boxing fans want to see it so bad. But period, bottom line is Tank doesn't care. That's it. He don't care.
Yeah, I agree. And listen, man, I agree, right? And there's no but behind that. I agree 100%. And with that being said, boxing fans who are concerned about the state of boxing and they want boxing to be respected in a certain way and they want to see boxing move a certain way, naturally are going to push back at the blueprint or at the strategy of Tank Davis, because that strategy isolates the Tank fan.
But Clay, where were all these boxing fans when fights were getting, like, people were getting robbed and all? Remember, it was a stretch there where it was just these decisions were just blatantly just crooked and all that. Where were all these boxing fans
complaining about that? Just like Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas is one of the biggest components of complaining and pushing back at the corruption in boxing, to the point where
it's been corrupt, Clay.
Yeah, he's been pushing this for a long time. But at the same exact time, Teddy Atlas has his own podcast, and when he speaks on boxing, he still pushes. It's a fight. It's a never-ending fight. Sometimes it feels like a fight that you just can't win, right?
Right.
People are on board with the fight, and you just continue to fight. It's kind of like, dare I say, civil rights. It's an ongoing fight. It's always been a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're trying to get somewhere, but you don't stop. You don't just give up, because if you truly want the sport to be great, you fight on all lines. You know what I'm saying? You push.
I agree. Good point, Clay.
You know what I mean? So Tank can or is doing what he wants to do. It's not in the benefit of boxing. It's in the benefit of himself, which he's well within his right to do, and I understand where he's coming from, because he has bigger fish to fry. He got different goals. He got different things he's trying to do. But me in particular, and a lot of people like me, are concerned with boxing. I do this channel for boxing. I talk about boxing because I love boxing. I want it to move in a better direction. I want it to become bigger. I want to see more competitive sports. I want to see things that more competitive boxing. I want to see things that benefit the boxing fans. So if I see talking about finessing or moving around, I'm not going to support that, bro. Now, I'm going to celebrate him where he wants to be celebrated at, but I'm not going to act like, okay, because accepting that is not helping boxing. And most boxing fans understand that. The hardcore fans understand, okay, it's like Jake Paul. He's in it making the money. He's doing his thing. He can be celebrated for that. But what is he doing for boxing? That's why it's important that his undercard is right. That's why it's important that he's bringing up other boxers, because if he's just here making money and moving on, we're gonna shit on him. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to hear that. So what does he do? He does something whack that nobody cares about. but he brings up Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor. He puts Abel Ramos against Mario Barrios. He puts Shushu Carrington on the card. You know what I'm saying? He brings other fighters on there, and he says, look, this is what I'm bringing back to boxing. This is what I'm giving back. Here's the trade-off. You could like it, love it, hate it, whatever you want, but here's my trade-off. Tank, the trade-off was supposed to be give us the fights. He didn't do that.
Correct.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
He didn't do it. Now he may still do it. I have people that I know that are close to that team who are saying on March 1st it's going to be diabolical, that he's going to call somebody out that's going to shake the whole game up.
Me too. When they going to say that?
Say words. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. He's going to make a lot of people eat crow. That's going to be the best tasting crow I ever had in my life on March 1st. I'm going to have my hot sauce.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to be eating my crow like a G, bro. I'm dining on my crow like a G, bro. I'm pulling out the nice china and the nice silverware. You heard? And I'm going to eat my crow. I'm cool with that. Good tasting crow. I'm always in the building for some crow like that. For a good fight, let's see Tank put it together. But just know the boxing space has their eyes on him, and they want to see him do something for boxing. And I think whatever it's worth, I think we deserve it. I think boxing fans deserve something nice from Tank. You know what I'm saying? Give us something. You can give us something nice. You're asking us for $80. I'm sure the pay-per-view is going to do well. The building's going to be packed out. Give us something nice. Give us something nice. Why not?
Man, hey Clay, nobody wants to see that more than me. Trust me, man. Nobody wants to see Tank prove himself more than me, because I know, man. I just want to get on these blogs. If and when it ever happens, bro. I just want to get on these things and just be like, what y'all said? What was y'all saying? Like, nobody wants it more than me. But I'm listening. I read between the lines of what he's saying, and man, hey, you know, if he does it, great. And you know, that's the thing too. Like, Tank's a live wire, man. He might wake up one day and say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go for the legacy." You know, we don't know. But all I'm saying is, man, you know, I think us as boxing fans, we're more invested in it. We want to see it more than Tank is. Tank's gonna do what's best for Tank, and you know what I mean. And I ain't mad at that.
No. Let me read the super chat, and then believe it or not, we're going to change the topic. J Pit City says, shout out for J Pit City with $10, man. I appreciate you, man. He says, if fighters on the top level, quote unquote parentheses, want to prove that they are the best, they will fight the best. Till then, they can't make that claim. Only the very capital letters, very few have accomplished this recently. Yes, exactly. And you know, J Pit City simply talking about boxing, bro. It's not about hating on nobody. And what this statement right here is saying is, put in fighter A, B, C, put the fighter in it that you think fits in it. If the shoe fits, it's your shoe. This is not directed at Tank. This is the same standard we're holding all boxers to. I know people don't like to think that way. Why? Because we don't cuss out Devin. We don't cuss out Shakur. We don't, whatever your reason might be. But I think the difference between all those fighters you're mentioning and Tank is Tank's talking about retiring is here. You know what I mean? And up until he said that, if you check the record, I wasn't putting that much pressure on him, because I'm like, it's going to happen eventually. His career is there. He, you know what I mean? He broke away from Floyd Mayweather and Mayweather Promotions. He was making his own decisions. I'm like, the fights are coming. But as soon as I hear the retirement and the what that guy do to get a fight with me, he ain't do nothing to deserve that. That's when I started being like, bro, come on, bro. That's not what you said. That's not what you said at the Frank Martin, bro. You didn't say that, bro.
Nah.
You got 6 fights, a 6-fight deal, and you got a list of fighters that we expect you to fight. Don't do that. That's
it's going down.
You feel me? That's not what you said, bro. I'm just being real with you. That's all.
Yeah.
There you go. He has the right to change his mind. That's what I was getting at earlier. It's just people live to fight over that shit, and it just gets to the point where it's just aggy a little bit. But
it is.
But I have to be on the side that says I want to see the best fight the best at the end of the day. I don't care about what he says later. I mean, he wants to retire. Good for him. Salute. I ain't mad at you. I'm not going to hold you accountable. I'm not going to yell at you, tell you were a duck. Those things are going to come out of my mouth because he did what he had to do. But as far as him fighting the best, that's what I want to see. And if we don't see this man fight the best, in my opinion, you know what I mean? He's just not that guy. He's not the face. He's not the guy that we wanted him to be. He's just somebody that moved right and got put in the right positions. That's the way I look at it. But if he's making money while doing so, more power to him, right? If that's what his legacy is to himself, making money, getting away from what he said, because I said that earlier, Mike, getting away from the hood, getting himself out of those situations, cutting off people, keeping his team to four or five people. You know what I mean? That's what he need to do. I'm all for that. I'm not mad at you. But you also made some promises, not only to the people of boxing, but some to your fans. And when you make some promises to your fans and then you go back on it, that's when it becomes indifferent. And then I didn't like the fact that he was calling people casuals that supported boxing. That was something else I thought was weird. But again, who am I to judge Tank besides explaining what it actually is?
You're
right?
a fan, Ray. That's what you could judge.
No. Hold on. I'm saying besides what it actually is. That's what I'm saying. Besides what it actually is, right? Me being a fan of the sport, I have every right to ask for what I pay for. And I'll be honest with you. I go other places and watch the fight. I don't unless I see something I want. I think the last fight I bought with Tank was Frank Martin, and that was the other fight. And then before that, I think I bought the other Tank fights. But I just was like, yo, I'm going to my brother's house. He buying it. I don't need to buy it. You know what I mean? He gonna watch it.
Ray being nice.
Sorry to cut in front. I just got to head off, guys. But hey, thanks a lot for having me on. Always a pleasure, and I really look forward to being back on in the future to talk about maybe the best card of all time. And peace out, guys.
No, tomorrow, just giving you a heads up. Tomorrow, I was literally legitimately right now about to get into this Schofield Shakur fight right now, which is what I'm going to do. But tomorrow we're going to be going through the undercard. You know what I mean? So we're going to be talking about Daniel Dubois, Joseph Parker. We're going to be talking about Joshua Boateng and Caleb Smith. We're going to be talking about Hamza Shirab. We're going to be talking him and Carlos Adames. You know who's on the card. I don't need to tell you, but definitely got some thoughts on a lot of these fights. And of course, I think the big fight, and I can't wait to talk about that one's going to be Madrimov Ortiz. I think these guys may come into the ring different fighters. I think they've had career-changing fights. I think they both come off career-changing fights. I think we're going to see a different Virgil potentially and a different Madrimov, and I think that's going to mix up. We're going to talk about it. It could be interesting.
Yes, I agree, and I'm surprised I'm in a minority who are picking Madrimov to win that fight. But that's my most anticipated fight.
I'm picking Madrimov.
Oh, shout out, Ray! Great minds think alike.
Me too. I'm on it for Madrimov as well. But we're gonna talk.
Oh, fantastic!
Catch
you guys later, guys.
All right, man.
All right, I'm out too, guys.
Oh,
all right, Mike, man.
All right.
Well,
yeah, man.
Happen. We don't got nobody else to talk to, right?
I guess we ain't got to move on. Unless somebody else want to come up, we ain't got to move to the next topic. Listen, Clay, it's plain and clear, man. Like, we can easily be like one-sided, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Or we could just be honest, right? Being honest is the way to go. People may not like the honesty because they feel either way you go, you're gonna have somebody feeling some type of way because it's not their way.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you have to respect what the person that's speaking, which would be Gervonta Davis at that time, what he's saying. You have to take his word for what he's saying. You can dissect it the way you want. You know what I mean? Some things I think he did avoid. I'm not going to say duck. I think he did avoid certain patterns and situations. Absolutely. Do I think he ducked fighters? No. I think he said it yesterday when he was like, or the other day, I think it was released yesterday, when he said, listen, why do I need to fight these guys? What have they done? See, there's the contradiction, right? Everybody says, well, he's fighting this guy's done. And the guy, Jay Hill, asked that question. He goes, well, what makes this guy so special? We have history.
I like this right here. 2 cents, you're right, bro. You're right.
What did he say?
Well, he said, Nara, it was what you had said. But I think this is a more accurate statement. That we don't get to choose what the fighters do, but we get to choose what we pay for. We don't get to dictate what's on the shelf for sale. He's right.
Yeah. That's exactly.
We do buy it. Exactly.
Right.
That's a fact.
Absolutely. And I mean, to the point is, hey, he's going to call somebody out. Is that what we're paying for this week? We're paying for 2 weeks. We're paying for him to call somebody out, or we paying to watch him fight Lamont Roach, who he said he's going to knock him out in the 8th or 9th round. What I find even more crazy is Lamont Roach that much better of a fighter than Frank Martin?
I forgot to download this thing for Bub, man. I gotta do that.
When he get Frank up out of here, early
I got a video clip in here for you, bro. I gotta have something for you, bro. You've earned it. I gotta have something for Bub.
Right. Listen, Bub needs to start chatting, bro.
I need a button that I can push on my board here that pops up a video for Bub. You know how Showbiz got he got one for Cheese. He got one for them. I'm gonna put something up for Bub, bro. I got to, bro. I got to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He says
but he's garnishing attention, right? He's doing it. He earned his way.
He's saying we can't talk about the best fight and the best when Shakur fighting Schofield instead of Abdullah Mason. If you don't go somewhere, if you don't go somewhere, what are you talking about, bro? Abdullah Mason, I just put up the video. Abdullah Mason is a prospect, number one, who's in the development stages of becoming one of the best fighters on the planet because he's on his way for sure. And then Floyd Schofield, bro, the thing I like about, let me tell you guys what I like about the Shakur Stevenson and Floyd Schofield fight. Let me tell you what I like about it. What I like about it is Schofield called Shakur out, try to call him on his BS and say he's not really him, that he can do something to him. And Shakur says, okay, William Zepeda done fronted. Everybody knows the big fight he was going to make was William Zepeda. William Zepeda went again, and I'm going to officially say duck Shakur and went to go rematch Tevin Farmer. And he goes, hey, young bull, you really think you like that? Let's get it. No, let's do it. Go ahead. We need a replacement. You like that. You put the work in. You're online talking crazy. You and your crazy daddy talking crazy. Shout out to the Schofields. I don't think you're crazy, Mrs. Schofield Sr. I'm just painting the picture here.
I don't know, man. That neck movement.
No, listen, crazy, bro. I don't do that. I don't throw shots at that man like people do. I don't do that for him.
I don't even know how to do it. He did it well too.
That's a man who raised his son without the mother, took his son with him, and took his son from where he was as a single father and brought this boy all the way to Riyadh season to go fight Shakur Stevenson for the WBC lightweight championship of the world, bro. I can celebrate that man for what he's done. And I'm not going to discredit that man and take shots at his potential sexual preference. From what I understand, he like women.
I just said he moved.
No, I'm not saying the neck snapping. I'm not doing that. But at the end of the day, the thing I love about this fight is that Shakur answered the call. That somebody called him out and he said he went old school real quick on Schofield. You know what old school is? All call outs are mandatory. Shout out to Zab Judah. Shout out to Mike Tyson. You know what I'm saying? All call outs is mandatory, and he answered the call. So you guys can say that it's not worthwhile, that he hasn't earned it, whatever have you. Shakur's showing out. And I think this style of fighting is a dangerous style for Shakur, being that he's coming off that hand injury, and we don't even know what kind of hand injury he has. So I could celebrate him on that. Do I think he wins? Yes. Do I think the experience is going to play a role? Big yes. Do I think Schofield's ready for this fight? No. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. I would love to see Tank do the same thing, man. Why don't Tank call out Abdul Mason and give him a shot?
Right.
Why don't he call out?
And it's crazy. But the craziest part about this whole situation is I think Schofield was actually looking to get the fight with Tank. And I remember in the interview, Tank said there was no one available. Didn't he not say that? There was no one available. And Schofield was available. And Schofield was ranked. De Los Santos was available, but they were number 2, number 3, and Abdullah, which nobody wants to see, was number 3 in the rankings, right? So it was all 4 of those guys, or 3 of those guys were available. And then he went down the division, which it is what it is. But I just think it's crazy that Shakur taking the guy that's ranked number 2 in your sanction.
Do you pray, Bub? You and God, bro, got to deal with this, man. You do.
Bub is all right.
Bub spreads a lot of demonic energy, bro.
His feet stink, bro. It's because his feet stink. Clay, when you got stinky feet, you do stuff like that.
Ain't nothing good in you, nigga. Ain't nothing good in you, brother. You ain't nothing good in you. Ain't nothing good in you.
No, Clay. When your feet stink, you do things like that.
Just rotting to the center of your feet are rotting.
You take your shoes off, and you got to put them outside on the front porch. That's a bad thing, Bubs.
Horrible person. Horrible person. But you know what I'm saying? Horrible person.
Horrible
person. But
socks are sweaty.
Bub, I know you do. I know you do, bro. And you need it.
No, he don't. He'd be up here. If we was up here Sunday morning, he'd be here with us.
Bub is throwing all the money in the offerings. He doing all the prayers. He getting all the, you know what I'm saying? Bub is in church every Sunday. I know you are, bro.
Now with those feet, they be throwing holy water on those toes, bro. Feet funky.
Let me see. What time? Dante, what happened to Tank's hit list of fighters? It is what it is, man. But at the end of the day, I love what Shakur, the opportunity he's given to Schofield, man. I think it's awesome. I think it's an opportunity for him to do something. I don't think he's going to get the credit. I think he will get the credit from me because I know his hand is hurt. If he knocks out Schofield, I'm like, damn it, bro. That's what I need to see. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, tune in tomorrow for sure because tomorrow we break down this February 22nd card. We're going to be talking about Joseph Parker and Daniel Dubois. We're definitely going to be talking about Madrimov and Virgil Ortiz. We're going to be talking about Joshua Buatsi and Kalen Smith. We're going to be talking about Hamza Shiraz versus Carlos Adames. We're going to be talking about it all, bro. We're going to be talking about Ajit Gabriel versus Zele Zhang. This card is packed from top to bottom. I will be here Saturday calling these fights early in the morning. I think the card opens up at 10 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. Do the adjustment depending on where you at. It's a Riyadh card, it's a daytime situation, but we're going to be rocking and rolling. That fight card is going to get the celebration it deserves. We're going to be talking about it all tomorrow, man. It is what it is, man. Ray, you want to let him off with something?
Just thank you for coming in. You know what I mean? It was a great entertaining show today. Thank you everybody that came up to the panel. Appreciate it. All the super chats today. Thank you. Appreciate it. You know what I mean? We're here to just talk that boxing, man. And at the end of the day, that's really what it is about. Whatever the latest news is, whatever comes out, we're going to bring it out there. We're going to explain it. We're going to dissect it and give our opinions for the most part, but use some facts to support those opinions. Doesn't mean that we're accurate or right 100% of the time, but as we speculate, we could be. A lot of these things go hand in hand. And you have to understand that this is a talk show. We're just coming out here to entertain y'all. So, don't take it seriously. Don't try to put our heads off and throw it in the oven and beat us up later, whatever the case may be. We're all here to do the same thing. We just like sharing the information with people that love the sport that we love. And that's it. That's all I got.
On that note, y'all know what it is. Tomorrow morning, 10:45. At this point, you're...
Chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now
Hey, yo, I almost forgot. Like, comment, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that. Remember to hit the like button before you leave out of here, man. But yeah, man. At this point, we definitely out, man. One. Woo!
it's been out of hard work, it's all taking me places. Water all blood like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow it down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This that high life with a few. You get to have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I couldn't levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I couldn't levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight.
They hate when you elevate.